Okay, so 2026. As I jump into this, you're going to see how busy it is. And you might say, well, every year is a busy year. There's a lot going on in any given year, and that's true. There are always lots of ups and downs, and that's any year. But it does seem that 2026 is even more extreme than recent years. Now, that's really saying something. So I'm saying that to you now before we even get into the details to know that I'm giving you a whole year ahead in 2 hours. And it's going to feel like it's a lot. And it might feel like it's a bit overwhelming. But it's important to remember that that's not how it's going to play out. You're going to live it bit by bit, moment by moment, and hopefully more present in each moment. And so it's not going to feel as overwhelming as this is likely to feel in this presentation. If you're watching the playback, consider maybe pausing at different points and just maybe taking a step back and taking a breather. And as always, I always say this, and this is something that Eckhart Tolle writes about in his book, The Power of Now. Always make the difference, that distinction between clock time and psychological time. Here we're talking about clock time. We're just looking at the clock, moving it forward a year. Don't get lost in it in your mind. Don't like project yourself forward into an imagined future that hasn't happened yet. Try and just use it as a timing tool. That's all astrology should be used as. And try not to get lost in what is coming up. Because, when it comes to it, look at the year past, 2025. If you were here last year with me, you might have had the same experience. It was quite a full-on year in many ways as well. If you'd lived all of it in one go, that would have been completely overwhelming. Obviously, that's not life. So again, think about that as I'm going through. So just what we're going to look at here, the roadmap for today. The context for 2026 is that we are, well, heading into something quite extreme, I think. This is a year that marks the end of a major cycle and the beginning of a new one. Now, that always sounds wonderful, but in reality, that isn't always an easy adjustment. Except for maybe that if you're in a situation in your own personal life, perhaps that you want to end and start something new, then have at it, because 2026 is that year for sure. The background weather is the Saturn-Neptune conjunction that's imminent. It's coming up next month. We've already seen this in the world with the US invading Venezuela. This happened the last time Saturn and Neptune conjoined in 1989 when the US invaded Panama. So there's a whole story to be said about that, but I always have to pick and choose what story is going to pick out, and I have to consider my audience. Mostly you are from the US joining me live here, so I do have to think about the whole world and not center it in America. But when you have something like that happen, it's not just America and Venezuela, it's the whole world order. When you're doing something like that, there is an agreement with countries around the world, a world order that has been there since the Second World War. And when that happens, all of the countries are kind of looking at each other thinking, oh, what are the rules of the game now? And this is the Saturn-Neptune conjunction. It's like Saturn is the rule book and Neptune is like, what? That's kind of what's going on in Pisces right now. Anyway, that's the bigger weather theme going on. Then we're going to talk about the other outer planets, Pluto and Uranus also, and what they're doing in this kind of systemic disruption, basically, over a longer period of time. That's the bigger arc of the story. We're also going to talk about the Jovian year. This year it's called Parabhava. And when I explain to you what that means, you'll understand why I'm calling this a major ending cycle before we start anew next year, 2027. We're going to talk about the nodes, the lunar nodes, the eclipses, the pressure points that they create with the eclipses in February, March, and then in August. Tensions building and then resolving, as they always do with eclipses. I think this year's eclipses, though, are more extreme in many ways. Then we're going to talk about the early pressure points that we're already feeling, and you're probably already feeling it yourself. This is build-up of pressure we're going to feel in the first few months. There's an opening mid-year, a kind of sweet spot in the year we're going to talk about, and then late year major review of all of the things that have happened. And then we'll go month by month. So that's what we're going to do today. A reminder of the calculations I use. I use the True Chitra, which is basically placing Spica or Spica, however you want to pronounce it, as 0 degrees of sidereal Libra so that we can calculate 0 degrees of Aries. And that means taking 24 degrees currently from the tropical zodiac. I'm using universal time or Greenwich Mean Time, basically the same thing, and whole sign houses as well as the true nodes. I typically use true nodes when I'm looking at transits, and then I add in the mean nodes as well when I'm looking at clients' charts. But for this, it's just true nodes. So let's just get into the stories. I'm just telling stories, by the way. It's just like me sitting around a campfire and telling a story of 2026. And again, just think about what I said at the beginning of this, not to get lost in it too much. Just listen to it as a story that may unfold in some shape or form, similar to what I might be telling you. So, speaking of stories, these two movies that are coming out, I mean, I always find this fascinating that when you have movies come out about themes that are in the sky, I just always find it fascinating because then I think about, well, the movies are made at different times and then they release them just the right time when it's like reflecting the sky. I just find that amazing. But also, I wonder always to myself, because this also happens a lot when there's movies released that reflect a theme, but then also sometimes those things actually happen in reality. And then sometimes they don't. Sometimes you think, then you wonder, I wonder at least, do those movies that everybody goes to see in the cinema kind of express what that astrology is saying, and then it doesn't have to be expressed otherwise? That's a big thought I always have, because I always believe that astrology has to be expressed in one way or the other. And that's why when I'm doing client work, I tell people, like, maybe you can engage with this more deliberately, consciously, and maybe you then don't have to experience it in other ways that you wouldn't necessarily consciously invite into your life. So that's why my teacher, Pearl Finn, used to tell us when there's a difficult transit, go watch it in the movies, watch it on TV, play a video game, express that theme in some way, shape, or form, because your nervous system doesn't know whether you're watching it on screen or not anyway, right? So maybe you will go to see these movies, but they are basically reflecting the astrology of 2026. The Odyssey is coming out in the summer. The Odyssey obviously is reflecting this big story about Saturn and Neptune and Pisces and eventually making it to Aries. And this hero's return home and then having to fight one last battle at home and to prove himself. That's the journey of Saturn through Pisces and Aries, essentially, with Neptune in Pisces. I mean, you couldn't make this stuff up. The fact that they're releasing it this year is just obviously quite apt. Then the other one is Disclosure Day, Steven Spielberg's new movie in the summer. Now, a lot of people are talking about the potential for disclosure in 2026. I tend not to think that because it's just, I don't know, it's just mind-boggling to think that that would happen in another way, even though I do believe that there's a lot that's been hidden. I would find it amazing that the government would release something like that, but then it could be such a year. If there was a year to pick out that that could happen, it may be 2026, as we'll see. But it could be, again, just a movie. The other thing here, the image I have underneath the UFO is taken from the International Gemini Observatory. This is Three Eye Atlas. I'm sure you've heard all about that. Now, again, I have to kind of just put this in here, and I don't want to be a downer on your vibe if you're thinking about all of this wonderful astrology and all of these people talking about what Three Eye Atlas means and what even just UFOs are and all of these things. Sometimes we have to remember, like, it's human nature that when we live in such uncertain times that we're going to grasp absolutely anything to get some sense of certainty. So the aliens are going to come down and help us. That's kind of what we do. That's a psychological thing. So just recognize that you might be grasping at straws, but maybe not. I might be proven wrong. Like, there might be a big disclosure. Aliens might descend and give us free energy and save the world from nuclear war. Who knows? But I think we have to be mindful of the tendency of the mind kind of going off on that. And this is maybe to say that we don't want to be on the other side of the extreme, which is this other image at the bottom, this meme of the doomer generation, the younger generation who are basically just dropping out and going online and not getting involved at all and just think that the world is going to shit anyway. So, like, why bother? So this is like a big movement now, and it's quite extreme. There's a whole generation of younger people who are lost to us in a sense on the internet. And I won't even tell you the kinds of extremes that they're going to, but if you want to look up doomers and if you want to look up gooners and gooning and all of this, they're getting so lost online right now. And it's understandable, again. So in a way, it's important, I think, to ask yourself, which extreme are you going to? Are you going to the doomer side, or are you going to the aliens or something is going to save us side? right? So this again is played out in the theme of Saturn and Neptune. That's essentially all of these themes represent Saturn and Neptune and Pisces. Are you on the doomer side or are you on the salvation is around the corner? Or even maybe religious side. Maybe you're thinking that it's the second coming. But basically it reflects the Saturn, Neptune, and Pisces theme. So I wrote a few things here about some of the outer planets and their relation to the lunar mansions, which is not typically done, by the way. You don't see any astrologers talking about outer planets and lunar mansions, and I'm going to go through this now. One of the themes that I picked up on looking at this is that 2026 is a year where change is absolutely necessary, like it maybe hasn't been in a few years. Since 2020, actually. The last year that was massive change was 2020, and this is the next one. So it's absolutely necessary when we think about the themes of, for example, Pluto is in Capricorn, sidereal Capricorn, in the lunar mansion called Uttara Ashada, the ladder invincible. And its symbol is the planks of a bed. So it's all about austerities and having to go through austerities to see something through. It will eventually move into Shravana also, by the way, in this year and go back then into Uttarashada. And whatever lunar mansion that we're talking about in Capricorn, we're talking about Capricorn here, all of the themes are around resources and even literally digging up resources from the earth, with Pluto, the lord of the underworld. So there's a whole theme there around sustenance, resources that are needed to sustain something. And the most obvious thing is AI. But also, again, this theme of this bed. I just think that's so fascinating to think about this planks of a bed and an uncomfortable bed more so. That's the key thing about Capricorn. It's an uncomfortable bed. It's an austere bed that no matter how comfortable you try and make it, it just is uncomfortable. And how that eventually can become so uncomfortable that it's no longer your bed, it's your deathbed. It's your funeral pyre. In other words, I know it's dramatic language, but I'm just kind of putting it out there first so that we get over the main big themes of the year. In other words, in your life, if you're doing something and you're stuck in something and you know you need to change, but you cannot, that's when this comfort leads to discomfort, leads to this has to stop. You can't keep doing this anymore. And you can take that personally and also collectively for the world. That we're at a point now where it's like, this can't go on. And that's also reflected in Saturn and Neptune in this Uttara Bhadrapada. So you can see the Uttara signs, the ladder signs, which get very fixed, by the way. Uttara lunar mansions are called fixed lunar mansions. So we get fixed into it. And Uttara Bhadrapada, which is in the middle of Pisces, is even more fixed. And its symbol, again, is a funeral pyre. So it's like, what needs to die? What needs to change? The problem is, I guess, the main thing is Saturn and Neptune in this lunar mansion is showing that change is very, very slow. It's ruled by a serpent of the depths of the ocean. And it's like this, you can imagine this kind of deep stirrings underneath within us that it's just very slow to change anything, especially when you have Saturn and Neptune here. So again, think about what in your life that you're tasked with changing. And if you don't change, if you stay in that comfort or again, discomfort even, but the discomfort in a way becoming comfortable, that is going to be a problem in 2026. The year will begin to force bigger changes also in how we use and distribute energy, as well as our attention and resources. And that's because of Uranus in sidereal Taurus and in the lunar mansions, Kritika, more especially related to energy, and Rohini, which is very much about stuff. So this is a kind of longer term picture that I won't get into here, perhaps as much, but I just wanted to put it out there that we are heading into a future in the next few years where stuff, especially luxury stuff and resource and energy distribution and food supply and you name it, are all going to be challenged. Quite obviously, when we're heading into these kinds of wars. So this is disruptive. Uranus is disruptive. It's in Taurus, and the last time it was in Taurus was World War II. So again, I'm trying to put the kind of heavy stuff first so that we can get over it and you can just think about what the year is opening up for us. We can see it happening already. And I have been predicting this for a few years, and I said it a long time ago. I don't know how many years ago it was now about World War. And I don't think it's going to be a world war like one or two, but I do think we're heading into a world war. And I think we all need to, in a way, I hope I'm wrong, obviously, but I'm not the only astrologer, by the way, sounding the alarm about the astrology in the next few years. But I do think, in another way, that it's not going to be the same, and we don't need to worry about it. We just need to be prepared for it. Again, clock time, psychological time. Situate yourself in the next few years where you can be, living a life that's just not involved in a war-torn country, basically. I know that sounds very cold as well, because then you're considering, yourself, you have to think about yourself and all of that. But let's face it, that's what you're going to have to do at some point. So I know that's all the big stuff, okay, and hopefully it will get a bit sort of lighter after this. But I mean, this is what we're talking about in the coming years. And by the way, I predicted about 10, 15 years ago, actually it's maybe more, 15, 20 years ago, I was in a yoga class teaching astrology to yoga students. And I pulled up the American chart and I said, America looks like it's heading for a civil war. And it was like it was a good laugh for everybody in the group. It was very funny. And I also found it funny that I even said that those words came out of my mouth. And 15 years later, it's not so funny. It looks more real. So astrology, this is not me boasting, by the way. This is just a case of astrologers can actually get things right more so way before the time, because we're not sucked into the vortex that is the current time, and then all the biases and everything else that's going on. So in a way, it's easier to make predictions way off or right before. The harder predictions are made when it's kind of like the interim phase. It's not right before the thing, but it's not years before. They're the hard ones. So let me just recap this for you. The outer planets and lunar mansions. This is the bigger story in the background. Pluto in Uttarashada and Shravana and Abhijit, by the way, which is a very far north of the ecliptic star called Vega. So it's not typically used in natal astrology, but it is absolutely used in timing and rituals and muhurta and all of that in Indian astrology, electional astrology. It's seen as a very auspicious lunar mansion. It's Vega, the bright star, northern star, and it means victorious, Abhijit. The thing is, it's been transited by Pluto this year. So, what to say about that? One of the things I thought about that, Vega being so far north and Pluto being so far underneath, like literally mining for all of the resources under the earth to extract energy, is that all of these extractions that are needed right now to fuel AI, that's basically what I think this is all about. And whether that's good or bad, I'm not saying it. That's not a moralistic stance. I'm just saying that that's what's happening. Obviously, that has to happen for this new AI technology, revolution that we're heading into. But so it is a slow dismantling of our current systems and the way we work, which is Capricorn. Again, I mentioned the planks of a bed and the austerities also that we're all going to have to take on the chin in a way as well to go through this transition in the world and how we do things and how we work and how we bank, all of the Capricorn type of things. And this is ruled by the universal gods, Uttara Shada, and you could correlate that in the Greek myths and deities to Natura. So it's the nature gods essentially. So the fact is, well, that Shravana is ruled by Vishnu, which is very much a god of sustenance and sustaining things. I think all of these themes combined with the Lord of the Underworld is like obviously not necessarily the best situation because, again, the Lord of the Underworld, the Lord of Death, combined with the Lord that wants to sustain things, right? I mean, need I say more? You're basically mining and drilling and taking all of the everything, basically using up everything for this big AI drive. Anyway, won't go on about that because I'm going to sound like I'm being moralistic about it. I'm absolutely not. Neptune in Uttara Bhadrapada, I mentioned this slope deep change. This is the symbol of the funeral cot and this serpent at the depths of the ocean. It just feels slow and deep, and it's also bringing big change because it's so slow. And maybe again in your life, when you think about where Pisces is in your birth chart, that it might be slow to change, but it's happening. So be patient with it. Also consider what Saturn rules in your chart because that's also slowly changing. And then finally, Uranus in Kritika and Rohini, again, or more immediate disruptions, more immediate. I mean, Uranus is still going to take 7 years to go through Taurus. And so lots of disruptions in resources. And again, with luxury items, it's the first thing to go, I think, when people are rationing in war times. But I don't want to go too doom and gloom on that, of course. I just do think that there's going to be major disruptions. It could also be, by the way, this point that I made at the end here in the slide, that when we consider past transits to this lunar mansion, including Saturn's role, Saturn and Pluto and Ketu all met in Kritika when all the overhead power cables were installed in the US in 1883. Now, there you go. That tells you everything you need to know about upcoming transits. It's that we are going through another technological revolution. All of that, think about all of the overhead power cables and electricity being supplied to everybody at that time. This is going to happen in another way. Again, Saturn and Ketu are going to meet here in a few years. Pluto's not here, but it is in a trine to Uranus, just as it was in 1883 with Pluto in Taurus and Uranus in Virgo. Now it's Pluto in Capricorn and Uranus in Taurus. It's still Earth. It's still about this change of the Earth and minerals and resources and how they distribute it and how are we going to adjust to this new AI revolution? How is it going to be rolled out? And it is going to be. There's no denying this. It's just going to be a major adjustment for everybody. So there are big themes. I just again remind you, Pluto's in Capricorn, slow structural changes globally in our work lives, everything to do with banking, all of those Capricorn type of things in governments. Uranus in Taurus, money distribution, all of that, food and resources being disrupted in the coming years. And then Neptune in Pisces, take your pick. Idealism or mass delusion? Are you being deluded or are you being idealistic? So then if we look at the actual bigger players in a way in the traditional Vedic system and the visible planets, as well as the two shadow planets, Saturn and Jupiter, the two big guys, and then the lunar nodes, Rahu and Ketu. So what are they doing? Saturn and Neptune, I mentioned already, is in Pisces. They come together by exact degree on February 20th. This is their first actual exact conjunction. However, they have been so close together in 2025, so you'll probably already feel it. Like I said, again, the doomer thing, the whole kind of idealism thing as well, the kind of wanting to drop out and all of that. So again, it's a slow dissolution. And at the same time, maybe not quite a building a new world yet, but certainly a dissolving, a changing of the old world, like we've just seen happen. That thing that just happened in Venezuela. So again, it's very unclear as to what the motives are when you have Saturn and Neptune conjunct anyway, but in Pisces more so. And we're going to see this more and more in the year, I think, in terms of on the water, on the seas, like these kind of fighting over resources and things like that. Jupiter is in Gemini, Cancer, and Leo. He's going through three signs in the year. And the middle part of the year, it's in Cancer. So that's in its exaltation. That sounds wonderful. And I do think it is. And I think this is where we're getting into more hope now, where it does feel like 2026, something big, I mean, really big, is happening in the summer that changes the whole story and uplifts the people. So I don't know what that is exactly. I could maybe suggest some things, but I do know that it's going to be uplifting. It could be a dire situation though that uplifts. Now, I thought about a lot of things that could be that, for example, somebody taken out of power. But I do think that there's an upliftment coming in the summer, quite obviously with Jupiter exalted in Cancer from 1st of June until the 31st of October. But it's going to be very up and down because it's going in and out of Cancer, and that will also affect the economy because the mood affects the economy. Simple as. Jupiter is a big player in the economy, as is Venus. These are very mood planets. They're all about good moods and feeling good. And when they're in any way challenged, as they will be, more especially towards the end of the year, we're looking at economic issues. But it feels like there's an up in the summer, like May, June especially, but then something massive happening in July, as we'll see. And then things kind of coming crashing down by the end of the year, October, November, in some way, shape, or form. It could be, again, just the mood. Lunar nodes are in Aquarius and Leo for most of the year until the end of November, at least. Then they move into Capricorn, Cancer. And so we're seeing this kind of drive with Aquarius towards Aquarius more so with the North Node Rahu and then away from Leo. So that means this rejection of people in power and people literally been taken out of power. I think Maduro is just the beginning. And by the time Ketu makes it into Magha at the beginning of Leo, in the middle part of the year, I think we're going to see an escalation of people have been taken out of power or just dropping out or for whatever reason, I don't know. This tends to show this exaggeration towards Aquarius and this online as well as offline mob mentality, basically, and this raging against authority, rising up against authority. We're going to see a lot more revolutions, or let's maybe just call it protests in 2026, especially when Jupiter goes into Cancer in the summer. We saw this before. This happened before when Jupiter was in Cancer and Pluto opposite during the French Revolution. It's happening again. So I think that's kind of a given. The Saturn Neptune, again, it's worth repeating because this is the background weather all year. This dissolution of certainty and old narratives, the confusion, misinformation, and disillusionment that everybody's feeling on some level. And again, you might not be acknowledging you're feeling that and then wanting to imagine that the three-eye atlas is coming to save us or something. I don't know. This AI slop thing is another thing, though, where I've noticed where I'm online now and I'm like, no. And I'm actually shutting off devices more and more because I just don't want to watch AI slop. It's like it could be amazing in one way, but I just know immediately when it's AI and I don't want to watch it. So this question of what is real, what's not real is Saturn Neptune. This term, enshittification, is by this author, Cory Doctorow. He's a journalist and he wrote this book called Enshittification. Basically, it's about online platforms that used to give you more, they now give you less and they charge you more. So we're just seeing an increase of this, but you could also say there's an offline enshittification as well. You're just not getting as much as, good value and good experiences. Everything is just turned into some sort of, I don't know. It's again the Saturn Neptune thing. Weak boundaries and borders, by the way, major movement of people, obviously. Moral as well as political and financial boundaries are weakened during this time. Institutions are struggling, obviously, and regimes fall. I mean, Maduro, again, I just think is the beginning of it, but who knows where it's gonna land. Extreme storms and floods are the most obvious thing to say about. It's almost like most obvious thing to say about Saturn and Neptune and Pisces. It's too obvious. But we are unfortunately going to see major storms and major flooding and maybe the flood this year, 2026. These are, just for your notes, the lunar mansions as Saturn moves through Pisces. And there is going to be a different flavor in each one. At the end of January this year, it's going to go back into Uttara Bhadrapada, the ladder one, the fixed one, the slow to change one. But again, making things change. And then it's going to go by May until October into Revati, which is the very last lunar mansion of the zodiac. This is where the end is coming in more so, or the feeling that things are ending more so. And again, it's the summer. It's just this really pivotal time this summer. And when you'll see the month of October, you'll see why. It goes back to Uttara Bhadrapada though again in October until the following year, and then to Revati, then to Ashwini, into Aries by the summer of 2027, where again, it's like literally the Odyssey, where we've been through the whole journey and then we get home and then nobody recognizes us. And then we're like, having to fight for our place again. So, I don't have to go into that story anymore. You can just understand it in your own experience and how that's going to play out for you in relation to whatever Saturn, again, represents for you. Jupiter's transits, then, again, it's quite brief in each one because it's moving through three different sun signs. So it's going to start in Gemini, in Purnarvasu, and then move into Cancer by June 1st. So it's going to then move into Pushya, a more auspicious lunar match from June 18th till August 18th. And then it's going to go into Ashlesha very quickly. You can see this going really fast. It's Jupiter's doing this thing for the next many years, by the way, like it did last year, moving into a sign, briefly going through for 5 months, going back out of the sign and going back in the sign. And it's going to keep doing that until 2032. So every single sign it goes into from now on until it reaches Aquarius, opposite, it's going to do this quick in, quick out, back in, back out. So there's a lot of kind of Jupiterian sort of up and down, in and out, trying to figure things out, trying to adjust policies and legislation to how things are changing so rapidly and, getting it wrong the first time and having to go back and redo it. This is a huge thing. So as I said, it goes into Shlesha in August until October, then goes out, goes into Magha, into Leo, October to January 2027, but then goes back. That whole end of 2026 and beginning of 2027 is where massive things are going to change in the world, in the economy, and you name it, because Jupiter is going to do so with the South Node, Ketu, and with Mars going in and out of Cancer, the very end of Cancer, beginning of Leo, back into Cancer. This threshold is quite volatile, so it just means that there's going to be a lot of ups and downs in the economy and in our general sense of what's possible. Even though, again, I do think overall it being exalted for most of the year until June of 2027, there is this hope. There is hope despite everything. It's almost like there's hope because of everything. There's hope because everything's falling apart in a way that things will be put back together better or things will be changed for the better. So then the lunar nodes, Rahu is now in Shatabishaj, the sign of the healers. We're going to see a lot. I'm going to talk about this in my predictions section. A lot more around healing, new technologies around healing, maybe AI is involved in that more. It's there until it reaches Dhanishta by June of this year until the following spring 2027. Dhanishta is what I call the allied one. And we're having the eclipse in Dhanishta in February. We're going to talk about that. When you hear the word allied, you know that you're talking about war. You're talking about allies. You're talking about countries having to reform alliances with an eclipse. So Rahu moving through Dhanishta will more especially create this kind of environment for having to change alliances, as we can see, but it's going to ramp up. On the other side of the zodiac, then we have Ketu currently in Purva Falguni, which is in Leo, which is more of a kind of the theme around the Epstein thing and all of the kind of entertainment industry and all of these celebrities that are like being shown for who they really are. That's Ketu. It rips off the veneer, Ketu, and exposes people. It hasn't really hit Leo hard yet, but it will when it reaches Magha by April until November. That's when leaders are going to have a reckoning in the summer. I won't go into Ashlesha because it's then going back Cancer and we're kind of getting ahead of the game there, but it's definitely one to look at now and understand there's a huge transition in terms of leadership and their effect on security issues and all of that when Leo becomes Cancer. Taking a break from the big, the big stories that are quite, as you can tell, quite big. I want you to now ponder your own birth chart. I want you to think about not just your sun signs, your Rashi, but also your nakshatra, where your lunar mansion is. The moon, more especially, just think about where the moon is in your chart. And this is how you can correlate it. So, considering all those lunar mansions that I mentioned, especially the big ones like Saturn, Jupiter's transits, Rahu, Ketu, look at those in this list. Look at those lunar mansions. As an example, Saturn I mentioned is in Uttara Bhadrapada, which is correlated with Saturn. So what would you do with that? Well, first of all, you need to know where your moon is. Which lunar mansion is your moon in? Find it in the list and then look across and what planet it associates with in the list of planets or grahas. And then count from that to Saturn inclusively. So I'll give you an example. If somebody was born with the moon in Bharani, that correlates with Venus. So for the person with the moon in Bharani to consider how will Saturn's transit in Pisces and Uttara Bhadrapada affect me, you count from Venus to Saturn inclusively. Venus 1, Sun 2, Moon 3, Mars 4, Rahu 5, Jupiter 6, Saturn 7. So that's a count of 7. So I want you to do that for yourself. If you're watching the playback, you can pause and do it for yourself, at least for your moon. If you're really fast at this and you know all of this already, you can do it with your ascendant also, but do start with your moon. Don't do too many for now because that might just confuse you. But what are you doing here? Well, what's the point? Well, the point is you want to understand how is your moon, your being, affected by Saturn's transit, by Jupiter's transit, whichever transit, according to these 9 nakshatras, the Navataras. And in the next slide, I'm going to show you how it will hit, how it will impact. So again, if you're watching the playback, you can do that, pause it and do it for yourself. And then the next slide, we're going to show you how that impacts. So these are the 9. Generally, these are the impacts of each 9 Navatara. So the first one, if it's in the first one from your moon, all about new beginnings. resets. If it's the second one, it's all about wealth. That will obviously make a big difference in whether it's Saturn or Jupiter, of course. Jupiter having an impact on the second star from your moon is a very different experience to Saturn. So it's still about wealth though, either way, whether it's a growth, resources, support, or maybe with Saturn, it's more about steady growth, let's say. Third one, there might be some obstacle, challenge, disruption, testing you. Fourth one is more about well-being, stability, protection, and ease. Again, it depends on the planets. If it's the nodes, if you're looking at the nodes and they're in the fourth star from your moon, that might not be as stable. That might be creating instability actually, because it's creating change. That's what the nodes do. The fifth one, maybe more oppositional forces or confrontation or some correcting course. Sixth one, some achievement that you're experiencing. Maybe Saturn is maybe better tasked at that, sustained effort, discipline. Maybe Jupiter actually doesn't want to do that, but it's still giving you the knowledge to be able to grow in that kind of more sustained way. Seventh one is again maybe more challenging because it's asking you to complete something and change course again. And then the eighth star is seen as assisting you, cooperating you in some way. Ninth star, even more so, aligning you and maybe more of a sense of flow. So again, if you need to pause watching the playback, do so. So my predictions. That was just giving you a break from the big stuff. Now we're going to get into the big stuff again. Okay, I'm giving you these predictions as, my sort of like, oh, I wonder, I wonder. It's like, again, not set in stone, obviously. I'm not psychic. I don't have a crystal ball. I'm just looking at the patterns and I'm looking at patterns repeating. That's what I do. And, I don't know, I haven't worked out a percentage. I'm going to actually do this with the help of AI, perhaps. I'm going to put in all of my previous year's predictions and ask it to tell me how many I got right and see if I can get a percentage just to get a gauge. But I tend to, I think, get quite a lot right. So let's see. Now, a lot of these, by the way, before we see them, they are in a way almost obvious, and you're like, God, duh. You probably would be able to predict them even without the help of astrology, but I'm going to tell you why I'm using some of the astrology afterwards. Okay, so here are my predictions for 2026. Massive storm and floods, like the flood, and maybe even a major tsunami. Now, we've seen tsunamis already in 25, but I think we're going to see the tsunami, maybe because of a like major earthquake. So that's one side. The other side of that then is the droughts, the water restrictions, the water issues. Obviously, again, if you don't know, massive amounts of water needed to build infrastructure for AI. Massive. Fires, volcanoes, all of those things, seismic activity. This is obviously all to do with the nodes and Saturn, Neptune, and Pisces and all of the above, right? Mars triggering all of that. I'll show you again month by month how this is all hitting month by month. Explosions and attacks, again, Mars is going to be involved in that a lot. Cybersecurity issues, blackouts even maybe. It's also a lot to do with Mars and Uranus. Mars squaring Uranus and Mars conjunct Uranus, more especially in July. Uprisings and revolutions, and maybe revolutions is a bit of a strong word, but I don't think so. I mean, we're seeing it because we've already seen it in 2025, the Gen Z revolutions in the Far East. I mean, I think we're living in such revolutionary times anyway that we don't know it's happening. It's like that analogy of the frog being slowly boiled in water. It's like we just don't know what's going on when you see what's happening in the world. It's like there's a lot going on. Um, Major pushback though from those revolutions, from entrenched. Now, I may have to be careful with this word because I think people might react to this, especially US citizens here. Plutocracies. So I would remind you, though, that the current US government was inaugurated during an exact Sun-Pluto conjunction in Capricorn in the 10th house. And it also means that every inauguration from, I don't know, from now until Pluto's done by 2040 is going to have Sun conjunct Pluto in Capricorn because the inauguration is like clockwork. It happens with Aries rising every time. That means Capricorn's in the 10th house and Pluto's there and the sun is there. Every time now for the next many inaugurations in the US. Concentration of wealth. Massive wealth transfer, though, is another thing, another possibility. And massive wealth transfer because of Jupiter moving into Cancer opposing Pluto, right? But on the good side, also philanthropy, because you'll see a lot of charts of people who are philanthropists with Jupiter and Pluto major engagements like oppositions, conjunctions. I've seen it more, I think, in oppositions. So we're having this again. Now, what does this mean? It could mean that because of some issues wealth-wise, that there's also a lot of philanthropy going on, or because of some major catastrophe in the world, some people who are like billionaires and now also becoming trillionaires might have to step up. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being a bit too idealistic with that, but I do think there will be a lot of that kind of philanthropy. Fall of a prominent leader or leaders. Or I wrote this a few weeks ago. We're already seeing it, right? So Maduro is taken out. We're going to see other people taken out or stepping down or whatever. As well as I do think a prominent CEO, maybe of a tech company. And I'll tell you why that is as well in the transits in terms of Aquarius, what's going on there. Major pressure on Aquarius. Borders tighten further, obviously. Some become more diffuse, of course. That's why you would tighten them. Major migration issues because of catastrophes, potentially, but also possibly for another because of another war. Again, we're seeing it happen. Maybe even another virus. Maybe more, well, obviously more natural disasters. That's an ongoing thing. Migration of people because of those. So again, borders are having to be tightened. And maybe even also adding 2026 a biosecurity threat. So this is a major thing with what's going on in Aquarius and the hemming in of Aquarius and how all of this plays out. I'm going to show you again month by month the transits. More regulations for social media companies, again, all pinned around Aquarius. This possible stock market correction by the end of the year into 2027 is, in a way, I don't know if it's inevitable, but I do think it's likely. And, I called it a couple of years ago. I thought there might be a stock market crash even by the end of 2023. This time, I don't know. I do think it's more likely than last time. And I don't want to be the boy who cried wolf or anything, but I do think it's likely a major correction. Again, however, because Jupiter is exalted and it's doing that whole correction by the end of the year into 2027, it is going back to exaltation. So it could be like very up and down. So be mindful if the markets are going up and up in the summer, I would say, because if it's going up, it can only go down, right? It's got further to fall. But then it could also go up again the following year. So I think that there could be lots of ups and downs basically because of Jupiter. Economic changes, obviously caused by tariffs potentially, um, security concerns, any manner of disasters. I just find this so interesting that the digital euro has been announced for mid 2027. And that's tying so perfectly in with the transits of late 26 and early 27 with the Jupiter, Mars, and South Node conjunction. I mean, I don't know though if it's brought in quicker to help deal with the sort of fallout or if it's actually it that creates the challenges economically. If bringing in digital currencies are what drives a crash. I don't know which is which, to be honest. Maybe it's chicken and egg. Continued changes in the wider economy, obviously, with workforce changes and all of that, and advancements in AI. Also, there will be a lot more regulations with AI this year for sure, with the tightening squeeze on Aquarius as soon as Rahu moves out. So more limitations. We're already seeing that, by the way, already with social media, where they're preventing children now logging on. So we're going to see probably more of that. But there are also going to be more advances in technologies with Rahu in Aquarius and maybe more health advancements as well as mental health conditions. This is all tied in with Shad, the 100 healers. I mean, that's almost too obvious to say. Last time Rahu was here 18 years ago, we had a lot of technological advancements. The iPhone came out. Interestingly enough, just today, my iPhone died. I don't know if that's a omen, but my iPhone died, and I was thinking about that. I was actually in a panic for a while, and then I was thinking, what am I panicking? Why do I need my iPhone? Oh my God, am I that reliant on it? And then I was worried about it that because I'm flying home in a couple of weeks, and I'm realizing, oh, wait a minute, they don't allow you to print out your boarding pass anymore with the airline I'm flying with. So, my God, I don't have my phone. How am I gonna? So it was this very brief panic, by the way. It wasn't too much, because I realized there's a get around, there's a go around, but it's still like we're so online that any kind of disruption, it's like we freak out. So can you imagine now in 2026 having blackouts, having security threats like cyber attacks, and then your bank account is threatened in some way or something like that? It's like it does. obviously create this instability, and that's also part of Uranus and Taurus. So the other thing about this is home security, which will be a big theme with Jupiter and Cancer, by the way, opposite Pluto, and then returning in 2027. So there's likely to be, again, as you'll see in the month by month, major escalation in something or blow up of something in the summer, leading to a need to put in some sort of security issues or legislation or something by later on in the year, and then returning to that and revisiting and maybe redrafting these security sort of things, home security. That's Cancer, basically. So I want to talk about this now, the last sentence here, and talk about this new lunar year, end of a cycle and a beginning of a new one. They're called the Jovian years. Samvatsara, they're called in India. So a Jovian year basically is when we look at the transit of Jupiter and Saturn combined, essentially. So this year's Jovian year I mentioned at the beginning is Para Bhava. It begins on March 19th. It's the new moon in Pisces. There is Saturn Neptune again dominating the background of that. Jupiter itself is changing sign 3 times. That's the whole theme. Lunar nodes change later on in the year. This is the end of an era. I know I keep saying that, but I do think this is a big changing year. So March 19th, we have this new moon, Parabhava, literally means, and I'm using a Sanskrit dictionary, an online one, because they're better because they can give you a whole list of words for one word, because Sanskrit is a root language and it has many different translations for one word. And you kind of almost in a way got to find the words that work in context. You can't just like pick any word because in a different context, it would not make sense. But if you look at all the words that I was picking, what's the theme? Parabhava means defeat, humiliation, collapse, reversal. This is why this is a year of endings more than anything else. Power structures are weakened or exposed. This is an ongoing theme anyway because of Ketu moving through Leo. Leaders face loss of authority or legitimacy. What appears stable begins to unravel. So this is something I did with the help of AI. So this is I am myself now bringing in AI. It's inevitable. Where I asked an LLM, those language models, because it's a language model, I thought, wait a minute, okay, why don't I ask it to give me a pattern here? Because there must be a pattern than the obvious traditional pattern. So let me explain. So basically, traditionally in Indian astrology, you have Jupiter's transit and Saturn's transit combined. Jupiter takes 12 years to go around. Saturn takes about 30 years. And the common pattern that is looked at within that is a 60-year cycle because they're going to come back to the same position after 60 years, after every 60 years, right? And then what they do traditionally is then break that down into 12 5-year cycles because Jupiter's 12 years and they do 12 5-year cycles. I'm not saying you shouldn't do that, but that's what they do. But I asked this AI to do it for me. I asked it, first of all, to look at all of these words that I've translated from Sanskrit and all the 60 years. So you have 60 years altogether, and then they repeat again, right? And I fed it in, and then it found a pattern that is not given in text anywhere. A 10-year cycle. So again, they typically use 5-year cycles. This is a 10-year cycle, and it found a very distinct pattern in each of the 10 years. So 6 10-year cycles, 60 years altogether. This is our current one, and we'll look at where we are and the last one. Now, these words I chose because, again, there are different words that would translate from these Sanskrit words that, again, would not necessarily suit the context. So I thought, wait a minute, let's think about the context. So I am picking and choosing in a way, but like, I don't know if we can even say I'm cherry picking because I'm just choosing words that reflect what was going on. And they are direct translations of these Sanskrit words. Like, for example, the first one, delay, then suspension, changeability, gloom, right? 2020, 2021. I could have used nighttime. I could have used midnight is another translation of that. But I use gloom. Okay. Then returning. You literally couldn't make this up. This is an important one to consider here. This gloom in 2020 to 21 into 22 to returning. You get it? I hope you're getting what I'm saying. What happened in 21 to 22 or 2020 to 22. Then we have good intentions, refinement, anger, krodha, wealth of all. That might not seem to make sense unless you actually really thought about what's going on this year. And then this year into next year, as we start this New Year cycle from March this year until next year, defeat. So who's defeated? Well, I think the whole thing is defeated. I think the whole thing is coming crashing down in a way. So Parabhava is the culmination, the breaking point before jumping into something new, because the next year is the start of another 10-year cycle, according to AI anyway. And this is the Plavanga year. And look at Plava in 21 to 22, this returning. Now we have Plavanga, which is this leaping, not just returning, but leaping into something new. So there's major new changes coming next year, 2027. So then obviously want to look back in history. Well, how is this actually repeated over 60-year cycles? So you just literally look back 60 years and you go 67. So 66, 67. 60 years later, we're in 2026, 27. 60 years before that, 906, 907. If you know your history, you're already having alarm bells ring now. 1846 to 47, 1786, 87, 1726, 27. So these were massive periods of change, even just within a year, massive. Like the Great Famine in Ireland, 1846, 87, it reached a peak at that point. That's crashing of the whole system in Ireland. 1906, 1907, San Francisco earthquake, right? Everything came crashing down. Even 66, 67, that was a whole, like, let me show you. I'm going to actually show you what went on in terms of, here's a few things to think about to make you sleep well tonight. Okay, 66, 67, Chinese Revolution. India went through its own revolution in a sense, with a major change of leadership, essentially, not a revolution. But then we had a sterling crisis in Britain, the pound. Vietnam War, remember in the 60s? That's when the whole narrative collapsed in US. Okay, so that's significant. Again, the whole theme of this year is collapse before new beginnings, right? Before then, 1906, 1907, San Francisco earthquake, Russian Revolution, the panic of 1907, banking panic, revolution in India. And then again, 6 years before then, 1846, 47, the Irish famine. Europe was in a crisis at the time as well, in revolutions leading into 1848, and then a lot of political instability in the monarchy and empires. So basically, this every 16-year cycle shows themes that you can look at every 60 years, and also personally, because obviously you're only going to go through this once, right, at the age of 60, unless you live to 120, I guess. But basically, you're going to go through this at 60, and why 60 years of age is such a profound turnover in a way in your life. But in the world, it goes through this all the time, obviously, and we need to look back and back and back in all these themes. So every cycle of Parabhava, anyway, that we've seen in the past has shown major collapse of already stressed structures, whether political, economic, social, even infrastructure. Remember that massive earthquake in San Francisco? Something that has been showing signs of cracks for years finally breaks. And I guess we're all getting a sense of something's coming down the pike, and we're all kind of a bit nervous about it as well. That's all the thing that's going on for us all. And in every case, the subsequent year, which is the Plavanga year coming up next year, 2027, beginning 2027, brings massive change, whether it's mass global revolt or economic reform. Again, this doesn't have to be a bad thing. I mean, I think reform is positive, especially when we consider what's going on in the world right now. So let's move on. We're going to look at some charts now. And just to remind everyone what the theme of the year is, it's a year of collapse before renewal, faith tested through uncertainty, leaders stripped of authority, and these loud and quiet revolutions. Quiet, I mean by, maybe it's just like people revolting in a way on their own. Again, the doomer generation or movement, an online movement more so maybe, is people logging on to kind of trip out, to kind of just get away from reality. So in a way, that's a quiet revolution. It's that maybe their only way they can do it. Let's face it. I'm not sitting here in judgment. We do it ourselves. I do it too. I sometimes binge watch Netflix. Do you know what I mean? I'm not immune to it. But it's like it's a way of just coping with things. So it's like you might call a quiet revolution. But loud revolutions are more likely in 2026 than have been in the last few years. Literally, I mean, taking to the streets. So this is for a few charts now for the New Year on March 19th. Basically, you just draw up a chart for the new moon for the capital city of whatever country you're looking at. For this one, I've used, for EU, I've used Brussels, and which actually is the same rising sign for both Ireland and UK, for those watching it from Ireland and UK. So it's going to be Scorpio rising. So this is the new moon on March 19th. It is a new moon always in Pisces every year, so nothing changes there. And therefore, the ruler of the new moon is always Jupiter. And you want to look at what Jupiter is doing. You also want to look at the day lord. In this case, it's Mercury, just so you know. And it's doing quite a lot. So Jupiter is in the eighth house, Mercury sign, aspecting Mercury in the fourth house, conjunct Rahu, the north node, the eclipse, conjunct Mars. This is quite tense, I would say. I think it's just highlighting the ongoing tension in terms of the migration issue, in terms of the economy, in terms of more especially housing, fourth house. And all of those mixed anyway. They're all mixed up anyway, as you can see here in this chart. The fifth house is more auspicious in some ways, but it's also about speculation. And the fourth Lord Saturn in the fifth house. Yeah, I don't know. And with Venus exalted is positive for sure. And so there might be more of a sense of positivity in terms of creating better housing in Europe or trying movements perhaps that consider this more and more. I don't even know if we can say they're not considering it now, but certainly they will consider it more. And maybe they have to because of the way it's, become something much bigger and will just continue to be the case. But the fifth house in another way in a country's chart is very much about political power. So I mean, I don't know if this is looking good in a way for people in power with the Saturn Neptune conjunction in the fifth house, to be honest with you. There's a lot of kind of idealism, yes, but and movements again that consider everybody. I do think that's more positive in Europe. But again, there's a lot of financial issues with this chart, essentially. And one of the things I wanted to draw your attention to, which is something to think about throughout the summer, is this configuration with all of the visible planets either conjunct or on one side of the lunar nodes, Rahu and Ketu, north and south nodes. So yeah, I guess with this chart in particular, again, Ireland, UK, EU is the housing crisis and leadership, fourth and 10th house. That's where it's kind of all kind of nestled around. So I think maybe we have to think about that as a big issue for the year. Anyway, there's always so much to say about any chart. And Uranus in the seventh house and maybe disrupting relations with other countries and so on and so on. That Mars Rahu is definitely troublesome. It's not a great combination to have, and an exact conjunction with Rahu and Mercury as well is, and a Mercury retrograde at that is definitely troublesome. Again, in terms of the homeland and housing and all of these issues. For the US, then it becomes Libra. If we draw it up for Washington, D.C. So now all of those planets with the new moon head into the sixth house of conflict, essentially. Also debts. And then though Jupiter actually is ruler of the third and the sixth, which is itself an issue for Libra. But we might say for the country with that Jupiter in the ninth house in terms of policies and laws and things like that and fighting in that way. Maybe it's more fighting in the courts than anything else, let's say. But it's still fighting, one of the big themes for the year because Jupiter is such an important planet, remember. Mercury is in the fifth with Mars and Rahu as the ruler of the ninth. You know, there's definitely a lot of fighting in the courts, I would say, around, well, quite obviously, it's already started. But that fifth and 11th house is also, again, very much about political power and gains. And, this is going to be one of the kind of sticking points, I think, for the US. Yeah, political power and that being a big sticking point. When I show you what's going on in the summer, especially, I think there's going to be major changes in leadership. For Canada, then it actually slips back into Virgo if we use the capital in Canada, and therefore placing all of these planets in the seventh house and that Mars, Rahu, Mercury in the sixth. As you know, that looks quite conflicted in many ways. Jupiter aspecting from the 10th, so some maybe conflict within the leadership in Canada. If indeed 2026 escalates a war or wars, there might be some conflict in that sense, maybe around how they take a position, and especially when we think about the US and, Greenland, what's going on there. And there is an eclipse in August that literally is going to be viewed in Greenland. So I think that's going to be pulled into the debate a lot more in 2026. Then for Australia and China, we have the same rising. So I just lumped them in together. Taurus rising. This changes a lot, obviously, because it then places the new moon in the 11th house with Jupiter in the second. So this is very much about money. And we see then the Mars, Rahu, and Mercury conjunction in the 10th house of the leader. So this is very afflicted, this house. Again, any house that this is in is afflicted. So I mentioned in Europe, it's housing. In Australia, China, it's leadership. And then for Russia, it's Sagittarius. So now well, this is kind of obvious. For Russia, it's placing these in the third house of war, of fighting. Kind of obvious. Mars, Rahu, and Mercury. Mercury, the seventh and 10th Lord in the third house. There's a lot of fighting here, obviously. But there's also a challenge here for the leader of the country. The new moon then is in the fourth house, homeland. Yeah, this is quite a conflicted chart in many ways. So there's just some of the charts. Now I'm going to go through in terms of the kind of pre-post New Year. Again, the New Year is on March 19th. Pre-lunar New Year, this is like a pressure cooker building. You might be feeling it already, but certainly in February and March, it's going to be like major pressure cooker because we have a solar eclipse on February 17th with Mars and Pluto on one side and Saturn and Neptune on the other side, hemming in the eclipse. And Venus is there hemmed in as well. And it's going to be like, this is a real pivotal time, I think. And at the same time, just 3 days later, but really throughout that whole February period, we have Saturn and Neptune exactly conjunct. So it's going to feel very tense and uncertain and what the hell is happening. It could be an Earth thing, Earth changes in a big way, but it could also be political in more obvious ways. Then Mars and North Node are conjunct in March. So February, March is a real hotbed. March, there's also an eclipse in March. I'm going to show you all the eclipses now. And then we have Mercury retrograde as well, end of February into March, and then stationing with the North Node Rahu. So it's going to be also very confusing. There's a lot of intensity, a lot of confusion, a lot of disinformation, and disinformation more so than misinformation with Rahu typically. So yeah, just a hotbed before even the new year begins. And again, don't forget, the new year doesn't begin until March 19th. After the new year, then, this post-lunar new year is quite a complex time overall, but it's a lot of ups and downs, so it's not all bad. And I'm trying to stay away from black and white language like good and bad, but certainly it's intense. Okay. So we have a Mars, Saturn, and Neptune triple conjunction on April 19th, which is supposed to be the most auspicious day of the year. And indeed it is, because the sun and moon are both exalted. April 19th. Wonderful. Except Mars, Saturn, and Neptune are all conjunct in Pisces. So it's so tense. So it's almost like, what would I say about it? It's another year of like high hopes and high fears, high tensions, big time. So you're like wondering, sitting there thinking, where's the let up? Can I have some easeful times? Well, they're coming, and they're coming in May, June. May, June is the sweet spot in the year, and it's typically the sweet spot in any given year. But this year, I think even more so because of all the intensity prior and after. So May, June, book everything for May, June. Enjoy yourself May, June. Like put everything that you want to do that's fun in May, June. Mars is in its own sign, Venus in its own sign, Mercury in its own sign. They're swapping signs as well at some point, Venus and Mercury. But May, June is a sweet spot for sure. And then into June, we have Jupiter exalted for the rest of the summer until October 31st. So that's wonderful. Again, except for that it's opposite Pluto. July 20th is the exact opposition. That's going to create its own issues, but it's still exalted. But that to me, again, screams major May, June, and onwards, good times, and then bubble bursting later on in the year. Because then we have in July something happening, major happening in July. I mean, I don't think we can escape this happening in July when Mars conjoins Uranus and Taurus on July 4th. Just so happens to be America's 250th birthday. Apart from that, it's squaring the South Node Ketu in Leo. And there's so much else going on besides. I mean, July is a hotbed of a month. I mean, it's the kind of the hottest month, both figuratively and literally, I think. And there'll be lots going on. I know there is lots going on anyway in the summer, but this is going to be a lot to deal with. And that kind of intensity, we can't keep it up for long and it will crash at some point. And it could be really good stuff as well, but it just looks worrisome when you see Mars conjunct Uranus and Taurus. And the last time we had this kind of combination was after World War II, at the end of World War II, unfortunately, for that fateful day, those 2 days where those atomic bombs were dropped. That was a Mars conjunct Uranus and Taurus. So I don't say that to kind of freak you out. I say it to just be mindful of something potentially escalating to something that kind of level or threat. And we cannot sit here in ignorance and think that and be so naive to think that, oh, we're so much more evolved now as a species that we wouldn't do that. I don't think we are at all any more involved. I think we've devolved. So we do have to be mindful of that potential in July, but I'm hoping I'm wrong about that and that it's something else. And the other thing that it could be is that a leader, a very prominent leader, is taken out. And that's because of Mars is square to Leo. I won't say who that is. I think you know who I'm talking about. But it does look like this person could be taken out because of other things that I've looked at, other charts around this person that seem to be changing everything in July. After all of that, because it's quite a lot to deal with in July, then it kind of maybe settles down a little bit, but not really, because then we've got eclipses in August. I'm going to show you those eclipses now. And then September, we got more strength maybe, but then October, November, it all kind of comes crashing down in a way. And this is where Mars and Jupiter and South Node Ketu all meet in October, November, while we have a Venus and a Mercury retrograde. It's very complex, October, November. November maybe is the most complex time, the first half of November, especially. And I think there's going to be a lot of kind of fallout from whatever's happened in the summer. But in another way, it's like what goes up must come down. There could be also high hopes again because something amazing happens in the summer. So I don't want to say that it's not amazing, because one of the things I want to say about this July period as well, Uranus is in Taurus, trine Pluto in Capricorn, sextile Neptune and Saturn in Pisces, and Jupiter is going to trine and sextile these planets. So that to me and to other astrologers as well, it looks like such a positive thing in another way. So my only reading of that when we see a Mars and Uranus thrown in the mix is that there's something explosive, revelatory, but it's some major thing happening, but that leads to some sort of positive outcome eventually. I mean, it's the only way I can think about it. I don't know what that could be though. And my first reading of it was something's happening to somebody and they're taken out of power, and then there's a kind of more hopeful look at things. But then it could also be like the energy thing. It could be some discovery even. Maybe there's some discovery with energy and there's some breakthrough. I don't know, maybe with nuclear fusion or something. I don't know. I'm trying to think of the positive side as well, and instead of just thinking about nuclear strikes, maybe it's nuclear fusion, and that creates this kind of new way of looking at energy. Maybe it is the aliens that come and give us a free source of energy. We're about to blow ourselves up, and they kind of come and save the day. I don't know. Whatever it is, because obviously I don't know, it is dramatic, July. I think it's the most dramatic month of the year. So, eclipses. Let's get into them. We have four typically every year. Again, this year, the annular solar eclipse on February 17th. That's a hotbed I mentioned. 4 degrees of Aquarius. If you have any planets there or nearabouts, pay attention. What is that planet, first of all? If you were born around 17th of February, pay attention. Big changes for you. Again, and that's not negative. Changes are necessary. Eclipses are positive. It's just that globally, collectively, we don't handle them well. Individually, that's a very different story. And that's another thing to say about all of these transits, by the way. When I talk about the world, that's why it seems so doom and gloom, or it's just big and dramatic and explosive. Individually, this is an amazing year. And you might be wondering, why have it taken me like an hour and a half to actually say something positive? But I have done a separate 5 hour recording going through each sign by sign and looking at the more positive aspects of all of these transits that you can look at. So you'll be able to like click through to your sign. I'll timestamp it. and see that actually these transits are very positive, and even eclipses, because it's showing change that has to happen. There's a total lunar eclipse then at 18 degrees of Leo on the 3rd of March. So that 2 week window there, February 17th, 3rd of March, a lot happening. Mercury's retrograde as well. A lot of change going on already in the beginning of the year. Then we have a total solar eclipse again in August 12th at 25 degrees of Cancer, another hotbed in a way. And this eclipse, and I'll show you this, is going to be the first visible eclipse in Europe since 1999. So it's quite exciting for people in Europe. In Spain, it's going to be Greenland, Iceland, and north of Spain, and Mallorca that you'll be able to see it. And lots of people, I'm sure, will be flocking to see it. And it is a total solar eclipse, so it's dramatic. These tend to show dramatic things. I think, Iceland is dramatic already with volcanoes. Greenland is dramatic already because of like the threat of being taken over by the US or whatever. All of that is going on. The eclipse in February is not visible in any kind of major landmass. It's visible in Antarctica, but obviously that's not affecting necessarily anyone in any countries. And then there's a partial lunar eclipse at 10 degrees of Aquarius. So really note where, or if you have any planets in any way near these eclipse degrees. This is the solar eclipse on February 17th. As you can see, it's just in Antarctica. So it's still important though. You have to again think about where is Aquarius for you, even if it's not by degree, there's likely maybe you have some planets somewhere in the sign. Even if you don't, it's still a part of your life. Aquarius, wherever that sits in your chart, that's a part of your life that's changing in a big way in February. And because we can draw this back to last year with the eclipses here, this is in a way kind of whole reset of this area of your life. And then 2 weeks later, then this kind of resolution, perhaps after all of the shakeup on February 17th, by March 3rd, we have this kind of resolution with this lunar eclipse in Leo. Again, think about leaders. Ketu in Leo is going to be a major theme throughout the year anyway. And then 6 weeks or 6 months later, we have the next set of eclipses. This is the one on August 12th. Look at it streak down from Greenland, Iceland, Spain. This is why people are getting excited about this one. Again, it's the first one in Europe, total eclipse in Europe, visible since 1999. If you have any planets again around 25 degrees of Cancer, check those. And then finally, we have one at 10 degrees of Aquarius, finishing out in a way. And because this is the lunar one, remember in February, we have a solar one. This is now a lunar one, resolving the issues that have been brought up now for actually a couple of years in Aquarius. Now, whether that's generally the tech issue or whatever in your own life, again, wherever Aquarius sits, and the opposite Leo. And then also because the previous Cancer eclipse is coming in, even though Ketu doesn't move into Cancer until the end of the year, we're getting a flavor, a taste of what this home security thing and security issues in general are going to be like. And it's going to be a big theme moving into 2027. Okay, so another thing I want to mention is the eclipse degrees getting triggered. So Mercury is triggering it in February, Venus in February, Mars in March. February, March is a trigger point for sure for Aquarius. And then Rahu, the North Node, later on, September, October. Again, just periods to be mindful of because they tend to get triggered through events when planets transit over the eclipse degrees. Then Ketu has already transited over the 18-degree mark of Leo, by the way. That's not a coincidence that it's at this time that the Epstein files were released because Ketu removes things, it removes the veil and shows things. And Venus will trigger it in July this year. Then we have the Cancer eclipse getting triggered in June, Mercury in August, Jupiter in September, October, and then Mars transits this in November. November is a huge month. And then finally, the 10-degree Aquarius is getting triggered as well, February. February, March is massive as well. So I don't want to downplay that at all. It's a lot going on. So the ingresses I won't spend too much time on because I'm just conscious of time and I want to get through the month by month forecast because all of this is in the magazine. So you can access this at timelineastrology.com. All of this data is here. I've just put it here for your slides if you'd like to use these. Again, if you're watching the playback, pause And if you want to screenshot it, again, it's all in the magazine. I've just put it in a different format. These are Mercury's ingresses to all the different signs. Venus's ingresses. You'll notice here Venus is retrograding from Libra back into Virgo. October, November is retrograde. Quite a complex time, as I mentioned, October, November. Lots of money issues in October, November. Mars is then its ingresses. Just to say something about Mars, that it's starting out so strong in a way, it's moving into exaltation in a week's time from when I'm recording this. It's starting out strong, but it's also in combustion. It's also burnt up. So this is why it's so warlike right now as well, because Mars is angry. And when planets are combust, they're angry. And Mars is a fighting planet anyway. So it's getting very strong. It's then activating the eclipses in February. It's then getting involved with Saturn and Neptune in April. It goes into its own sign in May. It's just one thing after another. And then in Taurus, it's conjunct Uranus in July before it gets to Gemini. Then it goes into Cancer by the end of the year, into debilitation. And then it goes into Leo. And then it will go into its shadow and then go back into Cancer in the beginning of 2027. Mars is doing a lot in this year into next year, and that means war and fighting and all of that. It's a big trigger point all year. Jupiter, I mentioned that transits Cancer, Leo, Cancer, Leo. It's going in and out of Cancer. It starts in Gemini, goes into Cancer in June, goes into Leo October, goes back into Cancer January 27, goes back into Leo June 27. Up and down, up and down. Lunar nodes change by November 25th, true nodes. Retrogrades, just so you know this, again, screenshot it, pause if you're watching the playback. It's, again, all in the magazine. I've tried to give it to you in a handy kind of layout here where you're looking at the back and forth between these degrees. So, for example, Pluto is retrograding back from 11 to 8 degrees. Just know that if you have planets between 8 and 11 degrees of Capricorn, they're going to get impacted by Pluto. Likewise for Neptune, between 7 and 10 of Pisces. Saturn, more especially, 13 to 20 degrees of Pisces. If you have anything between those degrees or on those degrees especially, they'll get impacted. Uranus, 7 to 11. Venus is going back from 14 of Libra back to 28 of Virgo. So we're going to think now 20 of Virgo, which is the debilitation degree of Venus. I'm going to talk about this in October. That's massive, like stopping still at its weakest point in November. Then we have Jupiter, again, consider it from beginning of Cancer, but also now at the end of the year in December. It won't retrograde till the very end of 2026, December 26 until April 27, from 2 degrees of Leo back to 22 degrees of Cancer. So the very tip beginning of Leo and the very end of Cancer. That's why this is so volatile for the economy, the end of the year into the new year. And then Mars, even though that's in 2027, I'm mentioning it now because it's so important, because it's going to go into its shadow by the end of 2026. And it's shadowing in Cancer from 26 degrees of Cancer, goes to 16 degrees of Leo, and then goes back to 26 degrees of Cancer. That's its degree of debilitation, 27. So that's problematic for Mars type things, which is again war. Again, I'm just giving you the list of stationary degrees. Again, if you want to pause and screenshot it, it's all in the magazine. So then combustions, again, it's all in the magazine, but I just thought I'd give you some of these. Again, mentioning Mars is combust right now until March. Venus is combust until February. We don't see Venus until March. We don't see Mars until later. Saturn then gets combust in March, April. Jupiter in July, that hot month, into August for the eclipse. So there's a lot of combustible things going on while everything else is going on. So that is, again, all in the magazine. You just go to timelinerastrology.com and you can read the magazine for free or download it as a PDF and you get all of those dates I mentioned. So now let's get into the month by month. And again, this is all in this handout that you're getting with this recording anyway. You should have got it already. If you haven't, reach out and I'll send it to you. And this is basically a month by month breakdown. And I give in that calendar a kind of quick synopsis each month. I'm going to just look at it again from a different perspective now with maybe a different angle, just to give you a sense of how the year's panning out. And then I'll just wrap it up. So Capricorn again in January, there's a big pile up from mid-month. We're starting out with all the planets combust in Sagittarius. This is why it's so warlike, because Sagittarius is a very fiery, warlike sign with combustible planets, especially Mars. And then as they go into Capricorn, it's even stronger for Mars in a way, but in another way, because it's combust, it's angry and it's not able to express itself so fully. So, like if you're Mars ruled or Venus ruled, you might be feeling burnt out actually. And the fact that we're in the middle of winter anyway in the northern hemisphere, it's just not the kind of time to go full throttle into the gym and start all your New Year's resolutions anyway. It's just not there. We're not into the new year until March, remember. At any rate, you might be feeling kind of worked up because of all of these combustions. And then it's going to feel like hitting a wall in Capricorn by mid-month, and you have to be patient with yourself and other people. There's a full moon we've just had yesterday, January 3rd, kind of still feeling that full-on full moon. And then we have a new moon on January 18th, which is again maybe a kind of better way to look at the new year. And again, a cold, sober look at the new year ahead, maybe from the 18th. Apart from that, I mean, that's dramatic enough, you might say. Another war has broken out, another invasion, let's say, of a country. But it's 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 still nothing like the rest of the year. I mean, in a way, it's like, okay, let's get going, but it's not really got going yet. Then it really gets going in February. Now we have eclipses. So a lot going on in February. North Node, of course, creating that eclipse, maybe even like massive seismic activity and storms galore in the winter. Saturn conjunct Neptune, major stuff. Mention the eclipse. Planets, conjunct Rahu, the North Node in Aquarius. Mercury retrograde to boot to just complicate things even further. Wouldn't necessarily be the best time for traveling at the end of February, I would imagine, into March. So there's definitely this sense of alliances forming and reforming and breaking apart because of the eclipses in Dhanishta. So that's one thing to think about. Sudden breaks, possibly shocks, technology, of course, would be one thing. I don't know, blackouts, infrastructure issues, I don't know. Also, a lot of other things on the other side of that, which is like major advancements in tech. March is then we're still reeling and we haven't really resolved a lot of these eclipse issues until after the 3rd of March with that lunar eclipse. Jupiter then does go direct though by March 11th, so we're getting a sense of things getting clearer at least by mid-March. Although again, we're still hanging around with that Mercury retrograde, unfortunately, till the end of March, and its conjunction with Rahu. So that creates a lot of confusion as well. So maybe it's going to take a while to work it out in March. And that lunar new year I mentioned, I've said enough about that now, March 19th. So then April, we're getting into this tense period for sure, because we got Mars and Saturn and Mercury all conjoined together, almost by degree, all three of them. And then Sun and Moon are exalted, wonderful. But it kind of takes it is still the most auspicious day of the year, traditionally in Indian astrology, when you have the Sun and Moon exalted on the third lunar day. It's called Akshaya Tritiya. But Mars and Saturn and Mercury all conjoined. So in other words, Mercury in Pisces in its weakest point, Mars and Saturn conjoined Mercury, like squeezing it. This is not a good time for the mind. This would be like overwhelm, frazzled minds, dealing with everything that's been happening, and a lot of tension building with the Mars Saturn. If you've got something to focus on in April, like go do it, I would say, and stop watching news, I guess. But it's going to be quite full on energy. And again, this kind of sense of things breaking down. Yeah, so that's April. May again. Now this is May, June. Okay, take a breath and enjoy this sweet spot. May, June. End of April even, but into May for certain. Mars is in its own sign, Mercury and Venus swap signs, and then they go into their own signs also. And so there's definitely a good feel, a good vibe here as well in May. And then in June, we also have a good vibe because of Jupiter going into Cancer exalted. So that will definitely uplift the masses. Again, that leads to uprisings. That's happened before in history. That'll happen again. And we had that already with the last time Jupiter entered Cancer, the very day it entered Cancer, briefly, it went back into Gemini, but it'll go back in June 1st. October 18th was the first ingress. And that was the day that no king's protest occurred in the US. So this is going to be even bigger protests, I would imagine. So otherwise, I think it's a good vibe. And maybe the protests are just like a good vibe and new hope for change, maybe. And there's a lot of focus, obviously, with Jupiter and Cancer on protection and homeland security and all of these things. July then is like get your calendar out and literally red marker all over it because it's going to be such a heated month. So Mars is conjunct Uranus, square Ketu, South Node. And even though, again, there are all these positive formations of the outer planets that I mentioned at the top of this, with Uranus, Pluto, Neptune all forming this friendly dynamic, all that might mean is that things happen like very easily. Things are blown up and things are like really escalating really quickly. Again, both on the positive and negative side. Ketu is also conjunct Venus in July. So this is just going to add salt to the wound, essentially. So that's definitely, there's something happening here in July that's going to change the story big time. Jupiter is also combust, and then again, opposite Pluto by the end of July. So it's like there's something being reshaped here, some sort of economic something or security issue, and maybe cybersecurity as well, like some threat that then leads to kind of a need to kind of look after people. And then that need to look after people is going to also create a big pushback from people because it's a Jupiter Pluto opposition. So whatever it is, whether it's digital currencies or whatever, or all of that stuff, online stuff, or it's literal like threat to the homeland, that kind of, whether it's real or not, there'll be this perceived threat. Let me put it that way. And maybe actually a threat. So let's see how it plays out in July. And then in August, again, intensity continues because now we've got a solar eclipse in Cancer, the sign of homeland and security. And then Mars is out of bounds in Gemini to add to more intensity as well. We have a solar eclipse, I mentioned that, and lunar eclipse, and Mars and South Node hemming in the eclipse. So we get another hemming in, but unlike February's hemming in, which was the Mars North Node and Saturn on the other side of the North Node getting hemmed in, now we have Mars, Jupiter with the eclipse and the South Node on the opposite side. So there's a very different kind of hemming pattern here, but it's still hemming in. And all this while, all the planets are hemmed in on both sides or on one side of the nodes. So everything is extreme in the summer, folks, is what I'm going to say. So it just gets intensified. September, then it might quieten down a bit. And also because Mercury's in Virgo, it's typically a good month for organizing our lives anyway. But because there's like a fatigue setting in now and we've got Mars entering Cancer, it just might feel like a bit of a downer in another way. But at the same time, because Mars is conjunct Jupiter, Jupiter uplifts Mars in Cancer. So there's also, again, still focus on home security and all of that. And maybe it's the housing thing as well. But there's definitely a better vibe despite Mars in Cancer. You know, I don't have this sort of sense of like the markets or the housing market being an issue as much as things as just generally the mood, I would say. But then all of that changes, like I said, in October, because then by the end of October, Jupiter moves out of Cancer into Leo and then is joined by Mars and they both conjoin Ketu. But before any of that happens, we have a Venus and Mercury retrograde in Libra. So this is the most complex time in another way. It's maybe not the most dramatic time in some ways, but it's the most complex time in other ways at the end of the year in October, November. And then in November, we have that triple conjunction, Mars, Jupiter, Ketu, Mercury and Venus still retrograde. The only good thing to say about that is that they're exchanging and that Venus's debilitation might be propped up somewhat. Mercury's in Venus's sign, Venus goes back to Mercury, Mercury sign, Virgo. Apart from that, it's just, yeah, it's a real downer, I'm sorry to say. But this is typically a downer anyway, most years with the sun moving into Libra also in its fall. So Mars is in its fall, aspecting Venus in retrograde, going back into its fall, sun going into its fall. It just, everything seems to be collapsing in November, I'm sorry to say. Finishing out the year with a sense of that everything's on a cliff edge. Like everything's kind of like hanging. It's like, you know, when you watch a Netflix series and it kind of like you watch the end of the first series and it just leaves you with a cliffhanger. That's what December feels like. Mars is not yet retrograde, but it's about to. And Jupiter goes retrograde in December. Everything hangs in the balance. in a way by the end of the year, and we're not quite sure of what to do with it. I guess the only thing is that Saturn and Neptune at least start to move forward because they will have retrograde from the summer as well, creating more confusion. But at least now they're moving forward. But it's still that itself is a station. So it's just in December, everything's just hanging there. And there's no clarity at all about what's the next step. And I'm not going to get into the next step because that's 2027. So I'm going to leave it there for now. I just want to give you a few dates before I finish up. These are special dates for your calendar to put in, more auspicious dates and just dates to be mindful of. So the first one is soon. It's on 14th of January when the sun moves into sidereal Capricorn. This is called Makara Sankranti. This is the change of sign after the change of direction of the sun after the solstice. It's an important transition for the northern hemisphere as we move into more light. Then we have Mahashivratri, which is a really big deal this time because it's, of course, the night before the new moon, which is an eclipse this year on the 17th of February. So it itself is associated with Saturn, austerity, and dissolution. And while Saturn and Neptune are together in Pisces, this Mahashivratri, I think, is one of the most important that we've had in many years. So then we have this Akshaya Tritiya I mentioned, this undiminished day that has all of these returns. So that's why traditionally people buy gold and, do great charity works and all of that and start new projects and do wonderful things. The thing is, again, we have to be mindful that it has the triple conjunction of Mars, Saturn, and Mercury. That's on 19th of April. So be mindful of that. But again, it is said to be the most auspicious of the year. And then finally, we have Guru Purnima, which is the full moon in July, honor teachers, and this is when Jupiter is exalted. So another very positive indication here. And like I said, there's so much positive in 2026, but not collectively, not globally. There's so much intense astrology. But as you will, I hope, listen to your sign, there's a lot of positive things going on for individuals. It's just collectively we're going through a lot together. Finally, then the Diwali festival, the darkness of the Diwali festival, the Festival of Lights. It's a very dark time in November. There's no other two ways about that. Collectively, that's a dark time, which is why you celebrate the Festival of Lights. So it's this major reset in November. So 8th, 9th, depending on where you are. And that is it. That is the forecast for 2026, a dramatic year for sure. And it's one of the more dramatic years I've seen in a while, since 2020 at least. And maybe it's the next most dramatic after 2020. But again, I want to say also in some good ways, in some more positive ways. It's definitely not going to be like 2020 was. There's we're taking leaps and bounds forward in other ways. If you want to follow me during the year, if you're not already subscribed or if you're not already a patron, you go to patreon.com/timeline astrology. I go through these obviously every week, every month. I break these down in more detail. And on my Scorpio audio club, that's where you can hear me, where I share more of these, I guess, more in-depth analyses and techniques that I use in Indian astrology that I don't share publicly because it's just too much to go into. Or you can just go to timelineastrology.com and you find the links there. And I have a Substack now as well. So whichever you prefer, Substack or Patreon. I'm kind of active on both of them, but Patreon is certainly my go-to, and I share everything on Patreon, and I always do everything first on Patreon, even if I then go on and share it on Substack. So that's the forecast. I wish you all the best for 2026. Again, listen to your sign now and see how well it's playing out for you because there are, again, a lot more positive things going on for individuals than we have collectively. So hope you enjoy. So before we get into the signs, I'm going to just remind you that more important than anything, the dashas, the time periods that you're within, the planetary time periods and the sign-based periods are more important than just transits. So if you know your planetary period, the planets either on the first, second, maybe even the third level, but at least first and second, then look at those planets more, focus on those more and what they're doing throughout the year. Here, I'm going to go through each sign by sign and focus on the planet that rules those signs because that's another important planet for each sign. So whether it's your rising sign ruler or your moon sign ruler or the sun sign, ideally in that order, focus on that too. I will mention it here so you don't have to worry too much about that. But again, try to at least add in the first, if not also the second, maybe even the third layer of the Dasha planets. If you don't know what that is and you've signed up for this presentation, I'm here to help. Please reach out to me and I'll let you know what those planets are for you. So let's get into the signs then, sign by sign. And we'll start with the first sign of the zodiac. The natural first sign is Aries. And so every time you hear about a yearly forecast about anything going on in the world, you are typically, all astrologers do this just naturally. They think about it from the perspective of Aries because Aries is the natural first sign, so it places everything in context. Taurus is the natural second sign, which relates to money and resource. That is a global experience. You might say that the Aries point, the 0 degrees Aries point, is the beginning of the zodiac, therefore it's the beginning of everything regardless of what you're looking at more specifically. So, for example, again, you might have a different, you more than likely have a different rising sign or moon sign or sun sign. There are 11 other signs. So that will be your Aries in a way. That will be your starting point. You don't have to have Aries itself rising. But for those who have Aries rising, and this is for those people, or moon sign or sun sign, this is absolutely more specific to you, even though, again, it's a general theme. So one of the things to say about that is that Mars, which rules Aries, is very powerful starting the year. It's powerful also throughout the year, and it's doing quite a few important things throughout the year. So there's a lot of triggers going on here with Mars, but it's starting out in such a powerful position, and then it's ending in a less powerful position in a more uncertain way. That's the kind of general gist of 2026 for you, Aries. Be mindful of the sort of explosive start even, I would say. It's sort of like getting going and then it eventually leading to breakthroughs and major adjustments in your life, major changes, more positive changes in many, many ways. But at the end of the year, to be mindful of what's going to happen by the end of the year, as then Mars slips into its shadow, it then in the following year, beginning of 2027, will move retrograde. And so it will slip into Cancer as it's moving into its shadow, then move into Leo more so, then go back from Leo retrograde in the beginning of 2027 back to Cancer, back into that shadow phase. So this kind of back and forth in and out of its weakest position, essentially the very end of Cancer by the end of the year is an important one to note. And I'm not saying that from the get-go to kind of put a dampener on it, but I am saying it in terms of be mindful of your energy by the end of the year, simply. You know, you still want to go with this impetus in the beginning of the year because there's a huge impetus and energy to achieve something, to do something. And that happens when, as you can see here, I've got the South and North Indian style layouts with the major movers going on here with Saturn, Jupiter, and the nodes. And just imagining here, Mars is in the 10th house sign by mid-January. So what does that mean? Well, Mars is not only in a very prominent position, in your most prominent sort of public position in a way, in the 10th place, which is all about taking action and being very proactive. It's exalted here. Now, there is a caveat here because although Mars is very happy in the 10th house and also by sign exalted in Capricorn, it is also combust and conjunct Pluto from mid-January and until the end of February. So there's likely to be a bit of a jostle going on here within yourself. And that jostle within yourself, which is essentially what combustion is, because your planet is not visible, can't see it in the night sky because it's together with the sun. So it rises with the sun and sets with the sun. So it's like burnt up, and you might feel therefore burnt out. So just be mindful of this kind of burnout, I would say that's likely in January and February to start the year, even though, like I said, it is also exalted and there's a great strength in another way, which is a more internal strength in a way. It's like an inner resolve. And in a sense, an inner resolve to do something. That's the key focal point here with the 10th house. The 10th house isn't just about career. Obviously, that's one major thing about the 10th house, but it's also about any action you take. So this is an important time to act in a way, but to act responsibly. That's what Capricorn is all about. That's why Mars does so well in the sign. It's not about energy all over the place, scattering your attention and focus everywhere and scattering your energy everywhere by doing lots of different things. No, Mars is exalted in Capricorn because it's about focusing your energy. And now it's also conjunct Pluto. And in combustion, this is even more important this year, the beginning of 2026. Really focus and be deliberate in what you're doing and be sparing about what you're doing, I would say as well, Aries. Try not to do too many things. Like focus on one, two things that you really want to get done. I'm not going to get into here the whole New Year's resolution vibe, that thing, because, the thing about that is it really plants seeds of doubt in us and it really backfires on us so much. And I think this is more potential here with, again, Mars, your ruler, conjunct Pluto in Capricorn, because Capricorn, and as the sun moves into Capricorn mid-January, it's 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 a sign that basically creates doubts. And although we're full of gusto and bravado in the beginning, that's typically how the year starts anyway, but especially this year with Mars starting out in Sagittarius in combustion, it then again by mid-January leads to this sort of sober appraisal of what's actually going on. Okay, what's realistic? And then the doubts creep in. And if it doesn't happen quick enough, which is again a frustration for Mars for sure, and more especially when it's combust, and then you're seeing blocks that are arriving in your way with Pluto, or maybe not seeing the blocks and not understanding why it's not happening. This is again why it's important to kind of give yourself a bit of time in the beginning of the year, in January, February. Even though, again, like I said, your planet is so powerful. It's more powerful, like I said, for that inner kind of strength and resolve, not necessarily just doing lots of things outwardly, I would say. So then Mars goes into Aquarius by the end of February and into the beginning of April. So really March more so is really focused on the sign Aquarius, where in March we see it conjoin the North Node after there's an eclipse in your 11th sign where the North Node Rahu is placed. Now this is where we see a major trigger in February and into March, where there might be these kind of things happening that are kind of left field, where whatever you do initially in January and February lead into this sort of result, because that's what the 10th house is. It's about doing something, and the 11th house then shows you the result of what you're doing, shows you the outcome in a way, or shows you what you're gaining also from what you're doing. With the North Node and an eclipse here and Mars triggering here, February, March, this is obviously a time to be mindful of, again, this sort of life taking a left-hand turn where you hadn't planned it, or something happening that it just wasn't in the plan. So it's about really being open to whatever you're planning, whatever your ambitions are here. And Rahu in the 11th house is such a powerful one for you, by the way, throughout the year, right to the end of the year, end of November. It's moving through your 11th sign. It's 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 very positive, a placement for Rahu. A very ambitious year, I would say, for you, Aries. Wonderful. Again, just maybe be mindful of that end of February, March period where there could be some triggers here for you. And that's essentially what Mars and Rahu, the North Node, denote. Rahu is said to block Mars. So this is now, you might feel a sort of block somewhere or something. You've already had the block from Pluto, but now it's like another block, and you're like, oh God, I thought you said this was a powerful year for me. Again, it is, but it's in a way, as they say, I think there's a book titled The Obstacle is the Way. In a way, Aries, you don't function if everything is running smoothly and swimmingly. You function better when there's a challenge, when there's an obstacle in your way, and then you have to overcome it. So whether it's an external obvious one or a more internal trigger, could be either or both. And that's the thing to recognize here, is that you do better when you're dealing with obstacles, Aries. So it's not a bad thing, is what I'm saying. Now, the next obstacle, because there's another, you had the Pluto first in Capricorn, then you have the Rahu in Aquarius. And then as Mars moves into Pisces by April 2nd, and then so all April and then beginning of May, we have Mars in Pisces conjunct both Saturn and Neptune. Now, this is in a way one of the more challenging ones, even though again Mars is exalted in Saturn sign Capricorn, and that's wonderful. It is wonderful. And restraint is wonderful if you can really focus and restrain yourself and do something very specific. Perfect. This time with Pisces and Saturn and Neptune now also exactly conjoined by the end of February in Pisces, Saturn ruling both your 10th and 11th houses about what you're doing and what you're getting out of it and your objectives and ambitions in life and your long-term plans. They all might feel a bit scattered by April, May, where it's like something also might be ending where you might have had this objective to do something and then it just didn't give you the results you wanted. And then you might want to just finish that thing, or you might feel like finishing it whether you do or not. This is the 12th house, Pisces, for you, where Saturn is conjunct Neptune, creating this uncertainty about what you need to finish. And Mars is coming in here in April, May to sort of trigger it all, kind of make you maybe feel a bit frustrated about things in terms of what you meant to be doing and what you meant to be finishing. And whatever you're finishing up, whatever you're completing at this point in your life, which is the best use of this in April, May, be patient with it. Be patient with yourself, and you will very quickly then after experience Mars move into your sign by May 11th. So from May 11th until June 20th, so most of May, June, you're having this Mars return to your sign. So this is where you're going to feel the energy really ramp up. And this is more positive because Mars is not just in your sign. It doesn't have an aspect from Saturn holding it back. You're probably going to feel in May, June, really strong energy and drive to do something, to take action. It's probably the sweeter spot in the year for you, I would say, May, June. And at that time as well, we have Venus moving into Taurus into May, end of April into May. So that's also very positive. Venus subsequent or previous to this was moving through your sign in Aries from March, end of March and April. So there's definitely kind of this more positive vibe going on in the summer, the early summer, especially for you, I would say, Aries, and an energy coming in and a sense of, you know, just more confidence because when your ruling planet is so powerful, even though, like I said, it's powerful right from the get-go, it's just also not as clear maybe because it's combust and then it has some obstacles to overcome, which again I think is good. And but here again, when it goes into your sign in May, June, it's in its own sign. It's the best place to put it, really. You just obviously need to be mindful of overdoing it, but I think with so much energy and this focus again and confidence to do things, it would be a waste of time if you just sat on this, I would say. So May, June, absolutely feeling more productive and doing it. Then at the end of June into July, into the very beginning of August, Mars then goes into Taurus, where Uranus awaits, another trigger. So we're having lots of triggers. Now, this happens all the time, so it's not unusual, right? But it's important to be mindful of the trigger. And the trigger, more specifically, is July 4th, when Mars will exactly conjoin Uranus in your second sign, Taurus. Second sign is very much to do with family, resource, money, basically, and speech. So this is a time to be mindful of all of the above. Now, it doesn't mean that it's bad or anything, it's just a trigger. And so there might be some new financial something opening up for you. After Mars moving through your sign in May, June, you might then feel just this kind of gusto and a need to do something. And then it might lead to some other changes that might be within your financial life or your family. All of those things are possible. Just be mindful, I suppose. Just be mindful of what you're saying as well to family members. Be mindful of what you're doing financially in July as well, I would say. But otherwise, I think it's a very positive thing. Then Mars goes into Gemini from 2nd of August. So August, September, most of September, by the end of the month of September, Mars is in Gemini in your third sign. This is, again, in a way, powerful. Third sign Mars. It's in a sign, perhaps it has to negotiate more and listen more than it would like in another way in Gemini, but still, there's a lot of power here, I think. And by this stage, by the end of the summer, Jupiter, as you can see here, is in the fourth whole sign in your chart. Even though it starts out in Gemini in your third sign, it moves into Cancer by the 1st of June, your fourth whole sign, into exaltation. And then Mars meets it in Cancer by the end of September. So this kind of back and forth between Jupiter's Gemini transit in your third and in your fourth, Cancer, and Mars in your third, and then in Cancer, finishing out the summer into the autumn months in Cancer, like I said, with Mars in its debilitation, opposite its exaltation in Capricorn, moving by the end of the year, by the end of September, into November, into Cancer. You're having to kind of negotiate more and think about more about home life, thinking about more about how you need to communicate what you need, communicate your needs, basically. That's what Gemini is, and what you think will make you happy at home, more especially, that's what Cancer is. And so, as Mars, in other words, slips into Cancer by the end of September, October, into November, into its shadow phase by the end of the year, again, that period that it will go back through these degrees as well into the following year, 2027, this is an important time to consider just being at home more, being more peaceful, wanting to maybe in one way to push out of that and being like a bull in a china shop in one way as well. But because there's something positive, this is the overarching theme here. What I'm getting to is because there's an overarching positivity around Jupiter exalted in your fourth house and propping up Mars, which is typically debilitated in your fourth house. But again, because of Jupiter, there's such a positive vibe that if you were to kind of not enjoy home life at this point, you're not making the most of this transit. If you're trying to be out there and doing lots of things and neglecting your home life, which I doubt that's what's going to happen though, because in a way, I think this is kind of almost pulling you into the home environment in some way. There's something positive happening at home. It's so positive that in a way, it's what buoys you up. And if you're avoiding it, if you're not looking at the blessings that you have in your life, your home life more likely, then it would be such a waste of the energy. It's such a positive sort of mitigating factor for Mars in Cancer also, just having Jupiter there. And Jupiter, again, so positive, exalted in Cancer, in your fourth, in the house of happiness and home and peace and sanctuary and belonging and connecting deeply, maybe connecting with people around you in your home environment, connecting with your own heart and your own wants and desires, connecting with your own sense of well-being, your innate sense of wellness. There's a need, I would say, by the end of the year, in other words, for you Aries, especially again, like I said, from the end of September to the middle of November, as Mars transits Cancer for its initial transit, which will repeat in the beginning of 2027, there's a need to just rest at home, to recuperate, rest after a hectic year, I imagine, a year that a lot is going to happen, that you're going to make a lot happen, but that you need to kind of chill by the end of the year. That's kind of 2026 in a nutshell. Let me just point out one last thing because it's important to point out that as soon as then Mars moves into Leo by the middle of November and well into the new year before it returns to Cancer retrograde in 2027, it is going to conjoin the South Node Ketu, which is finishing up in Leo by the end of November. And then all of these planets, Jupiter, Ketu, and Mars, all meet in Leo initially, and then all move back into Cancer in the beginning of 2027. This back and forth between the fourth and fifth house is the most important thing in a way, I think, for you in 2026 and 7. Whatever about the kind of big starts in 2026, it's this sort of slowing down and kind of recuperating at home ending to 26 and into 27 that's more important because what happens here it's like you're setting the foundation, you're setting the groundwork for what comes next. And with this triple conjunction of Jupiter, Ketu, and Mars in your fourth and your fifth house of home, that's going to lead to the more creative outburst, I would say, the more creative flourishing of the fifth house. Now, if you have children, that's one area that is likely to express itself in. If you don't have children, then it's other ways like, again, your creative life. Or it could be some sort of self-expression in some other way, like you just think about what you want in life and then you start planning it. Fifth house is very much about making decisions about what you want. Not what you want, but what you would love. And so you would only do what you would do because you think it will make you happy. And these are the questions that you're going to be a bit back and forth on, and why it's important to address these, to be still, to be at home, to and think about, what do I really want out of life? Again, the year starts with this kind of lots of action. It's an action-packed year, 2026, but you need a bit of that quiet time by the end of the year to figure out what it is you want. When you're clear about what you want, which is the most important thing ending the year, then in 2027, you're clear about what you need to do to move forward. There's going to be a bit of a delay in that, of course, when Mars retrogrades from January 2027, but you will stick with it no matter what, because then you know what is important to you, what you want, what you would love to do, what you need to do, in fact. And in a way, Ketu coming in here to the mix with Jupiter and Mars is like cutting out everything else, really getting to the core of what you want, what will make you happy. So it's such an important year, 2026, in this journey for you, Aries. I hope that's been of help. And as always, I wish you the very best for now, the year ahead. And until next time. For Taurus, rising, moon, sun sign, whatever perspective you're looking at Taurus from for 2026, we're going to focus on Venus for this particular forecast. But you could also, again, as I mentioned in the intro, focus on the dashas, the first and second level, maybe even the third level of the dashas and those planets, to incorporate all of those in to see the bigger picture, more well-rounded view of what's going on for you. Obviously, for all Taurians, we can't just look at one thing like Venus, but it's one to focus on for sure. So Venus starts out the year in Sagittarius, in combustion. We cannot see Venus, and so it is like Mars and Mercury also, which typically moves into combustion quite a bit. It's not a big an issue here. But Venus, your ruler in combustion, is in Sagittarius, moving into Capricorn in combustion by mid-January until the beginning of February. So this is an important transit to consider in the beginning of this year. The kind of fired up big ideas of Sagittarius by mid-January must lead to this down-to-earth sort of realistic appraisal of what's possible as Venus moves into your ninth house conjunct Pluto in combustion. So Pluto and combustion combined is a bit of a sort of like looking out and looking within, looking at the things that are preventing you from doing what you want, from believing what is possible. You might have the big ideas in Sagittarius, but you also have to think about the reality of situations here. And at the same time, the reality itself is more what can create more possibility in your life. I mean, that's obvious for anybody, but this is especially the case for Taurians who have the ninth house as Capricorn, a typically sort of more sober orientated sign, in a sign like the ninth, in a house of the ninth, which is more open. Because Sagittarius is that. It's the natural ninth sign, right? But for you, it's Capricorn, where it's typically kind of more restrained or restricted in some way. But restraining or restricting the ninth house is not a bad thing. It's just, it needs to be something that's deliberate. In other words, all that to say that for you to kind of dream big, you have to have a plan. For you to have a big idea in your mind, you have to have a system to implement it. You're a Taurus, after all. It's very much kind of earthy, grounded realism in another way. So thinking about these transits now into the middle of January, we have Venus move into your night sign along with Mars, along with the sun, and they're in combustion, and you're thinking about all of these big ideas and how can I implement them now? And it's because they're combust, it's a time to go within and figure these details out. How can I systematize this thing in my life that I want to do to make it happen? And because Venus also rules your sixth house, which is very much about systems and everyday stuff and routines, like you don't get anywhere in life really unless you have a routine and a system. It's great to have the big ideas, but you need to be able to implement them. So this is the energy of the beginning of the year in January and into February. And then in February, and by the way, just to remember that during this period as well, from mid-January into the beginning of February, Venus is conjunct Pluto, which is this kind of underhanded, underworld, under the covers, under your conscious awareness, your subconscious drives that can sometimes sort of trip you up. And this is a good time to be mindful of that, to see what is tripping you up, what thoughts and beliefs are maybe holding you back. Because when you're aware of it, it's better to be aware of it so that you can do something about it. And that's the potential here. Again, with combustion, where it's not clear, maybe necessarily outwardly, how to do something. And then conjunct Pluto, there's this undercurrent of, uncertainty in another way, or something happening that's maybe not in your conscious control. There's a need, obviously, to address all of these things. Then in February, from February 5th until March 1st, so most of February, you have Venus move into Aquarius. Now it conjoins the eclipse, the North Node Rahu, which creates an eclipse, an almost total solar eclipse here by the end of February, February 17th, as Saturn and Neptune come together, which I'm going to talk about more now when Venus moves into Pisces in March. But initially in February, this trigger of this eclipse in your 10th whole sign, which is very much about you taking action based on all of those things that you've deemed to be important to you and that are giving your life a sense of purpose and meaning and more clarity when you've done that inner work, you then have to take action. This is what the 10th house is about. You got to do something. So February is feeling like more of action is taken, but of course, it's an eclipse month. So you have to be mindful of the action you take and the urgency to take action being the prominent thing, and feeling even rushed into doing something that you might, later consider in different ways. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't do something in February because I think it is a very action-packed month, but you have to just again be mindful of what you're doing. That's all with an eclipse. Typically, they would say, not to do anything important around the eclipse. So from February 17th until March 3rd, that's the 2-week window of the eclipses. I'll talk more about the south node of the moon opposite in your fourth house of home, and that maybe action having a kind of like knock-on effect there and changes in your home life. But again, whether it's action or just whatever you're doing or any kind of work-related thing that you're doing in February, be mindful of what you're doing. Essentially, that's all it is. Nothing to be worried about. But with Venus conjunct the eclipse at the time, you're very invested in it. You're very involved in this thing that you're doing. Again, nothing wrong, just to be open and mindful. Then Venus moves into Pisces, and this is where Venus is exalted. So Venus exalted in Pisces in March is obviously a wonderful time for you because your ruler is exalted. It is conjunct Saturn and Neptune, and one of those planets can be, in a way, a downer, and one of those can be an upper. And I would say having a downer and an upper combined can be maybe a balancing act and maybe good. It all depends, of course. But I would say just generally, the downer is the kind of realism of Saturn, having to deal with the reality of certain situations. You've taken action now, you've deemed important to you that is going to give your life meaning, and then you do something and then it has a result. That's the 11th house. Now that Venus is moving into your 11th house, the Saturn kind of gives you that sense of, okay, this is the result. It's very realistic in that sense. But the upper is Neptune, where, okay, I did this thing and now I need to think about, is this real? And are the results actually as they are shown? Is it real? There's so much possibility here in one way as well. But with Saturn and Neptune having come together now from the end of February and then into March, Venus joining them, it's again, it's like an upper, taking literally an upper and a downer at the same time. And yeah, you might think it balances itself out, but in a way, it doesn't balance itself out. It's like having, I've never done this, but it's like having, I guess, an alcoholic beverage and then a coffee at the same time. And I know people drink like coffee, alcoholic drinks. Like it puts you on edge and kind of like you kind of feel both. It doesn't like one cancels out the other. No, it's like you're feeling on edge about something and yet you're feeling the on edge because of the possibility of something and whether or not that is possible. That's the edginess of this transit, I would say, in March. So it's wonderful in many ways as well because it's exalted Venus. So the possibility itself, the kind of idealistic approach to something, the ideal that you have in your mind's eye, that's Venus Neptune in Pisces. It's wonderful. But it's like it's the edginess of it is that, oh, I don't know if I can make it happen. Or is it true? Or am I just deluding myself? So it could be a bit of a downer, like I said, at the same time as having this big idea. So that's why I'm using the analogy of this kind of upper and downer. So that's March. By the end of March, then March 25th, Venus moves into Aries until the 19th of April. So in Aries, your 12th house sign, this is, I guess, every year to be mindful of this, to be mindful of maybe having to let go of something. You've worked through something, you've done something, achieved some goal perhaps in doing that thing, or just more knowledge that, okay, maybe this is what I need to do now, maybe not that. And you need to kind of, again, be clear and decipher what's important, what's not, what's true and what's not, what's realistic, what's not. But now it's like you need to let go of all of it. Okay, I've done all I can, and now Venus is moving through my 12th house by the end of March into April. And I guess Venus, more than any planet, can be suited to this. But because it's Mars's sign, Aries, and Mars itself is itself triggering all these planets throughout this year, beginning the year together with Venus combust, triggering Pluto in January, triggering the eclipse in February into March, then triggering Mars and Neptune, and then moving into Aries later on by May. In April, I would say just to be mindful of that going on as well. And that could be being triggered within a relationship dynamic as well. But then Venus moving into your 12th house, while all of that's happening, there's something here that you're having to negotiate the whole way along, I would say. And so if it were just Venus on its own, as I mentioned, all of those things that you have in your own way to figure out what's true, what's not true, what's possible, what's not possible. Now that I've taken this action, okay, let's see the results. If all of that were the only thing you had to think about, it would be easy. It's the fact that you also have everything else going on, including Mars triggering all of those things. So including other people in the mix complicates everything in a sense. It's not bad, of course, it's just that you have to negotiate. So again, I'd say there's a lot more negotiation going on with Venus in Aries in April. So then by the end of April, on the 19th of April, which is itself a really important day, we have Akshaya Tritiya on the April 19th. Venus moves into your sign. And this is when the sun and the moon are both exalted. Sun exalted in Aries, moon exalted in your sign, and then Venus move into your sign. This is a very positive day, April 19th. Then it moves through your sign, Venus, from 19th of April until middle of May, 14th of May. This is obviously the sweet spot in the year, end of April and middle of May. This is the time to extract as much benefit from Venus in your sign as possible. This is the case every year, and this year is no exception in that way. At the same time, of course, Mars is moving into Aries by the middle of May. It's moving from Pisces and all that Saturn, Mars, Neptune stuff, that confusion around, you know, the actions that in a way are taken and the consideration that needs to be taken along with other people. Again, you're not in it alone, so you have to think about other people and how you're affecting other people, how other people affect you. And at the same time, this May period is such a more positive time, a sweet spot in the year, end of April and beginning of May. So make the most of that for sure. Then by the middle of May, Venus moves into Gemini. And by the way, one other thing to say about that, though, and this is an ongoing thing, of course, is that the other outer planet, Uranus, is in your sign and continues there. And Mars will come together with Uranus in July, which I'll talk about in a minute. But with Venus conjunct Uranus in your sign by the end of April and into the beginning of May, this is another trigger in a way for you to, go through some personal change. And Uranus is like exciting typically, and Uranus Venus can be very exciting. It can be wonderful, I think, but it's still an adjustment, a change that has to happen, I would say, by the end of April and beginning of May. It just feels so a more positive adjustment. So I would say again, it's still the sweetest spot in the year, end of April, beginning of May. It's just that it has some sort of something else going on, I would say, some changes that are happening that maybe are not conscious on your part, but in another way, Uranus moving through your sign now for the next few years is showing the kind of need for something different. You want to be something different. You're looking for a different way to express yourself in the world, to be in the world in a different way. So every time it gets triggered, again with Venus by the end of April, and then with Mars later on in July, and it's July 4th is the exact conjunction of Mars and Uranus in your sign. That's a major trigger. And that could be a trigger from outside of you as well, from others, or from the world outside of you in some way. some unexpected change going on for you in July. Before then, I just want to mention again, Venus moving into Gemini mid-May until the beginning of June, June 8th. That's a more positive one as well. Absolutely. And when you think about Mercury moving into Taurus from mid-May to the end of May and then into Gemini, these are powerful transits. So again, this is why May is typically nothing unusual here, the sweet spot in the year. I think May is going to be that again this year. As it moves through Gemini, it then meets with Jupiter at the very end and into the beginning of Cancer. So this is where I want to mention Jupiter, both in Gemini for the first half of the year into the first day of June, moving into Cancer into exaltation, as then Venus meets with it. So this is in a way so positive in so many ways, obviously, because Jupiter and Venus are the two good guys, the two benefics. And by the June 9th, they will both meet by exact degree in Cancer, with again Jupiter exalted and Venus in Cancer. This is I guess, such a positive arrangement in many ways in your third sign, and engagement and travel and all of that would be wonderful. And I imagine that there would be a lot of um, negotiation going on as well, though. And considering Venus in Gemini also from that period, middle of May until the beginning of June, before that conjunction later on in June, there's kind of like, again, something to negotiate here. It could be financial, of course. Jupiter is a financial planet for you, very specifically. And so there are some maybe things to work out with Venus conjunct there with Jupiter moving into your third, and then something to communicate and to be clear about, to get clear about. There could be a bit of a jostle around June 9th because of that, because they're exactly conjoined and where you're having to be clear about something and it maybe, you're not 100% clear about it, but it's about getting clear and then communicating what you want. I think communicating what you want is going to be a big theme of this period in the middle of the summer. So June especially. Don't forget then I mentioned in July, as then Venus moves on, and it's actually on July 4th that Venus will move through that section between Cancer and Leo, moving into Leo, as Mars conjuncts Uranus in your sign. This is where I think on July 4th is like in your calendar, mark it with red ink. Not to say that this is dangerous, but that it's going to have to stand out as a major day in the year of change. Like it's something dramatic happening in terms of something for you, whether it's a personal thing and likely more personal. I mean, it's all personal, but I think it's very personal in a way. There's some change that's happening in you, in your environment, in your home, in some way that's more immediately felt. That July is likely to change the story for you completely in a big way. Now, I think July is the month that's changing it for everybody in 2026. But I think for you, Taurus, to think about this in a very personal way, like impacting you very personally and how you're interacting with other people and especially at home. So something going on in the home life that's changing in a big way in July. I do think it's positive. Jupiter is now exalted. I do think there's positive outcomes here, of course, but it's still a big change. So that's July. And then in August, we have to be mindful. You have to be mindful after it's conjoined Ketu in July. So again, if by 4th of July, Venus is moving into Leo, it's conjoining Ketu, which is in Leo, which is showing that tail end of all the changes that you're doing because of the things that you're doing, the actions you're taking in the 10th house. The changes that are happening in your home environment are going to be more pronounced in July as well because of that conjunction with Ketu and some kind of clear out that has to happen. Like Ketu is typically a clear out anyway, and it's clearing out the whole year in a way because it's moving through your fourth house until the end of November. But this is July is a major clear out, I would say. After the clear out comes in a way a bit of a downturn in a way for you that you need to be mindful of, and that happens every year, and it's nothing unusual. But as Venus goes into Virgo, then in August, after the clear out, in August, there's likely to be a bit of a downer. Your energy might be a bit like waning. You might feel like you're not sure what to plan ahead now. And yet there's an impetus to plan. Once something has ended and you've cleared out something and you're no longer doing that thing or something has changed in your home environment and for you very personally, it's now you're trying to figure out who am I now and what am I going to do next? That's the fifth house. If you have children, it's also related to them, your relationship with them or for them, plans you're having for them. If you don't have children, it's likely just you planning ahead for yourself. So think about that in August, I would say some changes that are happening in some way, shape, or form. With Venus moving into Virgo in August, Mars moving into Gemini, aspecting Venus, having conjoined Ketu, and now Venus opposite Saturn and Neptune in Pisces. Again, I think it's the most complicated month in many ways. Well, no, actually, there are more complicated months coming up. I'm going to mention November, October, and November more especially. But August, I think, is going to be setting that up. So, what would I say about that? Be mindful of what you're planning in August. In other words, just try and take it all into account. Don't just like willy-nilly, just impulsively react and make some plans based on the immediate environment and what just happened, what just changed in a big way. August is again the eclipse month, and so there is eclipses happening here too. It might feel like there's an urgency to make changes, and indeed you maybe you need to, but I wouldn't make any more changes than are necessary and plan more than is necessary right now. Just keep the basics going, I would say, in August. Because then in September, Venus moves into Libra. And although the eclipses are now behind us, in September, then it's kind of foreshadowing this bigger change that's coming up in October and November, because then Venus is going to go retrograde. So Venus retrogrades from the 3rd of October until the 14th of November. And in that time, between October and November, it's going to slip back from Libra into Virgo again, into its weakest position again and stall at the very degree that it's weakest in November by the 14th of November. This is for me, again, mark your calendar, a red ink on the 14th of November. But overall, leading up to this phase as well, in terms of what you're planning. So with Venus in Libra initially, though, in September again, October, into that November period, retrograde, September and October are about you doing what needs to be done. You plan something, okay, and now you're following the steps, and you need to do those very mindfully. As then it goes retrograde again from the 3rd of October until the 14th of November, and especially from the beginning of November, from the 5th of November, it returns to Virgo. It's at that phase in the beginning, the first couple of weeks of November, as it's retrograding back into Virgo, that you're kind of going back to the drawing board and like, okay, I planned this now, and then I tried to implement this and this and this, but now I'm having to go back to the drawing board and really rethink my plans. This is the time to be especially patient with your plans and with yourself and to not overdo it. There are some compensating factors here with Mercury, especially kind of propping up Venus. So it's not like you have to worry about its debilitation in Virgo so much. It's more about the planning ahead and that kind of taking you out of the moment. And you're having to, with its retrograde, especially, Venus does not retrograde every year. So when it does, to be mindful again between the 3rd of October and the 14th of November to just hold back a bit. Hold back a bit. Think about your energy levels. Think about planning too much, too soon, taking on board too much. Maybe also, again, if you have children and doing it for them, take a step back, I would say, by this stage in November, October, November. So that kind of finishes out the year essentially with Venus and then moving back into Libra then by the end of November. And that's a better position for the end of the year, by the end of November and into December as it moves into Libra, a much stronger position where you're now more clear about what you need to do and the steps required and overcoming any challenges that you need to, that maybe you couldn't the first time, and maybe again having to rejig everything. And now the second time around, by the end of November and December, you're like, okay, this is what I need to do now. So it ends the year in a more positive note for sure, even though that latter part of the year is more complex. It's the most complicated time for you in the year, that October, November time, I would say, Taurus. And the beginning of the year, as I mentioned, there's a lot of like hopes and dreams and things that you're doing and lots changing. And then into the summer, in the middle of the year, there's a lot happening, a lot of personal changes for you that lead to this kind of new plan in your life. But as I said, the initial plans might have to be sort of penciled into your calendar, I would say in August, September, into October, November, where you're having to go back over all of that. And then by the end of the year, end of November, December, do it again. It's like, okay, I got to do it differently this time. So that's why I'm saying it's such a kind of year of two halves in a way where there's a big impetus for movement and change and action and all of that in the beginning into the middle of the year. And then at the end of the year, this sort of like redrafting and rethinking everything. And then that itself has two halves where, okay, the first time didn't work out. Let me try it the second time. So August, September is the first time, October, November, redrafting everything. And then end of November, December, the second time around. So I hope that's helpful, Taurus. Definitely a year of change, lots of changes. Every year has lots of changes. Everything is a mixed bag. Make the most of all of these transits, especially in the beginning of the year and in the middle part of the year and that beginning of the summer months, May, especially around that time, and because they are typically the sweeter spots of the year. I hope that's been of help. As always, wish you the very best for the year ahead. And until next time. For Gemini rising, moon, sun sign, from whatever perspective you're looking at Gemini from, this is a forecast for the year ahead, 2026. So to look at, again, as always, your dasha planets, the period that you're in, whether it's on the first level, second level, maybe even third level, whatever you're looking at, focus on also Mercury, your ruler, as the most important planet in a sense. Mercury is going to retrograde in all of the air signs this year, which includes your sign, Gemini, as well as your fifth sign and your ninth sign. This is very much about what your purpose is, what your dharma is, as it said. So it's very much about figuring out and reviewing what your purpose is. And when we see planets beginning the year in Capricorn, as by mid-January, they move from Sagittarius to Capricorn, from that big idea and ideals into the eighth sign for you, Capricorn. It starts the year out in a way, as the every year in a way starts out, with this kind of sober reflection on what needs to be done, what needs to change, more especially for you, Gemini, because the eighth house is about change and Capricorn is that for you. So it's about what do I need to change with a very sober, long-term view of what I need to do. I'm going to think about the long-term impact of what I'm doing and the changes that need to be made, and also the changes that are being made. This is one of the things about Pluto in Capricorn. All the planets that file into Capricorn by mid-January, including Mercury, are meeting with Pluto. So it's like, what is like my role in the change that I'm creating in my life, and what is outside of my control in a way, what's being controlled for me in the world out there, the kind of uncertainty that the world creates in one way, but also how can I work with that within my life? So in other words, the big changes that are happening in systems and societies and governance and institutions in the world, how does that change impact me personally, and how can I personally engage with that? That's one of the big themes of moving into the new year in January, with again the planets moving into Capricorn. Mars moves in by mid-month, then Venus, and then the final one then to move in is Mercury, your ruler, by the 17th of January. They're all moving in combustion, very close to the sun that moves in mid-January also, and then conjoin again Pluto. So it's kind of like being aware of where you block yourself in a way, where you feel blocked, where some entity or other might seem like it's blocking you. I mean, I think the main thing to think about, Gemini, in terms of all the things you think about, is that Capricorn, again, if they're the institutions and the big kind of governing bodies of the world, with Pluto more especially and combust planets, sort of showing the sort of inevitable changes that are happening, that again, it feels like not part of what your plan is in a way. The eighth house is unexpected change, in other words. But you put Pluto in with combust planets, and it feels like it's completely out of your hands. So that is to say that you do have a part in it. You do have a role to play in the changes that are happening. And that means you might just want to look at how you're changing the way you're looking at what's changing, you know? Hope that's not too abstract an idea, but essentially it could be a way of you engaging with these bigger changes that are happening in the world from mid-January into February. So Getting on board with the changes right away are important because whatever about the very beginning of the year with all the combust planets in Sagittarius, with Jupiter moving through your sign, Gemini, there's these big ideas. They're wonderful, but they're like big, sometimes unrealistic ideas that you might be entertaining. And you have to, by mid-January especially, think about what is achievable based on the newfound knowledge or new systems that are being put in place by whoever, by whatever institution. It could be a work thing, it could be a government thing, it could be a whatever thing. Changes are happening in the world, and that dictates in a way to you what you see as possible. And this is what it means to be a Gemini anyway, because the eighth lord is also the ninth lord, which I'm going to talk about now, the ninth house, where for you to be able to see anything as possible, you have to incorporate, well, what is not possible. And it's part and parcel of being a Gemini. You're trying to always balance out everything in your mind, like this and that, and thinking about if I do this, maybe I can do this, maybe not that. This is what a Gemini means. So by then, February, Mercury moves into Aquarius. And in February, it hangs around Aquarius for longer. In February, March into April, because it's going to go retrograde. The first Mercury retrograde of the year is from February 26th, from the very end of Aquarius, retrograding all the way back to the 14 degrees, so 28 degrees of Aquarius to 14 degrees of Aquarius, the latter part of that sign, from 26th of February until the 21st of March. So it's a bit of a longer one in February, end of February, March, a retrograde in Aquarius, conjoined the north node of the moon, the northern eclipse point, which is actually creating an eclipse in February by the 17th of February. So February, in other words, into March, because Mercury hangs around the eclipse degree so long, is going to be a drawn out eclipse, I would say. The other eclipse, of course, is happening opposite on March 3rd in your third house, which Ketu is there, the south node, implementing those changes, or maybe sort of the back end of those changes that are happening in your ninth house. Third and ninth house, essentially, which is where the nodes are moving through for most of the year until end of November, show the changes that are happening in what you think is possible. That's essentially it in a nutshell. But when eclipses happen, in this case in February, March, and when there's so much emphasis on the ninth house with the eclipse and Mercury, your ruler, retrograde, this is altering your perspective completely, I would say, February. At the same time, Saturn and Neptune are conjoining in your 10th house sign by the end of February, also 20th of February into March. So it's like everything is up for grabs in a way, February, March. So you can see there's almost in a way this big shift that happens from January into February, where there's these big ideas that have to hit the ground, and then whatever hits the ground has to go through some terrain that you hadn't expected, where it's opening up other possibilities and potentials, but it's not maybe what you initially planned. Eclipses certainly can throw you a curveball where it's like, okay, this is what's happening now. There's likely in the world lots of big issues going on and lots of things changing in the tech world, in the workforce, in all of the economy issues and all of that. But for you, again, to incorporate this personally, I would say it's in a positive thing if you can just stay open to the changes that are happening and the potentials that it's opening up for you, instead of rigidly sticking with a plan that you might have begun with. This is not a time to be rigid, February, March. This is a time to be open about everything, to be open-minded about what you think is possible. Because I think in some ways, anything is possible, but then you got to see what's actually turning up in your life. So that's February into March. And that retrograde again, end of February to the end of March, is just a time period together with the eclipse and the Saturn Neptune conjunction, where I think so many things are going to change in the world. And again, in your life, it's very much around what you believe is possible and then what you end up doing. The 10th house, where Saturn and Neptune are conjoined and where Mercury will move into Pisces by April, most of April, from the 10th to the 30th of April, is a time where it might be a bit confusing, having said all of that, having shown all of the changes that are happening in February, March. April, then, when Mercury goes into Pisces, your ruler is in Pisces, conjunct Saturn and Neptune after the eclipse. It's like so much potential, but then the energy is scattered. Like anything is possible, great. Everything's up in the air now, not so great maybe. And all of the uncertainty wants to get filled in by something that's certain, and yet there's no certainty in April. I would say again to keep this as a time to be open-minded about what is possible. And if you try and pin it down too soon, then it might just feel so uncertain and yet nothing is clear. And instead of using this time to be so open to the possibilities, you know, be open. The more open you are about what you're doing now, whether it's in your work life, whether it's in your anything you're planning, really anything you're doing, will lead to more potential in your life, more possibilities opening up for you. Jupiter this whole time is moving through your sign until the 1st of June. So the first half of the year with Jupiter in your sign, with the second half of the year moving into exaltation, your second sign aspecting your 10th house, it does show that you're at least looking at yourself in a kind of a bigger way. There are more, there's more of a sense likely of this possibility of things, whether it's in relationship or work things. And then as it moves into your second sign and aspects your 10th house, career-wise, I think that's going to really take off. Again, it's just that in the beginning few months of the year, so much is changing that it's hard to keep up with in a way. And that if you're again doggedly looking at this and believe it needs to be this way and that's it, then you're not making the most of what these transits suggest. April, again, is a time where it might be a bit overwhelming because of its transit, your Mercury transit in Pisces. But at the same time, it's kind of wanting, in a way, some sort of, again, certainty. That's the kind of juxtaposed position of Saturn and Neptune in Pisces anyway, and conjunct your planet Mercury. It just offers both. It's like, okay, anything is possible, great. But then Saturn is asking for what is necessary. What do I need to do now? 10th house is not just about work, it's about anything you're doing, any action that you're taking, and it's likely not that clear in April. So I would say be extra patient in April. Mars is also moving into Pisces in April and into May, and this is going to conjoin Saturn and Neptune in your 10th sign of work related things. Again, April is just for me like mark it in your calendar. This is a time to be very mindful of what you're doing. Whatever you're doing, it doesn't have to be work related. It's anything that you're doing, any action you're taking, anything that you're planning, anything at all. So then in May, so by the end of April into May, we have Mercury move into Aries. So May is typically the sweeter spot, and more especially the end of May for you. And then Mercury moves into Taurus, and then the very end of May moves into Gemini, your sign. And at this time as well, Venus is moving into Taurus, end of April into May, then into Gemini, into your sign. Essentially, this is usually, and this is no different now this year, the sweet spot in the year. When you've got like Venus, Taurus, Gemini, Mercury, all of these transits that are more helpful to you. And this is important because with all of the bigger changes that are happening in the world and in your work life and in your plans for your big ideas in your life, whether it's work or relationship stuff, these are more immediate times to take advantage of, to enjoy in May, especially. So April, May, and June, Mercury is moving very fast. End of April, it's in Aries. By mid-May, it's in Taurus. By end of May, it's in Gemini. Then into June, it's moving into Cancer, and then will slow down because it's going to go retrograde in Cancer and go back into Gemini. So the first round of its transit in Gemini by the end of May into June is a preview of the review, the bigger review, a big review that's going on by the time it retrogrades back into your sign in July. So Mercury this time, the second retrograde now, mostly in your sign Gemini, is an important one, obviously, because it's in your sign. This doesn't happen every year. So from the 4th of July, it goes direct. So think about this period from the 30th of June to the 24th of July, so most of July. This is the retrograde mostly in your sign Gemini. So July is, again, mark your calendar, one of those months that is going to change the story completely. We've got other things going on at the time. We've got Mars moving into Taurus, conjunct Uranus in your 12th sign, squaring the South Node in your 3rd sign. We've got, again, Mercury retrograding back from Cancer into your sign Gemini. There's a lot in review because of things that are happening and quite likely abrupt things and changes that are happening outside of your view in many ways, outside of your plans. And at the same time, I do think that it's positive overall. Even the Mars conjunct Uranus at the time in July, and even with a retrograde in Gemini, at least Mercury is in its own sign, is at home while it's doing the review, is figuring out what it needs to do about these changes that are happening in the world. So every time, by the way, Mercury goes retrograde, it's about you really thinking long and hard about what you want in life and what you think will make you happy. And I think the phrase, what you think will make you happy, is the most important to consider for Mercury retrogrades for you, because Mercury is about thinking, but it rules the fourth house of feeling. So what you think will make you happy is more important than what you just think, what you can rationalize. You can't rationalize how you feel, but you can think about what you think will make you happy. And this is, in a way, an important time because of that. And again, it doesn't happen every year. So with Mercury going retrograde in your sign, again, from June 30th until July 24th, this is the month, July mostly, where I think it's going to shift a lot of things, a lot of perspectives in your life about what you see as possible. And at the same time, because Jupiter has shifted itself from June 1st into your second sign now, aspecting your 10th sign, work can improve, absolutely. Your sense of belonging also, maybe in a community, and maybe developing some sense of belonging somewhere, whether a community or not. There's this sense of meaning and purpose that is instilled in you, and a sense of like more clarity about what you want moving forward and what you need to do. And having worked out so much with Jupiter having moved through your sign for the first half of the year, and all the retrogrades, and again in your sign by the middle of the year in July, there's a lot of details you're having to work out. But the key thing is to know what's important, why you're doing what you're doing. It's one thing to say, I want this, I want that. When the mind says, I want this, I want that, it's always changing what it wants. But it's another thing to say that I know I need to do this, which is what Jupiter is about. And once you know what you need to do, as in what your purpose is, what gives your life meaning and purpose, you'll fill in the blanks later on. You don't need to worry about that so much. The why is more important than the how, right? The Jupiter is the why, the Mercury is the how, the steps, the details. The details are not as important. I know that as a Gemini, you obviously you function on them, you work and think about them a lot more than anything else, because that's what it means to be a Gemini. But if you're not clear about why, which is what Jupiter's transit in your sign is all about, then like it's just spending a lot of time thinking about things that might not necessarily be even meaningful to you or even important anyway. So obviously this summer, 2026, the middle of the year, is an important time to figure a lot of this out. And a lot of it will be figured out and what you are then going to subsequently do. So then Mercury moves on after its retrograde in your sign in Gemini, and then it returns to Cancer in August. And then for August, it breezes through Cancer and then moves into Leo by the end of August. So Cancer, again, is going to meet with Jupiter. This is an important transit to think about. In June, also, Venus has moved into this sign. So there's Venus, Jupiter in Cancer. And then you have Mercury, Jupiter in Cancer in August. After those big changes in July, you know, this is where I think thinking about what's important to say, what's important to plan. The second house is about being able to see clearly about what you need to do. Again, there are lots of emotional considerations here and all of that, and lots of things to think about, but it's at least clearer about what you're planning moving forward, I would say. So that's August. Into the end of August, then Mercury moves into Leo by the 22nd of August until the 7th of September. And so it conjoins then the south node of the moon, which is spending most of the year in the third house. And in August now, we're also having eclipses. So August itself, although again, there's this need to be clear about and plan ahead regarding some things that you want, there is also eclipses going on here. And one of them is in Cancer. a solar eclipse in Cancer, with the other in your ninth house. So it's again thinking about what you believe is possible, what you believe is true, and then furthering that into the second house, because that's really where the story is going to take you next time, next year, more especially as the nodes shift backwards, the south node shifting back to your second sign. This August eclipse is such an important one to consider. And it's a solar eclipse, by the way, just to give you the date. It's a solar eclipse on the 12th of August at 25 degrees of Cancer, your second sign, followed by 2 weeks later, a partial lunar eclipse, maybe not as impactful, in Aquarius, your ninth sign. So again, thinking about the eclipses in this way, what you believe is possible will dictate a lot about what you think is true and what you're going to do. So what you're going to do, you only do anything because you see it as a possibility. And with an eclipse in your second sign, with Jupiter moving through here, Mercury having moved through here, retrograding initially and then going back through here throughout the summer, there are things changing in your mind's eye in terms of what you believe is possible and true and what you're going to subsequently plan. So obviously, as you can see, I'm asking you to be really open-minded about what's possible in 2026, because a lot more is possible than you think is starting out the year. And the eclipses and the retrogrades are going to add to that sort of like review and shake-up of what is true, what is possible. So as then we get into the latter part, then into the autumn, into September, Virgo is the next stage where again, Mercury is very powerfully placed, the most powerful in a sense, exalted from the 7th to the 26th of September. Mercury moves into Virgo, your ruler exalted, a powerful time after the eclipses have passed. There's a sense of more, okay, let's plan now. Let's think about this. Let's organize and schedule what I need to schedule. This is what I want now. I'm clear after all the changes that have happened throughout the year. I'm going to do this and this. A very powerful time, September, absolutely. And it's important to make use of that because it gets more complicated into October and November, as we'll see. But by September, again, very powerful month. By the end of September 26th, it then goes into Libra and it will stay there end of September, October, November. So that means again another retrograde. So the next retrograde, the final one, the third one of the year, we see Mercury retrograde from the 24th of October until the 14th of November. And the 14th of November and this whole period really between the 24th of October and the 14th of November is again one to mark in your calendar. Major transformations going on here. Mercury, it's not just Mercury retrograde, by the way. In Libra, the next sign, again, which is very much about planning ahead. And you're going to have to be very patient with your plans at this point because it's a retrograde Mercury. And it's about reviewing all of your plans and reviewing your decisions that you've made in your life thus far. So this is important because as that's happening, Venus is also going retrograde in this space from the 3rd of October until it stations direct by the 14th of November, the very day that Mercury stations direct. So really the 14th of November is when a lot of things are getting worked out, but there's a kind of October, November period where a lot is not worked out, is not clear at all. And Mercury is doing so in Libra. Venus is doing so in Libra, going back to Virgo. So all of this to say that by October, November, I think it's the most complicated time in the year for you, to be quite honest with you. There's a lot that you're trying to work out, plan ahead, and that you're having to review and go back to the drawing board with and to think about, do I really want this? After all the changes that have happened in a way, easily in some ways, in the year thus far, October, November seems like it's kind of hitting a snag. And with Venus going back into Virgo, especially, it's like, do I really want this? Is this really the way I want my life to go now? Is this where I want to be in the future? So thinking about these things are going to be important. And that mid-November period, as Mercury, your ruler, and Venus stationed to go direct, a lot will have worked out by then. And then you can slowly start to move forward with your plans. And then by December, we see Mercury move on. So Mercury moves on and then goes into Scorpio after its retrograde in Libra by December 2nd until the 22nd. And these are now the steps and finishing out the whole year in a way for you, Gemini, the steps required for you to do that thing that you finally figured out you need to do. that you want to do, that you would love to do, in fact. Once you figured out what you want to do, what's more meaningful for you, and what you love, nothing's going to hold you back from doing it. But, then you also have to just do it. So that's September into October, November, and then at the end of the year in December, Mercury, having worked all of that out, is now focusing on the steps it's going to take. And so by the end of the year, before Christmas, on December 22nd, around the solstice, it then moves into Sagittarius as it began the year in great hopes and expectations. It's going to begin the year 2026 in Sagittarius. It's going to end the year in Sagittarius, end Christmas in Sagittarius. And this is where, okay, now I'm thinking big again. Now I'm thinking I have bigger ideas based on all the changes that have happened. 2026 is going to be a changing year. It's going to be a year, I think, that is going to change more than has changed in the last few years, even. And that's saying something. So if you're on board with this from the get-go and whatever hopes and dreams that you have about what you're going to do in your life, whether it's a relationship that you want, that's seventh house, whether it's a work environment that you want to be in, whether it's a plan for something, again, in your home life maybe, or something you, again, just think will make you happy, or a person you think will make you happy, or work environment, whatever it is, and it's likely all of the above, dream big for sure, and then be open-minded about how it's going to, progress throughout the year. As you come into the end of the year and that return to Sagittarius and to those big dreams and wishes, whether it's in, again, relationship space or whatever, it's time to be, again, patient with it, with the retrogrades. As I mentioned, those retrogrades, thinking about those months, February more especially, July, and then again in October, November, and October, November more especially, as everything has to work out in its own good time, and sometimes it takes longer, and the routes that you're taking to where you want to go, to who you want to become, and who you want to be with, and what you want to do in life, sometimes takes a bit of a detour. Let's face it, it always takes a detour. And those are those months to be mindful of with the Mercury retrogrades. So, Gemini, I hope that's been of help. I wish you, of course, as always, the very best for the year ahead. If you have any questions about that, obviously feel free to reach out during the year if you're following me on this platform on Patreon. I wish you all the best, and until next time. For Cancer, rising and or moon sign or sun sign, whatever sign you're looking at from the perspective of Cancer, we're going to focus on the eclipses which begin in your sign, or at least the year ends with an eclipse having occurred in your sign. So we're seeing the nodes shift into your sign by the end of 2026, an important transition for you, Cancer. Starting the year out with the nodes in your second and eighth sign, which, itself can show there are things that are uncertain around financial matters or family matters, and those, though, leading way to changes that are happening within you very personally and within your relationship or relationships. So this is an important year, Cancer, for you. I'm going to go through the key things, including, again, the eclipses and the major lunations, such as the eclipses. So the first thing to say is that the year starts out with a lot of sort of gusto and bravado in a way, with the combustion of planets, Mars, Venus, and also Mercury later on in your sixth sign, moving into your seventh sign, where there's this kind of like, okay, this is what I need to do. I'm going to do this. These are the steps I need to follow. And then as I do that, then I need to incorporate everybody else, and everybody else needs to get on board with me. And, this is a big lesson for Cancerians every year and in life in general, I would say, the kind of need to be mindful of other people, their effect on you, your attachments to other people, their attachments to you, and recognizing, of course, that you cannot be completely detached from anybody. That's Cancer, learning that lesson in a way, in a balanced way, with Capricorn on the other side, that you cannot be an island. But at the same time, you have to think about, well, what can I do to affect a change in my life? That's sixth house. What are the steps required? And then who do I need to get on board with me? And who is there to help me? And how can I help others as well? Without, again, being too attached to the outcome. That's a big lesson of Capricorn. So this is all to say that this is the feel starting in the new year with all the planets starting out in Sagittarius, your sixth sign, in combustion, then moving into Capricorn by mid-January, still in combustion, and now also conjunct Pluto. Because there's a dynamic here I think that's interesting where combustion and Pluto is like outwardly the light is blinding, inwardly the dark is blinding. Both of those things, whether inner darkness, i.e., unconsciousness, unconscious behaviors, unconscious whatever, and then outwardly blinding sort of things not being clear outwardly either. You're like, where do I go then for clarity? Well, it is essentially about going in, whether it's because combust planets represent that, that's essentially what it is. The outer significations of the planets can be hampered while the inner strengths can be increased, whether it's Mars, Venus, whatever. Now, Mars and Venus are important planets for you in terms of what you want in life and where you're going and what you need to do, Cancer. And the fact that they're in combustion in your sixth and seventh house, it's like, okay, this is what I want, but I need to do this and I need to get on board with this and do this and then do it with this person and that person. And are you on board with me? So this is again this inner strength and clarity around doing what you want. But then the Pluto is like this need to go within as well because it highlights these deeper unconscious, subconscious at least, drives that can sometimes trip you up. Because if you're not on board, like every bit of you on board with what you're doing, i.e., again, your subconscious mind is saying something completely different to what your conscious desires are, then you're not going to actually get what you want. But if you are fully aware of your deeper subconscious drives and desires, together with your more conscious, then you can start to marry them. You can start to see how they can gel, how they can be incorporated together while also, again, being very, mindfully attached, I would say, like being balanced in your attachments to any end result. And, the bigger lesson of Capricorn ultimately, anyway, is, you know, work for work's sake. Do whatever you need to do, but like detach from whatever result is happening. So all of this to say is that because of all these planets moving from Sagittarius to Capricorn mid-January in combustion conjunct Pluto into February is likely to bring up a lot of these issues for you in the beginning of the year. As I say, I don't believe that January is a new year. Anyway, it's only a new calendar in another way. The new year doesn't really kick in properly until March in 2026 with the new moon in Pisces. Until then, in January and February, the sun is moving through Capricorn and Aquarius, and there's so many things to, think about and long-term objectives to consider and the impact that it's having on other people and how other people impact you, as I said, Cancer. But, if you're trying to get everything done in January and it's like, okay, this is what my New Year's resolutions are, why people fail every time is because they're not considering the other side of Saturn, of Capricorn, and more especially of Aquarius, which is that you cannot be too rigid about your plans. You cannot be too rigid about whatever you want because there are other people involved in the equation. There are unexpected changes that happen in life. That's seventh and eighth house. And this is the theme again of the beginning of every year for you, but this year in a way even more so because of Pluto conjoining the combust planets in Capricorn. And then into February, as planets file into Aquarius, and then we have an eclipse because of Rahu, the north node here. By the 17th of February, we have a solar eclipse. It just shows that eclipses in the eighth house show that there's just going to be some unexpected development in February that you hadn't accounted for at all. And why sticking to a rigid sort of New Year's resolution by the beginning of the year is just not going to work because you haven't got the full picture yet. And anyway, Saturn has this other side to it where it's about, okay, if I want to do this, I need to stick with this long term. Sometimes I need to just kind of let loose. I don't want to be too rigid about it. Sometimes I need to just kind of like, yeah, keep that in my mind's eye, focus on that bigger objective, but be a bit open about it. That's in some ways, a lot of people don't think about Saturn that way, but it has an impish side to it that can show this need to kind of blow off some steam and do something, wild for a while. And January is typically not felt like that because people are so rigid in their New Year's resolutions that it doesn't leave any leeway for going a bit crazy so that you can stick with it. I would say instead, why not kind of just be open to doing something else and then coming back to the plan every now and then, you know? Anyways, that's an aside in a way. As we move through the year, then, as we move through into March, after the eclipse in February and into March, we have an eclipse of the moon of your ruler on the 3rd of March in Leo, and with the south node here, Ketu. So after the changes, the unexpected changes more likely in February because of the eclipse, and also we have a Mercury retrograde in February. Lots of change going on in your 8th house, unexpected things developing here. The eclipse in a way on the 3rd of March is sort of wrapping some things up, I would say, or resolving some things. Perhaps Mercury won't go direct until the end of March, but so there's still a lot of details to work out. But by the 3rd of March, there is likely some resolution here around some changes that are happening. And it could be again within your family or finances. And the 2nd and 8th houses where the nodes are all most of the year shows changes that are happening in how you see things. A lot of people don't consider houses, the 2nd and 8th, in this way, but they are about the future. They are about you making changes in your future. The vision, the insight, and ability to see what needs to happen in the future and make changes, 2nd and 8th. Now, of course, the nodes are in a way your blind spots, so you might not be able to see how to create the future right now. And this is part of the whole conundrum of this nodal axis in these houses, which again, by the end of the year is shifting, which I'll get into now in a minute. But again, thinking about 2026 as a kind of continual sort of sense of uncertainty around changes that you want to make or not sure about making. And maybe because, again, other people are involved and family and partnerships and all of that, and money issues are involved. And yet, still, there are deeper changes happening, is what I want to say. There are things happening underneath the surface of things, even if it doesn't look like anything's changing outwardly. There are important changes happening inwardly. That's what the eclipses are essentially pointing towards. So that March 3rd lunar eclipse in Leo with the South Node, like I said, is probably resolving something, and whether it's a financial thing or a family thing, but there are still some undercurrents and shifts and psychological changes that are happening deep within you, like very deep subconscious changes, I would say. So then planets are going to meet with Saturn, your 7th and 8th Lord, Saturn, which is conjunct Neptune this whole time. And that itself is enough to create uncertainty. And in the ninth house is very much ideally about certainty. So unlike the 2nd and 8th house, though, which is very much about planning and having that insight to plan ahead, the ninth house is about the past that informs what you think you can do or what you believe is possible. So with Saturn conjunct Neptune and then Mars meeting it also in Pisces in April, and Mercury moving in here as well in April, I think with these conjunctions, more especially in April, Mars, Mercury, Saturn, Neptune, you know, and we're starting out the new year as well by the end of March and into April, we're having this kind of like, oh, what's going on here now? You know, in one way, there's a positive spin to this because it's like anything is possible. Ninth house, Saturn, Neptune, and Mercury and Mars, all of this. But in another way, like quite obviously, not everything is possible. Not just anything. You can dream up anything to be possible, but in reality, there's only certain things you can do. So this is why I think this month, April, could be quite a tense one with Mars and Saturn alone, but Mars, Saturn, Neptune, and Mercury, even more. So whatever about you believe is possible at this stage by April, keep an open mind about what has transpired thus far and try not to be too rigid about the changes that you're making in your life or that are happening in their own way. So that's April. Again, a more complex month, but at least then we're moving into, in a way, the sweetest spot of the year in May. May typically is a sweeter spot of the year anyway. March, we did have Venus exalted in Pisces, so that's maybe more positive in many ways. Into April, which is a more complex month. But then May is when Venus goes into Taurus, end of April into May. So that's also more positive. And Venus also will move into your sign later on, as Jupiter will by the 1st of June. Jupiter starts out the year in Gemini, in your 12th sign, which itself is adding to this uncertainty about where you're going and what you're doing and what's possible. But you can see here that there are things starting to shift by the summer now. Again, Venus moving into Taurus, May, and then June, Jupiter moving into your sign. And then later on in June, Venus itself moving into your sign. So Venus, sorry, pardon me, moves into Taurus by the end of April into May, and June moves into your sign. So it goes through three signs quite quickly: April, May, June, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, meeting with Jupiter, which has returned to Cancer by the 1st of June. By the 9th of June, Venus and Jupiter both come together. All of that sounds wonderful, and it is, I think, more wonderful. It's an exalted Jupiter. It's opening up some doorways for you by June that were just not open for you before. Again, I think it's a year of two halves in a way for you for this reason alone, that the first half of the year feels very uncertain and lots of changes that are outside of your control are happening. By the middle of the year in June, as Jupiter moves into your sign and aspects Saturn and Neptune in your ninth sign, this is now like, okay, I'm getting clear about what is important to me, about what I need to do. What is my purpose? Why am I here? What is my purpose? You don't have Jupiter transiting your sign very often. It's only once every 12 years. So now is the time to make full use of this breath of fresh air. It's like the windows are opening up from June 1st. Everything is sort of like letting the light and air in to to buoy you up, to give you this sense of newness, like the potential of something new, an opportunity coming in here. So that's June. Mercury moves into your sign also at this time. And, even though Mercury moving into Cancer by the 22nd of June is going to go back out of the sign because it's going to actually retrograde in the beginning of your sign where Mercury has just moved in, or sorry, where Jupiter has just moved in June. Mercury then moves in, stations retrograde by the 30th of June at 2 degrees, and then will retrograde until the 24th of July. It will retrograde back into Gemini, July 7th. So there's this back and forth that Jupiter has already done. Jupiter has already gone back and forth from the end of 2025 into 26. From your sign into Gemini, your 12th sign. From your sense of self and clarity and purpose and meaning back to ending something that you have to figure out what that ending is and the details around that. Mercury then in July is doing that same dance back and forth between your first sign and your 12th sign. And this is the time to be working all of these things out. Jupiter isn't always clear in a very practical, logical way or communicative way about being able to communicate from that sense of knowing. I know this is what I need to do, or at least I know this is not for me. Mercury is, though. Mercury is more likely to be in July, you focusing on what you need to communicate, that is what you've figured out is important to you at this stage. So June, July, as you can see, is an important time for you to figure out a lot about what you're doing, who you are and what you're doing in life. So mark that in your calendar, June, July, as a really important phase for the year. So that's June, July. Then getting into August, we're getting into eclipse season again. And then this is even more important because the eclipses in August, the first eclipse occurs in your sign. So we have a solar eclipse at 25 degrees of your sign on the 12th of August. This is the first eclipse in Cancer after some years, and it will lead to more eclipses next year. And even though the eclipse that happens 2 weeks later repeats what began the year with the eclipse in Aquarius, which is again highlighting these changes that are happening in your eighth house, the unexpected changes at that. The solar eclipse in your sign on the 12th of August, with itself the moon, your ruler, eclipsing the sun essentially in your sign with Jupiter there, is such a powerful time of transition, of change for you, I would say. It's such an eye-opener in so many ways, I would say, August, that this is, in a way, mark your calendar, one of the more important months. I did say June, July is an important kind of transition and reevaluation of what you're doing and kind of ending and starting again. But it's kind of like in life, sometimes when you start something new, it just happens that that beginning leads to something else that you hadn't anticipated. And this is August. August is like, keep it way open, like really open mind in August. Like mark your calendar as the most important month in a way for some change that happens, maybe out of the blue, potentially, but certainly I think to think more positively about it because I think it's positive change. I think it's conjunct Jupiter, very positive for you ultimately. Ultimately, the South Node will move into your sign by the end of November, and then the North Node into your seventh sign. And all of these bigger changes happening in your family and finances, and all of these, you know, things that you value and thinking about, how do I manage all of these things, lead to more personal changes within yourself and the way you relate to the world and to other people, and how other people relate to you. Because how you see yourself is going to change in a big way. And this is in a way in August, this eclipse is signaling to others in a way, but also deeply to yourself. And maybe other people will pick up on it in a way before you do, that you are going through personal changes. Now, it might even literally be physical changes. If your rising sign is Cancer, you might like have some notion to make a drastic change to your appearance, for example. That is not a small thing because your physical being is just an outer manifestation of your inner being in another way. How you feel inside expresses itself outside. That's why when you feel good, you look good. But when you have an eclipse in your sign, it's like it's deeper than that. It's like I want to go through some real deep, I'm going through some real deep changes here. I want to remove anything that's not me. I want to remove all the layers. I want to strip back everything and I want to be authentically me. I'm changing my mind about everything. I'm changing my belief systems about who I am and what I can do in life. All of this is relevant from August, especially with, again, Jupiter moving through your sign, with an eclipse in your sign, this kind of new vision that you're developing for yourself, which in a way has to strip away anything that is not you. So, as you can hear, August, again, mark your calendar, is probably one of the most important months for you in the whole year. Then we're also having a lunar eclipse, like I said, 2 weeks later in Aquarius, kind of wrapping up in a way or resolving some of those other changes that have been instigated right from the beginning of the year in February. Then into September, we have a lot of strengths coming in again. We have Mercury moving into Virgo into the end of September and then moving into Libra, where it will go retrograde again. Mercury is retrograde in all the air signs, starting out again with the eclipse in February. Also an eclipse in July, I mentioned there, end of June into July in Gemini, from your sign back into Gemini, working out a lot of those things. But then again, by the end of the year, Mercury goes retrograde again, this time from October 24th until November 14th in Libra, in your fourth house sign. So all the air signs are very much about home life, finances, very much about you looking for something that makes you happy and maybe cutting things out that are not making you happy anymore. And together with this Mercury retrograde by October, November, we also have a Venus retrograde in Libra, going back to Virgo. This is such an important time, I think, for everybody, but considering it from your perspective, Cancer, it's a very personal change that you're going through in your home environment with both Mercury and Venus retrograde in your fourth house. So this is a whole kind of reset again, I would say, where it will ask you to really look at what you want and where you want to be in life more so. With all of the changes that are happening for you personally and things opening up for you in so many positive ways and so many uncertain things perhaps becoming more certain as the year moves on, it would naturally lead to this change in circumstance in a very sort of practical way in terms of where you are in the world, like where you are situated, even like where you live. So there's likely to be a lot of change, even if you don't move, though, there's likely to be a lot of change in your home environment, October, November. So it's a big time, I think, of the year to consider. Again, after the eclipses in August, in September and into October, then as the dust settles, October, November is this whole review and reflection on, what's been going on all year. I want to just highlight as well, though, by the end of the year, by December, Mercury moves into Scorpio and then into Sagittarius. From the beginning of December, it's in Scorpio. The end of the year, it's in Sagittarius, finishing out the year where it began in Sagittarius with these big hopes and dreams, these big plans. And this is a year that is going to be, it's kind of like that saying I'm thinking about, like, make plans, make God laugh. if you kind of keep that kind of sense of humor about it as well, it might be useful. That yes, you can make all the plans in the world, but with the nodes in your second and eighth sign, things are happening that are outside of your control also, or the small you control, the egoic control. That if you're open to the changes that are happening, which there are going to be a lot of changes happening in 2026, more than even in the last few years, I would say, then you're more able to roll with it and make the changes for yourself personally that you need to make. And you do need to make a lot of personal changes, again, considering that eclipse in your sign in August. And those eclipses in your eighth sign, again, with unexpected changes cropping up all the time, impacting you in a very personal way. So as the year ends, then, again, from the end of November, the South Node is now moving into your sign. Jupiter has moved out of your sign at that point by the 31st of October. And then Mars is moving through your sign also. Mars moves through your sign from the end of September until the middle of November. And all of these three, Jupiter, South Node, and Mars, all meet first in first in Leo, but then all go back into Cancer. Again, Ketu, the South Node, is the first to do that by the end of November. But in the new year, 2027, Mars and Jupiter are also going to do that. They're going to return to Cancer. So they're first going to meet in Leo by the end of the year. And then into the following year, 2027, they're going to return to your sign and all meet there. This is huge. This is now, in a way, the biggest thing. And in a way, the biggest thing of 2026 is what's happening in the beginning of 2027, in a way, where for you personally, this is like a whole new vision opening up for you, a whole new vista. And in a way, it's kind of preempted by the Jupiter transit through your sign from the 1st of June to the 31st of October, opening up doorways, opportunities for you, possibilities in some ways, leading to a different vision for your life when then Jupiter meets with the South Node in your second sign. And then again, they meet with Mars also, and they all move back together into your sign. Like seeing yourself differently and making different plans, and that having a huge impact on how you see yourself is the big theme of the end of 26 into the beginning of 2027. I know that all sounds very dramatic, but it will likely be very dramatic and likely a very dramatic change in who you are, maybe even how you present yourself, even like I said, physically. So much is opening up for you, I would say, Cancer, in 2026, that starting out the year, if you're aware of these big, massive, positive changes awaiting you by the end of the year, you're more likely to be able to roll with it, whatever unexpected things happen throughout the year. As I think there will be many unexpected things happening throughout 2026. So let that be a sort of buoy in the kind of vast ocean of these changes that are happening in 2026 to help prop you up, to keep you afloat for now. Because, well, in a way, you need to kind of just let go and go with the tide here because it's going to bring you where it's going to bring you. But I do believe it's bringing you somewhere more positive. Changes that are happening in 2026 are going to affect more positive changes in your life, even if you might be freaking out about the fact that there's a lot that's changing. You are going to go through so many personal changes that, they're inevitable, but they are going to be positive, I would say, Cancer. So, quite a year. I hope it's been of help. As always, I wish you the very best for the year ahead. And until next time. For Leo rising, moon sign, or sun sign, or whatever sign perspective you wish to look at from Leo, this is a year where we're going to look at the eclipses for you more so because, of course, the eclipse involves your ruler, the sun, along with the moon, your 12th lord. So it typically brings out some of the more hidden aspects of the psyche, of your mental functioning and underlying subconscious reality in a way. And because, of course, you have the eclipses, the eclipse points, the North and South Node, Rahu and Ketu, moving through your sign and your opposite sign, this is again an important year. Just as 2025 was, you're going through important changes, and that continues until the end of 2026. By the time Rahu and Ketu are finished in your sign and opposite, by end of November, a lot will have changed for you personally and within your relationship. So that's the first and seventh sign. So we're going to focus on the eclipses in these signs with an added eclipse also in 2026 by August in your 12th sign in the sign Cancer. So that's going to be an important thing as well, uncovering some things there. As they shift into your 6th and 12th sign with the North Node in your 6th, South Node in your 12th. And again, that August eclipse is sort of heralding that change in a way, but they don't change signs until the end of November. It does show, I think, a better maybe way of dealing with these nodes, which typically when they're in the very prominent first and seventh, challenge more. And especially in the fixed signs, Leo and Aquarius, where you might want to keep things the way they are, but you realize that you cannot stay the same, that there are things changing in your life, and that's going to impact yourself and your partner. And also, conversely, you could have your partner going through a lot of changes, and therefore that impacts you also personally. It's kind of like chicken and egg stuff kind of thing, which comes first? Well, either or, as these reflect really the changes that you're both going through. You're like mirroring each other. If you're not in a relationship, though, it doesn't mean that you're not going through changes in your relationships in how you engage with the world, because the seventh house isn't just about the partner, of course, it's about how you engage with any other, even with the world out there, any entity. So it's like this obviously shows changes that you are personally going through with the South Node Ketu running through your sign, cutting out all the excess, cutting out all of the surface layer, maybe even cutting out all of the roles and the status symbol and all of these things that Leo can often accumulate, and it's kind of cutting all of that out. And because Ketu represents your fourth house and home life and happiness and well-being, it's asking you to cut some things out that are in the way of that, of course. But as that's happening, you might be very focused on that change or not at all. Depends really how it goes. Sometimes you might not be focused on it at all. Sometimes you might be hyper focused on it. Either way, with that going on, that creates this dynamic change within dealing with other people. And then again, like I said, that can challenge in another way because Rahu, the North Node in your seventh sign, and we'll talk about the first eclipse in February in your seventh sign, is likely to stir things up within your relationship dynamics with, again, whoever. You don't have to be in a relationship to have this, like a romantic relationship, to have this impact you in a big way. So I'll start off the year as it starts off for everybody with the conjunctions and combustions of the planets in Sagittarius. They then move into Capricorn mid-January. And that essentially means that your ruler, the planet that represents you, is hiding the other planets, Venus, Mars, and then eventually Mercury as well by the end of January. So when we say that the planets are hidden by the rays of the sun, by your rays in a way, you have maybe this kind of quality Leo that, people would see as this bright, shining light. That's wonderful. But then also you have to be mindful of how that can be blinding sometimes. Now, Leos in a more negative way can obviously be referred to as the most overbearing sign of the zodiac, we might say. But in a positive way, that's a guidance for other people, an ability to shine your light to give that sense of clarity. But the clarity of combustion isn't necessarily forthcoming outwardly. So if you're looking for it out there, it's not likely as easily accessible as it is within yourself. So that's what these combustions in your fifth house and then in your sixth house by mid-January represent. It's about being clear essentially about what is important to you, what you would love to do in 2026, and then following from that, the steps that are required for you to do that thing. It's likely a new year, mid-January onwards, where there's some sort of discipline kicking in as planets, including the sun, move into your sixth sign. So I would say that that's a better time to sort of hit the ground running in terms of your New Year's resolutions and sort of start implementing those daily routines. And as much as I know all Leos tend to hate that, they hate that because everybody knows what they should and shouldn't do and hate being told what they should and shouldn't do. And that's what Saturn is. Saturn rules your sixth house and your seventh house. So it combines this thing you should do, sixth house, and you know what you should do, but then the other person telling you that. the seventh house. So why Leos would have to be told what to do? Well, I mean, they don't like being told what to do, number one, because Leo is very much about being in command, being in a leadership role, being that kind of bright presence. So this is a challenge with Saturn signs typically. And so at the same time, there's a silver lining here because the ruler of your sixth sign and your seventh sign is currently in your eighth sign in Pisces. We'll get to that in a minute in February when Saturn and Neptune conjoin by exact degree, and that changes everything else in a big way in your relationship dynamics. But overall, I would say this is a silver lining because it's basically showing that you can overcome the challenges and go through the changes that are necessary, even if it might be annoying sometimes when somebody tells you what to do. Or conversely, you're trying to tell somebody what to do. Leos tend to have this issue around that because, of course, it's Saturn, Sun dynamics, oppositions, and things like that. These opposing forces in a way that, you have to acknowledge other people in your life and other things that you have to do in your life that you might not always want to do. But for you to continue to shine bright and live well and be happy, they're necessary. So these are big points, I would say, from the year, starting the year from January, more especially leading into February. And then in February, and by the way, just before we move into February, there's so much going on all year, but in January also we have not just the combustions and planets hidden by the rays of the sun and this lack of clarity, essentially about some key points in your life, whether it's about your work life or your home life or both, whether it's about your travel plans or your plans in life in general in 2026. There's not a lot of clarity forthcoming in a way outwardly that the answers are again within. At the same time, Pluto is going to meet with all of these planets as they file into Capricorn mid-January into February. So that's kind of showing an underlying sort of dynamic, maybe a hidden impulse, maybe a sabotaging kind of impulse as well, maybe the subconscious getting in the way of what you know you need to do. So this is maybe a bit trickier in a way. And so when you have a combustion situation and then you have a Pluto situation and they're all gathering in your sixth house by mid-January, you could just imagine that there's blocks that you're dealing with. Even though, like I said, ultimately I think you're going to overcome them. I do think this is positive overall. Mid-January, especially onwards to mid-February, is a time to be especially mindful of them. So then getting into February, and then by mid-February, the sun moves into your seventh sign and then is going to get eclipsed. So this is an important month, February. Quite obviously, anytime there's an eclipse, a solar eclipse, especially, you're impacted. But even with the lunar eclipse, because either way, the sun is either eclipsing the moon or the moon eclipsing the sun. So for a solar eclipse, obviously, it's the moon, the mind, your subconscious eclipsing you. You're not able to see clearly as to what's going on, even though there can be some deep insights. And this again within the realms of relationship, because it's in your seventh sign. On the 17th of February, there is an annular solar eclipse with the North Node Rahu. There tends to be a blind spot with the North Node more so than the South Node, but either could be a blind spot in a way. And so be very mindful in February, I would say, of this potential. And then adding into that, we have Mercury retrograde in the seventh sign. From the end of February, right after that eclipse, and right after the Saturn-Neptune conjunction, an exact conjunction in Pisces, we have Mercury retrograde from the end of February until the end of March. So there's a lot of things sort of hanging about in the air in your relationship space, I would say, in February into March. And though the eclipse passes by the beginning of March, when there is a lunar eclipse in your sign on March 3rd, there's likely some resolution, therefore, in a sense. It's still hanging around in terms of the details because of Mercury's retrograde until the end of March, until March 21st. So February, March are important years in terms of getting this year started in terms of the changes that have to happen in your life. Don't expect that they're all, cumbersome or that they're all challenging. They could be very positive changes. It's not all about, looking at these things negatively. Even though traditionally Indian astrology looks at eclipses negatively, it doesn't have to be negative, and actually it has to happen. And in fact, if it didn't happen, that would be negative. So in other words, you are evolving, you are changing as an individual, you are changing in how you perceive yourself and how you show up in the world, and that's changing how you interact with everybody else. And these are the key points to make in February, March. And it's going to take a while for you to figure some of these things out, I would say, into March. So then, all of this while, though, all the other planets, Mars and Venus, are joining along, and Mars then moves in with, after Venus has moved through Pisces in your seventh sign. Venus, by the way, is in your seventh sign in February as well. So that's kind of like a maybe smoothing agent here, and it can kind of smooth over any of the rough edges of these changes. But then it goes into exaltation into April and, or into March, sorry, Venus in March is in Pisces. So that's wonderful in many ways as well. But it's conjunct Saturn and Neptune, which are very close together. And that's creating a lot of confusion around your relationship space, around the things that you need to do every day. Again, that's what Saturn is for you. So although it might help things out in a way with Venus, it could also be a challenge in another way, not being very clear about what to do, you know? Then later on, when Mars moves into Pisces in April, that's even more challenging in a way, I would say. So being very mindful. I'm going to put a red flag in April for you in terms of dealing with these potential frustrations. I mean, February was also a red flag in a way, or a big changing month. But then we also now have April. April with Mars conjunct Saturn, conjunct Neptune in your eighth sign of change, an unexpected change at that. And with Mars being such an important player in the year 2026, it's literally triggering things from the get-go. From the beginning of the year in January, triggering Pluto, then in February, triggering the eclipse, into March, and now April, triggering Saturn and Neptune in your eighth. And later on in July, it triggers Uranus and further triggering you as it moves into your side by the end of the year with the South Node, with Jupiter. It's just one thing after another with Mars in 2026. And that means for you, Leo, that it's home life and travel essentially, or it's your parents and or. So that's essentially because Mars rules your fourth and ninth, so the mother and the father. But again, it's the home and the travel plans, and maybe also study, which is another thing fourth and ninth have in common. So all of the above is likely to be a major trigger for changes in your life in 2026. So after Mars has conjoined Saturn in April and Neptune, and again, it's unclear. This is the kind of background hum of 2026 with Saturn and Neptune in Pisces, creating a lot of uncertainty about what needs to change. And yet there is some deep, slow, very slow change happening. That's what makes it so uncertain. I mean, change would be fine if it were just quick and then it's okay, it's changed. But it's actually that it's not clearly changing or very quickly changing with Saturn and Neptune. It's like a slow, very deep process, and it just creates more uncertainty, essentially. So to be mindful of that, I would say. Then into the summer, we're heading into May and June, and these are kind of like the sweeter months of the year typically, and this year is no different. May is typically a better year in many ways. One of the things that's happening is that Mars is moving into Aries in May, into a very strong position in your ninth house. Wonderful. More clarity is forthcoming in May. Also, Venus has again moved from exaltation in Pisces in March, but at the end of April into May, also it's moving into Taurus, its own sign. So now you have Mars in its own sign. You have, pardon me, Venus in its own sign, and then you also have later on Gemini being visited by Mercury by the end of May. So that's really positive. You have all of these signs, the ninth, 10th, and 11th signs, very much about purposeful action and gains in life and being clear about what you're doing and what you're getting out of what you're doing with these planets that rule these in these signs. So May, June, yeah, that's really the sweet spot of the year. Doesn't mean that there aren't further complexities going on, and especially when we get into July, but I think May, June especially would be, again, more positive overall. So then by July, that's another major trigger because Mars is going to conjoin Uranus in Taurus in your 10th house sign. So this is to do with work likely. July 4th is the exact conjunction. And, afterwards, July is like everything lining up for major change in the world and in your life again, possibly pivoting around some actions that you take at this point or work relations or work things or the boss at work or the institution you work for, the company, or if you work for yourself, it's what you're doing yourself. There definitely is in July, like again, mark it in your calendar, like along with the February month, mark July as a massive year or a massive month in this massive year. So Mars conjunct Uranus in your 10th, aspecting your sign and the south node therein. That's a huge month. And then all the other outer planets, Pluto and Neptune and Uranus are all lining up in these cooperative relationships in many ways, trines and sextiles, and Saturn is there, and Jupiter is in June going to go into exaltation. I'll talk about Jupiter's first half of the year first, and then the second half after. But, you know, July, everything sort of lines up. There's so many, I think, positive things coming out of this, but it's not necessarily looking that way from the get-go. It could be something that you do that's kind of like has to be done, but then it's like you do it and then it's like, whoa, yeah, okay, now all of a sudden this is opening up for me. So I would just encourage you in July to be very open-minded and positive and expect something positive to come out of this action, even if you're not sure about what to do. Or if something happens, indeed, you don't do anything, but something quite sudden happens, I do think that there is going to be ultimately a positive outcome in this. So coming to the positivity, because there's a lot of positivity here reflected in Jupiter in the year. Although Jupiter starts out in Gemini until the 1st of June, so the first half of the year it's in Gemini, second half is in Leo, or in, sorry, Cancer, and then moving into Leo by the end of October, finishing out the year in your sign. That's three signs for one planet like Jupiter that typically only spends 1 year in a sign. So there's a lot of sort of ups and downs in a way, but the kind of core thing around the summer is this Jupiter exaltation, where, for you personally, it's very much about letting go of any problems or obstacles that you're experiencing, even if it's just a mental block, and being able to see your way through to something else. The fifth Lord Jupiter in your 12th house is about asking you to let go of perhaps some plan that you had, together with the eighth Lord, that can actually lead to progress. Now, bear with me, listen to this now because it's so important. When you have the fifth and eighth Lord in the 12th house, there is a mixed bag because on the one hand, you're going to have to give up this plan that you might really dearly want to hold on to. But on the other hand, the eighth Lord in the 12th is showing that if you do, all of those other obstacles are overcome because actually that plan could be the obstacle, in other words. It's such an important point for Leos to understand about Jupiter in general, that sometimes the way you think or what you believe to be true or what you believe about your capability is holding you back. And this exaltation from June 1st until October 31st, Jupiter is asking you to let go of something, and that for that to be the springboard from which you jump off from and then create a whole new you come the latter part of the year. And then once Jupiter moves into your sign, meets with the South Node together with Mars by the end of the year, November, and then everything's up for change. It's like, for you to get to that place and the personal changes that you're going through, you need, in a way, need to see it differently. You need to let go of some dream that is just not happening or that is unrealistic. Jupiter exalted is aspecting Saturn, Neptune in Pisces, and it's getting more realistic. It's getting more real about what is possible. And again, if you're clear about what's possible, you're also clear about what's a dream, a fantasy, a delusion. And once that's gone, then you're on the home straight then. Now, I do want to preface this with the fact that Jupiter is moving into your sign is wonderful in many, many ways, except that it's also going to retrograde back out of your sign and back into Cancer until the middle of 2027. So I'm going into 27 now, but it's important to give you a sense of a prelude to what's happening by the end of 26 into 27, where Jupiter moves into its shadow in your sign along with Mars, where there's this real impetus to make some new changes in your life and make them stick and make them positive. And then them both going back together with the South Node, which has finished up in your sign by the end of November, they all go back together in the beginning of 2027 in January. and then meet again in your 12th sign in Cancer. And so that it shows that there is still something that you're hanging on to by the end of 2026. Some dream, perhaps, some hope, some aspiration for something that is actually, again, holding you back. So by letting go finally, and eventually you will learn to surrender, it will happen. Using 2026 in a way as a journey towards that surrender, I think, is a great way for you to approach the year. Mars itself, I mentioned, meets with Jupiter and the South Node in your sign. That happens in November, but before then, Mars is in Cancer from September. And after, as I mentioned, in July, the trigger with Uranus in your 10th sign, it goes into Gemini in your 11th, more positive for sure, August. But then it's in September, it's in Cancer. So I'd be especially mindful of from September 18th to November 12th with Mars in Cancer. So end of September, October, and midpoint November. This is where you might, and especially important again, because it's now Mars moving into its shadow, because it's going to, in the new year, 2027, move back over into Cancer. And whatever about where you're living or where you're planning to live or traveling or studying or whatever about what's going on with your parents, there is some uncertainty here by the end of the year, again, through September, end of September, October, November. And October, November anyway, because of other things that are going on, I'll talk about in a minute, is the most uncertain time of the year, I'm going to say. And this is again to maybe mark this in your calendar, October, November, as a time to be patient with what's happening. October, November, and then into December, things get more clear again, and especially into the new year. But then in the new year, then you have this whole retrograde phase of, Jupiter and Mars and the South Node all together going back into Cancer. So I don't want to get too ahead of things because I want to keep this focused on 2026, but I'm mentioning it now because by the end of the year, it's sort of a prelude to the changes, the adjustments, the big review that has to happen in 27. And because of Mars going in and out and Jupiter going in and out of your sign and the South Node finishing up in your sign, it's all sort of like hinging around home life and study and travel issues and parents and all of these things. And it's kind of like a stop-start kind of thing. And it's not going to be clear from the get-go by the end of the year as much as you want it to be. It's going to work its way out in the coming months after that. And until Mars at least moves forward again by the spring of 2027 and goes back into your sign, it's likely not to be that clear over, therefore, the winter of 26, 27. So, that I know sounds a bit of a downer, but it's not a downer. Again, if you remember what I said about this ultimately being a positive change and letting go of what's standing in your way of seeing what you can do here. And if you keep that in mind the whole time, it's easier. And just like the theme of the South Node Ketu in your sign all year, most of the year, by the end of November, it's moved out, but it's really most of the year in your sign. That is itself a time of letting go. So as scary as it might be, and as uncertain as it might feel in 2026, when you do learn to surrender and let go of what you need to, the vacuum that's created, the void that's created by that is just going to be filled very easily and very abundantly and by many great things with Jupiter. So you got to kind of almost keep an eye on your mind, kind of grasping things that you want to hold on to, but remember that they're just going to actually bog you down. So whether that's a home thing, whether whatever it is, just a mental thing, thoughts, ideas, even just, learning to let go is going to be huge for you in 2026, Leo. I did want to mention as well, one other thing about the transits in 2026 into 2027, and that is one of the maybe more important transitions, even though I'm talking about October, November as kind of the most important in that way. Transitioning into this new phase and this kind of setback and this kind of review of the whole thing in your life, right? But before all of that, I want to mention as well the eclipse in August, because the eclipses are obviously always so important for you to recognize. And even though it's not in your sign, it's in August with the South Node in your sign. The sun itself is eclipsed in Cancer at 25 degrees at the end of Cancer, your 12th sign. So the mind, the subconscious, the hidden aspects of the psyche sort of rearing their head in a way for some sort of revelation in a way, I think. But for that to be accessed more clearly in August, so the exact eclipse is August 12th, you really need to be tuning in, like through meditation, through just journaling, contemplating what's going on in August. Any month there's eclipse, I would say it's a time to be contemplative, but this one especially in August. That is then what sets the scene for the changes that happen subsequently. So it might feel like, well, okay, wait a minute, I'm going to draw it back to August now, and it was September and October, November, and then we're not even getting into the whole thing about the retrogrades of Mars and all of these things in the following year. But this is what happens. There's a kind of an action that's taken, something that's done, or you do something, and then it leads to the next thing, that leads to the next thing. This is how life happens. And if you see it in sequence, you realize that actually it's the February eclipses, the August eclipses, the retrogrades of Mercury and all of that create these changes. There's also a Venus retrograde in October, November, and Mercury is also retrograde in that time. Mercury retrogrades in all the air signs, starting out the year where the eclipses are in February, March, as I mentioned, then in Gemini, and then finishing out the year October, November into your third sign, Libra, where Venus is also retrograde. Venus, which represents your career, your actions in the world, and the initiative to start something new. And it itself is going retrograde October, November. That prelude to the Mars upcoming retrograde the following year. So there's so much sort of hanging around in the air, so much that has to be worked out with these deeper changes that you've been going through, that it's not going to happen overnight, obviously, but they're important changes for you to recognize. And again, 2026 might be an uncertain year as much as 25 was, and maybe even more so. But in another way, there are, because of the bigger changes that are happening in many ways, is more coming from it. There's more happening, at least. Because in a way, 2025 was a non-happening year in many ways. But 2026, I don't think we can say that about it. But in a way, again, for you personally, the happenings are the endings for you to clear away for the next thing that you're going to be doing. So that's so important to recognize as well. So again, mark August now in your calendar as a especially important month of change with the eclipse. And then the sun moves into your sign mid-August, mid-September, conjoins Ketu as soon as it does by the end of August. So that's another personal shift, a change, a trigger for you to go through these powerful changes, personal changes that impact your life, the way you see your life moving forward, how you engage with others, what you're doing in the world, where you are, where you're living, the circumstances you're within. So many powerful triggers for you because of the nodes in your sign and opposite and triggering all these bigger changes in these key areas of your life. You know, the self, home, relationships, career are all strongly impacted, and it kind of like sends everything into a spin. Again, that might sound scary and uncertain, even more than you feel right now, but in another way, it's kind of like a double negative. It's kind of like when you're going through a lot of uncertainty, as you are right now and have been in 2025, 2026's changes though create more changes, at least remove some of that uncertainty just through things happening finally, like shifting in a big way. So, Leo, that is 2026, a huge year for you, a massive year. I hope that has been of help. As always, I wish you all the very best. And until next time. For Virgo rising, moon sign, sun sign, or whatever sign you'd like to use Virgo from the perspective of Virgo and its ruler Mercury, we're going to look at the key transits for Mercury in the year and all the other key transits that are going on, triggering different parts of this chart from Virgo. So, Virgo, just to preempt this or to give a prelude to this, that every year Mercury goes retrograde 3 times a year. And so that's nothing new. And it's part and parcel of what it means to be a Virgo. And with Virgo Mercury ruling your first house and your 10th house of action, work, direction in life, and all of those things that are so important to us in our modern life. It's a case of you always going into a review around what you're doing and how you're doing it, and maybe how you could do better and improve your life. This is essentially what Virgo is. It's about the actions that are taken that actually help you better yourself. Now, you obviously need to be mindful of overdoing that impulse because the downside of that is just trying to be a perfectionist, as is often stated about Virgo, but there still is a need, an impulse to improve your life. And that's an ongoing journey. You're never going to get there, obviously, but you want to strive to that. You want to keep going because that's your nature. So, just to give you the retrogrades for the year, first of all, and then we'll get into the other transits. Mercury is retrograding in all of the air signs. It's going to peak into and retrograde initially into Cancer. In the summer, I'll talk about that and go back into Gemini, mostly Gemini. So mostly it's the air signs. So starting out the year, retrograde in February in Aquarius. So from the 26th of February until the 21st of March, it's retrograde in Aquarius, where we're also going to have the eclipse in February. So that's a big deal. We're going to talk about February as a major month to look at. Then we're looking at the next phase of retrograde in the summer. It retrogrades from the 30th of June to the 24th of July. It's slightly in Cancer, like 2 degrees, first 2 degrees, but mostly going back into Gemini. So this is your 10th house sign. This is the house of work and profession and action and taking action and looking at what you're getting out of what you're doing and all of that. Is the 11th where it starts the retrograde. So that's going to be a whole thing in the summer around you working and what are you getting out of this, right? And then it ends the year in October, November, a critical point, together with a Venus retrograde at the same time, where they both station direct by the 14th of November. It will do so in Libra, your second host sign, which is also about work, as well as, the sixth sign, which is that they all link together with work, as in 10th house is the action you take, the work that you do. Second house is the money that you save from that work that you do, and the sixth house is the duties that you have to perform to get that money. So this is the kind of bigger theme in a way for the year for you, Virgo, I would say, around day-to-day life, work, your career objectives in general, overall, and then also what's important to you, what do you value besides money, besides the money in the bank? Like, is it important for you to keep working in that job? Is it giving you enough money? Are you saving enough? And again, besides money, what's important to you? What do you value? So that's kind of like the overarching theme, I would say, for you in 2026, but there's obviously a lot more going on with the transits. The year starts out, let's start with January, with all the planets having gathered in Sagittarius in combustion. So Mars, Venus, and Mercury moves in all very close to the sun. And then by mid-January, they move into Capricorn. This transition from your fourth to your fifth house in January is highlighting, and maybe highlighting is not the right word in a way because these planets are combust. We cannot see them. They're not visible. And so it actually might be not highlighting, but actually blocking. And it's kind of like the rays of the sun is like, you can't see. And so with the sun for you ruling your 12th house, there might be some block here. You might not be able to see clearly about what you're doing here in this area of your life, these areas. So the fourth and fifth, home and planning your future. If you have children around their issues as well. But generally, even just planning your future, scheduling yourself for the new year come January. The scheduling comes out of a need to make yourself happy, which is the fourth house, starting with your base, the baseline happiness, fourth house, moving into the fifth house, where now you want to express this thing that you want to do. So this is the theme of January. And together with the combustion, we also have these planets by mid-January move into Capricorn conjunct Pluto. So now Pluto is in your fifth house, and the fifth house, again, being about planning, thinking clearly about what you're planning and what you're doing, is likely to also bring up these kind of maybe subconscious blocks around what you're doing or planning. And again, if you have children around their issues and maybe for them or your relationship with them, whatever that might be, specifically, there's a need in the beginning of the year in January to get very clear about what's holding you back from doing what you want. And to first of all, ask the question anyway, what do you really want? That's the fourth and fifth house. Once that has been obtained, that clarity, and eventually you get clear, because that's what combust also means. The planets kind of go through their process of combustion and coming out the other side. And into February, Venus becomes clear again. And by March, Mars comes clear again. And all of these things get worked out. Okay, I'm clear now about what I want here. Then come the steps required in order for you to do what you need to do, which is the sixth house that gets activated in February. But it doesn't just get activated in terms of what do you need to do, what are the steps. It gets activated because an eclipse here. So the North Node Rahu is here in your sixth house. It has been for the last year or so. It's going to continue, well, half a year at least, because it's going to continue until the end of November in 2026 in your sixth house, with the South Node opposite in your 12th house. This is actually seen as a positive placement for them in many ways, except for sometimes Rahu in the sixth can overly focus on problems. Because although the sixth house is about the steps required for you to get to where you want to go, the thing that you want to do, you would love to do, Rahu is a bit like blinkered and it's a bit of a blind spot. So you might not be able to see clearly in ways because you're maybe so focused on the problems in a way. That's the problem with the sixth house. Whereas the South Node Ketu in the 12th house is probably more suited in a way, but in another way that could also be where you might be just tuning out completely and not dealing with anything. You know, that's another possibility here. It depends, of course, on what side of the spectrum you're in, the dashas, the time periods that are more active in your chart. But just generally, 6-12 is a good time for just getting your work-life balance right, just figuring out how to deal with some problems without overly focusing on them, and then letting go and winding down at the end of the day so that you can recharge and then wake up refreshed so that you can tackle the problems again in life, right? We all have problems. Sixth house is just, and that's what Virgo is all about. It's a sixth sign of the zodiac. It's all about figuring out how to make things better. It's just, again, sometimes you might overdo that and then create situations that are not really better, but actually making things worse. So that's something to be mindful of, I suppose, throughout 2026, as it has been throughout 25, really, with the nodes moving through here. So then as planets file into the sixth house and together with the sun creating an eclipse on the 17th of February, with a Mercury retrograde, then afterwards from the 26th of February, really focusing you so much on problems in February and March. Be open-minded about whatever's presented, I would say, at this time, because with an eclipse, it just shakes everything up. It's like, don't expect to keep the same routine, the same schedule. Try not to be too rigid about what you're doing in February, March. Try and keep an open mind about what you're planning and how you're going to go about doing it. And like I said, if you're trying to improve yourself, that's wonderful. And that's a great impulse to have, but it's just overdoing it is the problem, essentially. So that's February. Eclipses anyway is going to show a different way of doing it. It's going to give you a surprise and how, okay, maybe I don't need to do it that way. Maybe I can do it this way. And oftentimes when you leave a problem anyway, it's like you come back to it and it's sorted itself out. So that's another potential here, by the way, in February, that something reveals itself, the problem that you've been dealing with, or maybe haven't been dealing with, conversely, is that it just presents itself and then the solution also presents itself, because if you're not aware of the problem, that's actually a bit of a problem. But whether it's about a problem more overtly or more covert sort of sabotaging, even self-sabotage that's going on here, whatever it is, because sometimes the nodes can be very hidden. There's a potential here for you to overcome them ultimately, and that's why the North Node is seen to be good in this sign. Ultimately, you will overcome the issues and get on with it and do what you need to do. It's just that you have to be open-minded about the changes that are happening in February and March. So then into March, then we have these planets, Venus, move into Pisces, exalted, wonderful, into your seventh sign. Sweet spot in the year for you for sure, March, even if there are other things going on as well. But Venus exalted in your seventh sign is going to smooth out some of the relationship issues that have been building and have been hanging around like a bad smell, maybe even. That's Saturn and Neptune conjoined in your seventh house. And the exact conjunction is the end of February. So into March, we're still kind of feeling this, but at least now Venus is coming in and smoothing it over. So smoothing it over means that this uncertainty of Saturn and Neptune in your seventh house around relationships or a particular relationship, possibly a romantic relationship even, or committed relationship, um, is just creating a lot of uncertainty. And so it's just nice to have Venus there in March. So again, I would circle March as a sweet spot in the year for you, despite the uncertainty. Into April, then we've got Mars going to, this is where it gets a bit tricky. Mars goes into Pisces. Mars goes into Pisces conjunct Neptune, conjunct Saturn, and Mercury, your ruler, goes into Pisces in April. It's in its, you know, weakest sign at the end of the day. It's always a good one to be mindful of. So now circle April as not necessarily a sweet spot, but actually a rough spot. And so I'm not going to mince my words here. When your ruler goes into its weakest sign, plus there's a Saturn Mars conjunction in that sign with a Neptune there, there's likely some relationship issues rearing their head, or you're having to deal with something or someone that's creating a lot of tension. And then, it creates uncertainty in you and as to what you're doing. Now, whether this is a personal or a professional thing in April, again, circle it, mark it red. It's like a red flag in the year for you to just take it easy, take a step back from what's going on here. I would say April. So then into May, we've got another sweet spot because in May, typically we have some good transits going on, and this year is no different. Very good transits in terms of Mars goes into Aries, its own sign. We've got Venus going into Taurus, its own sign. We've got Mercury, your ruler, eventually quickly going through three signs and finishing out in its own sign by the end of May in Gemini into your 10th house sign. So by the end of May, there's some really positive transits going on here. And so if you can remember that, despite the changes in February and, March, not so bad, April, mm, a bit tricky April, then you know at least that, okay, May's coming. And May, June is again the sweet spot in the year. Lots of strong transits going on, lots of positive transits, your ruler in a positive strength. Now, there's a caveat here, of course, because later on in June and by the end of June, as Jupiter shifts from Gemini into your 11th sign, I'll talk about that in a minute. Mercury also does, and then goes backwards, back retrograde in Gemini, into your 10th sign. So July, therefore, is more about a review of what you're doing, your work life again. So the year starts out with that, with the eclipse in February in your workspace, day-to-day chores. And then July, more especially the kind of bigger objective work thing gets backed up, and you have to go in through this major review about what you're doing. So first of all, though, in June, again, a sweet spot. So May, June is a sweet spot, but June, then we have Jupiter go into Cancer. So Jupiter up until the 1st of June is in Gemini, in your 10th house sign. It's actually seen as not a very positive position, really, whether it's your rising sign or moon sign, to be in the 10th sign, and especially Gemini, because Jupiter is not very clear. And that could do with relationship issues as well, and home life and all of that. And there are too many things to choose between, too many things that could happen that you could choose and that you're maybe not clear about because Jupiter isn't that clear in Gemini. But from June 1st, then clarity is coming in because it's not only good by sign, but it's by house in your chart in the 11th. Jupiter loves the 11th house. You will love the 11th house. This will be so positive. It's also going to be aspecting your 7th sign where Saturn and Neptune are continuing to transit, bringing more clarity, less confusion, less uncertainty. And it's going to reward you in some way for sure. I mean, even if it's not overtly, like obviously, like money, something coming out in your career that kind of lends itself to some possibility, some opportunity, some major opportunities coming in here. Just generally, I would say you're just sensing a sense of optimism and abundance and possibility and goal setting and feeling confident about that, I would say. This is from June. So again, very positive. Again, just to be mindful that Mercury then comes in here and retrogrades by the end of June into the end of July, going back from Cancer into Gemini. And so though those things are more positive, those changes perhaps, or those big ideas are coming in now and fueling that sense of positivity, Mercury's going backwards means that you have to work out some of the details. There's some things that are not clear in terms of the details, whatever about the big grand notions of Jupiter. So then into August, we're heading into another, well, actually, sorry, first of all, July, I didn't say July. July is another red spot for sure, another red flag, because Mars moves into Taurus, your 9th house sign, conjunct Uranus. That's a major trigger. And for you, it might not be a major trigger in terms of anything personal, but it's going to be a major trigger in the world. I would just maybe be mindful in terms of traveling, and especially around their exact conjunction on July 4th, especially if you are in the US, but anywhere traveling, I would say this is going to be a big flare up, I would say. this is quite something I would say. Mars is not the easiest planet for you anyway. So in terms of lumping that into travel plans with a conjunction with Uranus on July 4th, I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily be like, going out of my way to make big travel plans in July if I were you, Virgo. Now, I don't normally like to be telling people, you shouldn't do this or you shouldn't do that. I don't want to be approaching astrology, that kind of fear sort of mindset. But in this case, this is typically quite, volatile. So you just don't want to be around these kind of like big events, I would say, and things like that. However, in your personal life, this could be a breakthrough personally for you in terms of what you believe is possible or what you believe to be true. There could be some revelation going on here in the summer in the world as well that adds to that. But it could be in your personal life. You could be, like, for example, ninth house is also about study. You could be studying and you have a sudden breakthrough, like sudden realization, even if you're not studying. You just think about things in a way that just breaks open something in your mind where you're like, oh, I didn't see that as a possibility. Now I do. So it's so positive in other ways as well. And apart from the Mars-Pluto conjunction in January and then the Mars-Neptune-Saturn conjunction later on in April, this one in July, Mars-Uranus, is one of the more positive ones, even if it's also very volatile in another way, because it's just like a shocking insight maybe that kind of breaks open the way you think about things. Then into August, again, we might say that this is the red flag in earnest because this is the eclipse month again. We have an eclipse in Cancer at the very end of Cancer, although the South Node continues in Leo. And then we have another eclipse in Aquarius, a lunar eclipse. So the main eclipse is Cancer. It's in your 11th sign with Jupiter exalted. Before this, Venus met with Jupiter in June into July, again, that explosive month, July, and then this big change that happens in August. So I would imagine, again, it's a positive change for you, though, because of Cancer, where Jupiter is exalted and the 11th house. But you still have to acknowledge the change that has to happen. There could be some shift in finances, a major one. There could be some shift in, again, your perception here about how you see things, about what's possible. I mean, so much could be possible in many ways if you're open to it. And I think August is going to be a massive month in the year for you. And I think, for everybody, but in a more positive way for you, I would say. So 11 sign is very much about gains of all kinds, being open to like social engagements that are, quieter again into August. So and now you feel like I'm going to be a complete party pooper throughout the summer, but with what's happening in July and the eclipses in August in very kind of travel orientated social places of your chart, you just need to be mindful. If you're around a lot of people, it's quite a lot of chaos going on. There's a lot of change happening. There's a lot of excitement too, but if you're aware of it and you're okay with that, then go ahead. But in other ways, think about what is more important about these houses, which is, giving your life meaning and purpose. And Jupiter, especially in the 11th house, and engaging with people who give your life more a sense of meaning and a sense of clarity as well and direction. This is, I think, the more important aspect of Jupiter in your 11th house and this eclipse triggering it in August. Jupiter is in your 11th house from the 1st of July or 1st of June until the 31st of October. And sort of this August period is an important trigger for these changes that are happening. With Jupiter, again, being your seventh lord, your fourth lord, aspecting your seventh house in your 11th house of socializing and relationships. And, it's very much about happiness and relationships and personal things. But again, it could be also just a wider social circle as well that is being impacted here as well. Just to note as well that with Jupiter finishing out here by the end of October and kind of getting ahead of things here, but moving into 2027, this is like a prelude in a way to the bigger changes that are happening in 27 around your social life and friend circle. So it's likely that this is going to instigate, in other words, this Jupiter transit in Cancer is going to instigate some changes there. You're like looking for something more meaningful. Then the South Node moves in by the end of the year. And then next year, Jupiter moves in again. And it's like searching for that more meaningful connection and connections. So August. So next is September. Then we're getting into Mercury, your ruler, moving into your sign in September. So from the 7th to the 26th of September, Mercury's in Virgo, exalted in its own sign, very powerful, great month. Again, circle it as a sweet spot in the year. Doesn't mean that there aren't things going on otherwise, like for example, Mars going into Cancer by the end of September and all of that, in a positive way in other ways. But overall, with your ruler so powerful in September, this is one of the more positive months for you, I would say, and moving through your sign. Then into the end of September and into December, so end of September, October, November, Mercury's going to stay in Libra. So this is going to be its last retrograde. So the third retrograde for Mercury is from the 24th of October until the 14th of November. At the same time, Venus is going to go retrograde in Libra from the 3rd of October to the 14th of November. They both station at the end of their retrogrades on the 14th of November, where a lot of things will be worked out. From the second house of your chart back to the first house, Venus goes back and forth with Mercury staying in your second house for so long. There's a lot of things here in terms of your values, in terms of your money, literally, with all of the other changes happening in your career space, your workspace. This also is about, well, what have you accumulated thus far in terms of your bank balance even, but also in terms of resources for the thing that you want to do. So this is going to create even more of a sense, I think, in October, November of you adjusting to this new landscape. I think that's opening up ahead. And there still is a lot of adjusting to do with, again, by the end of October, Jupiter moving out of your 11th into your 12th house, conjoining the south node of the moon Ketu, which has been in your 12th house now for a long time at this stage, clearing out, like getting rid of, ending something, right? And so this is an important piece of it because for you to be clear about what you want and to get more of what you want, you need to also finish things that you don't want. And this is what the next piece of the journey is about. This is only the start of it by the end of 2026 into the end of the year and into the beginning of 2027. It's a whole review then as Jupiter goes back into your 11th. Mars from your 11th into your 12th, then goes back into your 11th. Ketu has been in your 12th, goes back into your 11th. All three of them continue to go back into your 11th together after they meet in your 12th. This is like, what am I getting out of this? And what do I need to let go of to get more out of this? What do I want in the first place? Why am I doing anything? You know, the bigger question here with Jupiter is the why you do anything. What do you think you're going to get out of it? Apart from just money. I mean, it will be about money too, but apart from money, like what gives your life meaning? And so these are bigger questions to ask into the end of the year. Again, as I mentioned, by the middle of November, Venus and your ruler Mercury are both stationed to go direct, and things are going to start getting clearer in the more immediate time frame. And then into December, Saturn and Neptune both go direct in your seventh house, and relationship issues can start clearing up after it's retrograde throughout the year from the summer. And then into December, then Mercury then goes into Scorpio. Now, Mercury in Scorpio, as it began the year in a way, or ended 2025 and then moved into Sagittarius, it also ends the year in the same way. It begins with Mercury in Sagittarius in January, and by the end of the year, it's in Scorpio, then moving into Sagittarius by the end of December. So there's this kind of figuring out, okay, I've worked through a lot of the details here throughout the year around what am I doing, the work I'm doing, and what I need to do moving forward. And now I'm looking at my home life and trying to get that in order now as well. And so by the end of the year, as then Sagittarius gets triggered again with Mercury, you're returning to the top of the year themes around clarity around what you want out of life. What do you want to do? Again, it's a part of your DNA anyway to be questioning what you're doing all the time. Again, it happens 3 times a year. But while Mercury is retrograding in the air signs, it's doing so more professionally for you. It's more about your professional life. It's not always doing that every year. So this year, 2026, is very much about your work life, your day-to-day life, and what you get out of what you're doing. And again, thinking about the underlying picture of what gives your life meaning and purpose and clarity and direction. And so there are a few months, as you can tell, that are hot spots to think about. There's a couple of sweet spots as well. I mentioned March sweet spot, that May, June sweet spot, Trigger months are definitely the eclipse months, February and August, but also then later on, you have the October, November complications arriving. September, again, a sweet spot. Mercury is moving through your sign in a very powerful position. And then finishing out the year with a sense of things kind of like on the edge and hanging as a sort of, again, almost like a prelude to the changes that are coming in 2027. So that's essentially what happens every year anyway. Like it sets it up for the next thing. And by 2027, as Mars slips into Leo and conjoins Ketu by the end of 2026, triggering some deeper subconscious shift within your being, that itself, even if it feels like it's slow or it's not clear about what's going on there, will drive bigger changes into 2027. And, once you get clear of all of that subconscious gunk, like all of that stuff that kind of gets in the way of you being clear about what you're meant to be doing, then you're more clear moving forward into 27. As these planets move back into your 11th house, then you're getting a sense of, okay, this is what I want. This is what I really, really want. The 11th house is bigger than the wants of the third house. It's bigger than the wants of the seventh house. It's about your bigger ambitions in life. And this is a big focus for you in the year, apart from whatever it is you're doing professionally. There's a reason why you do what you do, because you want to get something out of it, obviously. That's why anyone does anything. And so that's the kind of bigger question hanging around in 2026. So, Virgo, I hope that's been of help. As always, I wish you the very best for the year ahead now. And until next time, for Libra rising and or moon sign and or sun sign or whatever other sign that you're focusing on from the perspective of Libra, we're going to focus here for 2026 on the transit, more so of Venus, the ruler of Libra, but we'll also bring in some other transits, some key transits that are going on. Every year has a lot going on. So this is all in one chunk, so don't think that, okay, it's all going to happen at once. Obviously, you will go through the year, a big year for sure. There's a lot of things going on in 2026, but you'll be able to take it in your stride as you go through. So we're starting out the year with Venus in Sagittarius and then moving into Capricorn by the middle of January until the beginning of February. So there's this transition going on with Venus very close to the Sun, along with Mars, and Mars and Venus both coming together by exact degree in Sagittarius. And this transition between the third and fourth houses. So this transition happens every year typically, where we start off with Sagittarius and big ideas and plans. And for you, Libra, this is very much about initiating something in the new year. It's wonderful. I think there's a lot to be said for it. Just to be mindful of the Venus-Mars conjunction. So you're having to negotiate with somebody, either somebody else as in partner maybe, or just somebody or entity of any kind. Anyone or anything that you're engaging with at this time, you have to be mindful of this negotiation that has to take place in your third house. Third house isn't typically the kind of house that easily negotiates in another way. Although for you, Libra, it is typically a wiser part of you, that is able to listen more and take in the advice if it's being offered, because it's ruled by Jupiter. But again, with a Mars-Venus conjunction, your ruler conjunct Mars, Venus tends to get drowned out in that kind of equation. So your partner, in other words, could have something to say and you don't hear it, or your partner has something to say and that's all you hear. Either way, just be mindful of this extreme dynamic between you and your partner in the beginning of the year. And then moving into Capricorn by the middle of the month of January, they walk hand in hand, very closely conjunct into your fourth house, conjunct again the sun, so combust. So Venus and Mars are actually not visible either. So then it's not clear. You can't see exactly. Maybe you can't hear exactly what's been said, for example, what they're trying to relay to you. And again, it could be any other, it doesn't have to be a partner. It could be any other person trying to relay something to you and you're trying to get clear about something. So as they file into Capricorn, along with Mercury also, which is also combust, and then they all conjoin Pluto, the Lord of the underworld, the under the hood kind of planet, where Pluto is all of the subconscious stuff that lurks there. There's a lot, obviously, that can be revealed at this time through conversation, through negotiation, and understanding, and deeper understanding, and emotional understanding. Fourth house is, though typically all about the emotions and feelings, is Capricorn for you, Libra. So you're always obviously trying to be, on top of that. You're trying to be more Saturnine about that, which means maybe even restrained about it. And the thing is about that is that that sometimes can work for you and sometimes against you. And with Pluto here conjunct these planets, sometimes it can work against you because if your subconscious desires are coming to the surface, but you're trying to put a lid on it, this is could be potentially a problem. At the same time, you could just observe these dynamics for what they are, like have them as just signposts to what you need to look at, what's coming up from the unconscious. Fourth house is very unconscious. If you just physically orientate yourself in the fourth house, it's underneath you, right underneath the earth when you were born. So it's not visible at all. It's like midnight. So it's so deep within you, and Pluto is also so deep that it's creating these big changes unbeknownst to you, possibly in the background. And so it's a slow process with Pluto, obviously, but this might speed it up somewhat into January as Venus, your Lord, and Mars and Mercury and the Sun all join Pluto by the end of January. So be open, be mindful of whatever changes are happening. The fourth house is also more practically your home. So it's not just your, subconscious, it's the deeper undercurrents and your home life that, it's also very personal, right? So I think just to be open to what's going on at home, what's going on with your parents maybe, or your mother in particular, or somebody, emotional bond with somebody, and just be open to having that conversation and to be able to hear what needs to be said at this time. Mars is obviously so powerful here. It's exalted in Capricorn in your fourth house. So in another way, it could feel like a bull in a china shop. And so maybe your partner is feeling that way. Maybe you're feeling that from your partner or some family member, maybe. So again, there's a few triggers here I think to be mindful of by the end of January into February. And then in February, planets start to file into your fifth house and together with the sun, which means they're joining the north node Rahu, creating an eclipse by the end of February. On the 17th of February, there's a solar eclipse, followed by 2 weeks later, on the 3rd of March, a lunar eclipse in your opposite 11th house. This is very much about planning ahead, looking at what you want to decide what you want. With the nodes, it's not always clear about what to decide because they're the nodes, they're eclipses, they're shadows. So there might be some, again, shadowy impulses here. So we've already had the Pluto kind of darker, deeper impulses being triggered in January. And now in February, we're having the eclipse trigger, which in another way, of course, reveals things and it can give you many great insights into what you're planning and what you should be planning. But in another way, it's not an ideal time to be planning because any astrologer will tell you this. Eclipses are a time for inner journeying and understanding the deeper dynamics and insights. If you're trying to be very practical with them, which you might feel rushed into, you might feel a sense of urgency to make a decision about something, for example. February is not the time to do that in a way, especially around the eclipse on the 17th. But again, you might be feeling that urgency to make a decision, and yet you haven't got all of the pieces of the puzzle yet. This is the thing to be mindful of by the end of February. Together with Saturn, which rules this space, is exactly conjunct Neptune at this time by the end of February in your sixth house, which is the steps required in order for you to plan that thing and to see it through. It's absolutely not clear by the end of February because of this. And at the same time, if you're open to it and just open-minded about it, you're more likely to be able to get the insights you need, gather all the data, all the info, and then subsequently move on that. And I think that's the best advice about February. By March, then the beginning of March, there's a lunar eclipse opposite to sort of maybe resolve some of these issues on the 3rd of March in your 11th house and maybe thinking about your bigger goals and not to get too obsessed about, what you would love to do right now in this red hot minute in February and thinking more objectively about, well, what's the big goal here? What's the intention here behind it all? That's maybe something to bring in March more so. During this whole time, Venus is moving through again from beginning of the year from Sagittarius, Capricorn, combust. But by the end of February, then it reveals itself again. And this is more positive in many ways as it's kind of, showing itself, it's showing its hand. And so there might be some clarity forthcoming once the eclipse is clear into March at that point. And then also by March, Venus then moves into Pisces. Now, this is obviously one of the sweet spots in the year for you because Venus is exalted in March in Pisces. So for you, Libra, I would definitely circle March as a sweet spot in 2026. to take full advantage of. Now, it is Venus exalted conjunct Saturn and Neptune, which are very closely together. And so there's a lot of uncertainty still around the details around what you're doing in your life day to day and the steps that it's going to take to do what you need and all of that and overcoming the problems that you need to overcome and all of these things. But there is a sense here of enjoyment, I think, in the process that is possible, even though there's also quite obviously a lot of idealism with it Venus exalted as well. I think generally this is just a positive month, despite any of the uncertainty. And it might, in a way, at least, at the very least, smooth out some of the uncertainty about Saturn and Neptune in your sixth house, which has been hanging around for a long time now, like a bad smell. Saturn and Neptune conjunct in the sixth house, though good for Saturn in terms of getting your life in order. With Saturn conjunct Neptune, it's absolutely disorder. It's chaos. It's like it's not clear at all. Like it's very hard to keep a structure going with Saturn conjunct Neptune and Pisces. But at least with Venus coming in March, so powerful, there is this kind of like, okay, let's just enjoy whatever it is anyway. So that might be the theme of March for you more so. Then into the end of March and April, Venus goes into Aries and into your seventh house. So this is kind of like a mixed bag because it's in Aries, which maybe it's not its favorite sign. It's very much about the other, but it's in the seventh house. So that can also be good in relationships as well. A lot of passion that could be expressed there by the end of April into May, or into March, sorry, end of March into April. And then by the end of April into May, Venus goes into Taurus, another sweet spot. So mark that in your calendar as a sweet spot in the year. Venus is in its own sign, Taurus, though it is your eighth sign and it is conjunct Uranus, both of which denote change, maybe abrupt change as well, unexpected change. It is, I think, more positive, unexpected change, I would say, by the end of April into May. So another sweet spot there. And then by the end of May, another sweet spot because we have Mars moving into Aries, though April is quite a complex month. I might just talk about that in a minute. I just want to keep up the good vibes here. But first of all, May, Mars is going to move into Aries. Venus will be in Taurus. And by the very end of May, Mercury will move into Gemini. So all these planets are in their own signs. So again, end of May, June is the sweeter time of the year. I skipped over April in a way because I didn't want to kind of put a downer on it, but there is quite a complex thing happening in April where Mars moves into Pisces conjunct Saturn and Neptune. And then Mercury is also hanging around in Pisces in April. April, I think, mark it with a red marker because it's going to be quite a complex one in your sixth house with Mars, Saturn, Neptune, Mercury. And so, yeah, I would say April is just one to be mindful of what you're doing and that, there has to be some, you know, awareness of maybe problems that could crop up that, you're dealing with and that it is good for dealing with problems, by the way, all of these planets in your sixth house, but sometimes it could be just overly focusing on problems in April. Like I said, then by the end of April, May into June, this is a sweeter spot of the year where planets then go into their own signs. And I think that's more positive. And then when we get into June, then the 1st of June, we're seeing a big shift happen. We're seeing Jupiter, which starts out the year in your ninth house, Gemini. And then by the 1st of June until the 31st of October, goes into Cancer, into exaltation. This is positive in many ways because more especially of its aspect onto Saturn, Neptune in your sixth, and it promotes work, basically. It promotes clarity around what you're doing, what you need to do, and maybe in a way thinking about the bigger picture work thing, whereas it's not just about work or my duties, it's about, well, what do I want to achieve in my work? What is my career objective here? And then when you're clear about that, i.e., when you're clear about the why you're doing what you're doing, the steps themselves kind of work themselves out. That's Jupiter's aspect from the 10th house onto your sixth house where Saturn and Neptune continue. So I do think professionally, this is a better time by the end of the year, but after the 1st of June, I mean. Before then, Jupiter is in your ninth house, and it does offer great hope and optimism from the very beginning of 2026, for sure, with Jupiter in your ninth house aspecting your sign. And this sense of, oh, anything is possible, and I'm planning all of these wonderful things. But again, there's some snags along the way, as I mentioned, with the eclipses in February, March, and then with that pile up of planets in April. So there are some things to work out for sure, even though there's this sense of optimism overall, I would say for you. And then again, after the 1st of June, Jupiter moving into exaltation into your workspace is likely to promote that more and bring more clarity around that. At the same time in June, and by June 9th, Jupiter and Venus come together by degree. And so this is like a real focus now on work things, I would say. And, it could be, many great things coming from this as well. But again, just to be mindful of Venus moving quite quickly from Taurus to Gemini to Cancer, April, May to June, and then kind of, enjoying these passing phases in many ways of the summer. And there are enjoyable phases here. Like I said, this is the sweeter time of the year. But one of the red flags I want to bring up here again is July, because even though again, May, June are sweeter times generally, I would have pushed that into July as well, except for that Mars enters Taurus and then conjoins Uranus in your eighth house. Whereas the previous sort of sweeter changes, perhaps of Venus in Taurus by the end of April, May, by July turn into more abrupt, maybe harsher changes that have to happen with Mars and Uranus. So this is kind of again a red flag month, July in general, I would say for everybody. But for you, because of the eighth house activation, it's like unexpected, I would say. And it could be around your partnership, it could be around a relationship, it could be around a financial thing, a family thing, any of the above, where there's unexpected things happening that are kind of like feel like outside of your control in a way, where you have to negotiate with them. So that's July. August, then we're heading back into eclipses. So it's like, 2026, obviously, every year in a way has this kind of like in and out of intensity and then more enjoyment and then more intense changes and back to enjoyment. So this year is no different in that way. But in another way, there are bigger changes happening in 2026. So it's going to feel more like a bit of in and out, up and down. Even just taking Jupiter alone, starting the year in Gemini, moving through Cancer very swiftly, then going into Leo by the end of the year. That's a very up and down phase. Goes back into Cancer then by the new year, 2027. And so it's going in and out, back and down, up and down, and all over the place, trying to figure out, like, what am I doing? What am I doing? That's Jupiter in your 10th house, kind of pivoting around the 10th house. But as we get into August, there's an eclipse here in your 10th house with Jupiter co-present and an eclipse at the very end of Cancer. So 10th house, again, vocation, career, your objectives in life in terms of what you're doing. So I do think this is an important month for you as well, professionally. And there is another eclipse then in Aquarius to kind of finish out, maybe resolve some of the issues that were instigated from the beginning of the year in February with that solar eclipse in February. Then we have a lunar eclipse in August in your fifth house. This could be around children or plans for your future. And, in a way, this also pivots around career because the fifth house is the eighth from the 10th, which essentially means changes within your career or plans that you're making within changes in your career. So keep a real open mind in August again. So circle August as major change career-wise. Um, so the August, by the way, eclipse is the 12th of August, the solar eclipse, and then 2 weeks later, the lunar eclipse occurs on August 28th. So moving into September then, in a way, another sweet spot in some ways with another planet in its own sign, exalted. Mercury moves into Virgo. Mercury, by the way, I forgot to mention about Mercury going retrograde during the summer. Mercury's retrograde in February into March during that whole eclipse in your fifth house. Again, changes maybe in terms of plans, career-wise and all of that maybe. But then also again in the summer from from the 30th of June to the 24th of July. So mostly July, back from your 10th house into your ninth house. So when a planet goes into a sign and then goes back out of the sign, there's still some things to work out. And again, for you, I imagine it's career and thinking about what you're doing and how you can approach it differently. And, lots to work out here in the summer, I would say. And then by the end of the year, it is going into your 12th sign, exalted, and then into your sign by the end of September. So September, it's mostly in Virgo, exalted. In many ways, that's wonderful, even though it's your 12th sign. But then it goes into your sign and then will stay in your sign for most of the rest of the year where it retrogrades for one last time. So now we have Mercury retrograde in Libra. And then on top of that, Venus, your ruler, is retrograde in Libra. Before this, Venus joins the South Node in your 11th sign. This is very much about thinking about what are you getting from what you're doing, your work or whatever. Then it moves into your 12th sign in debilitation, into Virgo from November 5th. But then by the end of November, it goes into your sign November 22nd, and then it's going to go back into Virgo. So let me redraw that steps actually, because it's not clear. I'm going to make it clear. First of all, Venus goes into Virgo on August 1st. It's a bit earlier, until September 2nd. That's the first pass. So in August. Then it goes into Libra from September 2nd and then hangs around Libra for a longer time because it goes retrograde in Libra from the 3rd of October to the 14th of November, at which point it will have made it back into Virgo from the beginning of November. So October, November, into the middle of November, when both Venus and Mercury station on November 14th, that's when so much will have been worked out, but there will be a lot to work out. So it's not usual to have your ruler go retrograde in your sign anyway, but then also Mercury goes retrograde in your sign as well at the same time. It is in a way a mitigating factor, but in another way, there's a lot of complication here in October, November, in other words. And it's starting really in the end of the summer when Venus goes into Virgo into September, and then we'll go back into Virgo in November. So really the end of summer, autumn into the winter, there is a lot of back and forth and you figuring out what you're doing. What am I getting out of what am I doing? And what do I need to finish in what I'm doing so I can start something new? And I know that sounds like a lot because it is a lot, but I'm giving it to you in one big chunk that might feel a bit overwhelming. But at the same time, you will, as you go through this phase, back and forth, figure a lot out. And then on top of all of that, by the end of the year, very end of the year, by the end of October, first of all, we have Jupiter moving into your 11th sign, conjunct the South Node Ketu. By the end of November, Ketu moves out of your 11th into your 10th. Can you see what's happening? It's all pivoting around work and what you're getting out of it, maybe even earnings. Then Mars joins Jupiter and then joins the South Node Ketu, 10th again, 11th again. And then they all, hand in hand, walk back through into the 10th sign in the new year 2027. First of all, meeting in your 11th sign, all three of them, Mars, Jupiter, the South Node Ketu in Leo. And then Ketu by the end of November moves back. In the new year 27, Jupiter, and then Mars moves back into Cancer. 10th, 11th, 10th, 11th, back and forth with so many planets pivoting around these areas, along with, again, your ruler and Mercury going back and forth in your sign. A lot of things will be worked out in this period, but a lot of things have to be worked out in this period. So you're thinking a lot about what you're doing, the work you're doing, what you're getting out of it, what you're earning from it, what you're getting out of it besides. And Ketu is a clearer. It's like cutting things out. And maybe it's like cutting back. Maybe it's figuring something else out. Maybe it's changing something in a major way, because then into the following year, the nodes have now shifted from your 5th and 11th, which is about you looking at what your ambitions are and what you want to do, to changes that are happening in your home and work life in a bigger way. And changes that you're likely to make in your work life are more likely to be pronounced. Bigger changes in your work life, which impact your home life, of course, but you're likely to be making changes in your work life from the end of 26 into the beginning of 27. So this is a massive time for you, Libra, professionally, I would say 2026, I mean. And again, tracing it back really to the beginning of the whole process, maybe even in the summer, as things start to get instigated, get triggered with that eclipse period in August, as then Venus moves into Virgo in August. There are major triggers going on right from August in a year where there are already a lot of triggers going on for you professionally. So do I think that this year is going to be a big change for you professionally? Absolutely. Do I think that's bad? No, I think it's absolutely necessary. And I think if you're on board with that from the get-go, you're going to be able to go with the flow and smooth these changes out as much as you can, even though some of them might feel quite abrupt. Otherwise, I think it's going to be a very beneficial thing for you when you get on board with them. all the time, I would say, all the while, when I think about Jupiter in Cancer exalted, again, moving in and out of Cancer from the middle of this year, 2026, actually until the middle of 2027, the kind of main theme overall that's kind of holding still within all of those more abrupt changes and adjustments that have to be made is your why. Why am I doing what I'm doing? If I'm clear about why I'm doing what I'm doing, if this what is what I'm meant to be doing, I'll work out all the details in due course. I don't need to worry about it. They'll get worked out for me. I don't want to avoid my duties, my responsibilities, but I definitely do want to, you know, show up. But I more importantly want to know why I'm doing what I'm doing. Is this what I'm meant to be doing? That's the bigger Jupiter question in the background of things in 2026. So Libra, that is 2026. I hope that's been of help. As always, I wish you the very best for the year ahead now. And until next time. For Scorpio rising and or moon sign or sun sign or whatever sign that you're looking at through the lens of Scorpio, we're going to focus Scorpio on your ruling planets, Mars and Ketu, the south node of the moon. Their transits throughout the year are important, and Mars plays a pivotal role in so many of the events of 2026. And though it does typically, it's very much about action, Mars, it's even more so impactful in 2026. So I'm going to highlight some of these transits for you now. There's a lot going on besides. We're talking about the eclipses, which continue through your fourth and 10th houses, with Ketu, your ruler, your other ruler, in your 10th house, making some big changes in your career. And unlike other signs, this is something to be very mindful of, Scorpio. Unlike other signs, Ketu behaves differently for you because it rules you. So it's not going to behave the same as it would for other signs or any other sign. So obviously, it's not a simple case of just you changing your career or something, or you cutting out your career or not working as much. Although it could, in fact, do all of the above. It's really more about you focusing intently on what you're doing. And 10th house, by the way, isn't just about career because lots of Scorpios don't have a career, right? Depends on your life stage. You might be retired, but whatever stage of your life you're at, whether you're working or not, it's about what are you doing? What action are you taking? And Ketu in the 10th house is very precise, is wants to get very clear and pinpointed about what it's doing. So it's going to be a time for being very clear as we continue into 2026, as it was in 25, for you to be very clear about what you're doing. The thing is, it can also, like I said, on the other side of it, show the other side like not doing or not showing up or not doing your responsibilities. And maybe because the work isn't doing it for you anymore. And it's just not doing it for you. Ketu is that part of us that is sort of like not really into it. And that might mean that you're then overly focused on the opposite side of the spectrum, the North Node Rahu in your fourth house of home and happiness. And because if you're not happy doing something, you don't want to do it. That's kind of obvious. So this is kind of what this might indicate. If I don't want to do that because it doesn't make me happy. But then what you might do is neglect your responsibilities and don't do anything. And then actually it doesn't make you very happy because this is a conundrum of the nodes that when you do something, doing anything actually makes not just happy, but it gives you that kind of, impetus to keep going. When you do something, when you complete the task, it just makes you feel good, and then you want to do something else and something else. So this is something to be mindful of, I would say, in general for you in the year, Scorpio. And also with the North Node in your fourth house, it obviously shows together with Saturn continuing its retro or its conjunction with Neptune in your fifth house with Rahu itself aspecting this, showing a lot of uncertainty around your home life and happiness anyway. And so it might be something that you completely avoid in another way. So you can see how this can flip-flop back and forth between overly focusing on happiness and home life and changes that are happening there, quite obviously. But then also maybe not focusing or not dealing with it enough and then focusing too much on work. And then work's not quite doing it for you. So then you don't want to focus on work and then you forget about that and then you're focusing on home life again. So again, that's the tendency for the nodes anyway. They kind of go back and forth, snapping back and forth from one extreme to the other. And then what happens is you lose your life-work balance. Essentially, it's hard to keep life-work balance when the nodes are in these pivotal houses, essentially. So apart from that, and they're the eclipses mostly, but let's talk about the month by month. So first of all, in January and into the middle of the month, we have the planets start out in Sagittarius, including your ruler Mars, very closely conjunct the Sun, which means that it's combust, which means that you might feel a bit burnt out starting out the year, and you're like, okay, I thought this was going to be a good year, but then I feel like fired up and then no energy to do it. This is the conundrum of a combust and then exalted Mars moving into Capricorn. Together with Venus, which is also combust and not exalted, then not only are you feeling maybe burnt out and but at the same time fired up, your partner might be feeling burnt out as well. So there's kind of like no, well, it's typically the case anyway in the new year. There's not a lot of energy as planets move into Capricorn. The energy kind of dwindles quite a bit. And you have to be mindful of sparingly doing things in a way, even though it's very much a time of doing and new beginnings in many ways. It's also a time of endings because Capricorn is about endings more than anything. And I mean, this is a problem, of course, because in our calendars, we focus on January as a time to start everything. And unfortunately, it's in the middle of winter. It's the middle of season of Saturn in Capricorn and then Aquarius. So from mid-January to mid-March, it's like Saturn all the way, and it's like a long, hard slog. And if you're trying to make everything happen from the get-go, it just feels like debilitating, to be honest with you, even though your ruler Mars is exalted in Capricorn, which simply means, and again, even though it's exalted, it's combust. So again, you might be fired up, but you're also burnt out. So that's the kind of conundrum, fired up and burnt out. And then this is essentially leading to this need to focus intently on one thing at a time. This is not the time to scatter energy and to do lots of things and to multitask. This is the time to get very focused on the action that you're doing, the one thing that you need to do at a time. That's Mars exalted in Capricorn. It's exalted in Capricorn for that reason, because Capricorn focuses it. Saturn focuses Mars. And without that, Mars is just like this kind of impulsive, youthful energy running around the place, getting, you know, just wasting all that energy. You don't want to waste energy in January and February, especially. You want to hone that energy and focus it, and then you recoup all the energy. And I think in that way, it could be a very powerful time for you from the middle of January until the end of February with Mars in Capricorn. You do have to be mindful also, though, of Mars conjoining Pluto as Venus conjoins Pluto and the Sun and Mercury all in Capricorn. This is where you could easily get tripped up or trip yourself up, and maybe through engaging with somebody, third house, or traveling about, or moving about too much, or thinking too much, or just doing too much. Third house is one of the kind of busier places in the horoscope. So if you're like doing too much and scattering your energy, and then that Pluto's there kind of like impishly maybe doing that as well, maybe just your subconscious desire to do something, and to kind of again not be as focused as this Mars in Capricorn would like it. It would be a shame really, because it's a waste of the energy here that is very pinpointed and focused. In another way, it could also unearth kind of things that are holding you back. With Pluto in your third, very much about things you're communicating and listening intently to what that might be. Like listen carefully to what people are saying to you. Listen carefully to what you say. It's giving you an insight. Maybe journal. This is a good time for journaling. Third house is about writing. So maybe it's a good time to write, to journal, and understand what's going on here, to get clear about something that needs to be spoken or written at this time, to be very clear and objective about it in Capricorn. So that's the beginning of the year. Beginning of the year, again, it's very fiery start for sure, but it's combustible and it's like burning, planets are very close to the sun. Then it becomes a bit cooler in Capricorn and very focused, but sometimes maybe scattered as well on the other side. And then potentially more triggering with Pluto, and then unearthing, uncovering something so that you can get rid of it or remove that block and get clear and express that thing. Third house is very much about initiative as well, by the way. So this would be a good time to take the initiative in something by the end of January into February. February then, though, gets a bit more complicated because of the eclipse. So now we're getting Mars moving into the eclipse zone by the end of February, where we have an eclipse on the 17th of February, and a few days later, Mars moves in as Saturn and Neptune conjoin. So this is quite a complicated time, I would say, end of February. And then 2 weeks later, we have a lunar eclipse on the 3rd of March in your 10th house sign. So there are changes happening here in your home life for sure. And there are changes that have been going on for a while now, with eclipses happening in your fourth house. And there still is one more eclipse to happen by the end of the year as well in your fourth house in August. And so there's still a lot to work out, but this is a big change in February. Now, does it mean that you're going to move? No, not every Scorpio is going to move because of an eclipse in their fourth house, but it does show some change that has to happen. And if you're not moving, in fact, it might be a good idea to make some changes in your home. Maybe this is like a renovation or clear out or a spring clean. This would be a perfect time for a spring clean for sure. But even besides, it's not just about the home, it's about your state of well-being, the home simply reflecting that. This could be a great eclipse period as the sun moves in here, as Mars then also moves in here and triggers this eclipse, as Mercury retrogrades in here, which will be from the end of February also till the end of March. A lot in February and March to work out here in the home environment, and that needs to be figured out. Stay open-minded about it for sure, because it is changing a lot, I would say. And then all this while, Saturn is exactly conjunct Neptune at the end of February. So Saturn, which rules this place as well, in your fifth house, is not at all clear about what to do next. It's uncertain because it's conjunct Neptune and it's in Pisces. And although Saturn is in your fifth house, which itself is actually uncertain, even if it weren't Pisces and Neptune, fifth house is about being clear about making a decision. Saturn makes you doubt your decisions. Saturn in Pisces conjunct Neptune, even more so. Rahu in the fourth house aspecting Saturn, like overshadowing that even more. So there's not a lot of clarity around your home life at all right now, and the decisions to make around this. And the third Lord, Saturn also, which is about this initiative and be able to make decisions clearly, is just not forthcoming in February and March. This all sounds like a bummer because I know that you probably think, okay, this year is going to be great for me because Mars is starting out exalted, really powerful in Sagittarius, and exalted in Capricorn, and all of this. Yes, it is powerful in many ways, but it's also bringing up a lot of uncertainty with the changes that are happening. And yet at the same time, that maybe are not necessarily clearly instigated at this point because of, again, the uncertainty around Saturn. So Saturn is such an important planet for you because, of course, it's about why do you get clear about why do you do anything anyways? Because, well, sometimes you don't have any choice. That's Saturn. But sometimes you just are focused on doing that thing and you're going to do it. But again, with Saturn ruling your third and fourth in your fifth, conjunct Neptune in Pisces, aspected by Rahu, with the changes that are happening in your home environment, it's very hard to be clear about making decisions, not just about home, but about anything, about your future in general. So once you get all of this period over, though, after this March period, February, March, things can start to shift, but it's going to shift then in a way in April that might feel a bit more frustrating. So first of all, by the end of March, then we have, well, end of February into March, we've got Mars triggering the eclipse, the Mercury retrograde continuing. So February, March is quite a complex time. But then Mars, your ruler, goes into Pisces by the 2nd of April into May, conjoining Saturn, conjoining Neptune. Mercury joins it in Pisces. So now we have Mercury, Mars, Saturn, Neptune, all in Pisces. This is not at all clear because Mercury is not clear in Pisces anyway. Mars is conjunct Saturn and Neptune, which is not just unclear, but frustrating. And plans, therefore, in April are, and I would say mark April along with February, March. Mark the whole phase, February, March, April, with the red biro, because it's just not clear, I'm going to say. And I know this is going to sound frustrating as hell because you haven't even entered into this phase yet. And you're like, I'm already preempting this kind of confusion upon confusion because you're already feeling it. I know you are. But I do think after all of this phase, February, March, April, things will come clear. By the time we get into May, which is the real sweet spot in the year for you, where Mars, your ruler, goes into Aries, its own sign, where Venus will be in Taurus, its own sign, and Mercury will make it all the way to Gemini by the end of May. That means all of these planets are in their own signs. So this is absolutely a positive time in May. And even before then, Venus is exalted in Pisces in March, despite the uncertainties around March and the eclipse and all of that. there is at least this Venus enjoyment going on in all of that, in your home and in some enjoyments in general. Fifth house is very much about enjoyment. So one thing you don't want to do though with this is to kind of just enjoy it, and not think about what you're doing. Because this is a kind of, in a way, the dichotomy here of Pisces in the fifth house for you, because it's on the one hand, it's about just enjoying yourself. But on the other hand, it's about actually making some really important decisions for your life. And so which do you do? Well, simply, the answer to that is if you are enjoying yourself, if you're in a good mood, in other words, that's a better time to make decisions than if you're in a very confused mood or you're frustrated or you're just not clear. Doesn't matter what you decide to do when you're not clear, and it's not going to be a good decision. If you think about that clearly, that's why the fifth house is about enjoyment and being clear about making a decision about your future. It's such an important house in a way, the fifth house. I mean, you might even say it's just second to the first house. The first house is about intelligence and innate intelligence. The fifth house is also that, the ninth house also. And though there is a kind of stronger 159 coming in later on, I'm going to talk about with Jupiter, bringing that clarity finally later on in the summer, the year doesn't start out that way at all. But again, if you just keep yourself in a good frame of mind, that will go a ways to making these decisions easier, even though you're not clear about them as yet. So we'll get there because there will be some clarity forthcoming. I'm going to talk about Jupiter now in a minute. But then as we get into the rest of the months, I'm going to go into just kind of in order. So I talked about April being a kind of a bit of a snaggy month for sure. After, a couple of months, February, March, that are themselves quite complex. Then we're getting into the sweet spot in May. And then in June, we have Jupiter move signs. So Jupiter up until the 1st of June is in Gemini. This is again a sign of uncertainty. It's not just a sign of uncertainty because that's what the eighth house represents, literally, but it's also because it's ruling Saturn Neptune in a square to Saturn Neptune, it's not clear at all. And the eighth sign is just hidden away. So how are you supposed to make a decision in this case? It's not easy. That all changes by June though, because by June 1st, Jupiter moves into your ninth sign, in a way, the most positive place, one of the most positive places you can put Jupiter, in exaltation. So now you have Jupiter exalted in your ninth house, aspecting your sign, and more importantly, aspecting your fifth sign that I've been talking about. This is the most positive thing of the year for you, basically. And the only thing that's not positive about it in a way is that it's brief. If it were just a bit longer, it'd be wonderful. But there are other things happening by the end of the year that kind of delays things and then kind of going back again. But in a way, that's also positive because it's like drawing it out a bit more. So it's very brief initially because it's going to go through exaltation from the 1st of June until the 31st of October, just like it did in the previous years where it went into Gemini very briefly and then went out and then went back in. So again, it starts the year in Gemini in all of this uncertainty and change and wondering about what's going on in the eighth house, like financial matters, issues with your partner, your joint resources, money that you're handling together, intimacy, all of these things. You're trying to work out a lot of things and it's not clear. When it goes into exaltation, though it's a quick one, it will return in 2027. So that's good news. And kind of reinvigorate this part of your chart where, again, once it's in the ninth house, there's this sense of clarity coming in, finally, from June. So it's in your ninth house, but it's also aspecting Saturn in your fifth house. And that's where I think decision making will be more clear. Now, I have to caveat that though with this, that though Jupiter is very powerful in your ninth sign and it's a good time for making decisions, I absolutely think so. By the end of the year, Jupiter is meeting with the South Node in your 10th sign, where you take the action and maybe very impulsive action and do something, which you then have to kind of go back over or go back and make a different decision. Because by the new year, 2027, Jupiter will go back into Cancer, exalted, retrograde, conjunct Ketu, which is also going back into Cancer, and Mars, your ruler, which is going to be in Cancer at the end of the year and into the new year, 2027. So with all of these three planets gathering by the end of 26 into the beginning of 2027, moving back between your ninth and 10th house, there's something you're planning or you're thinking of doing, and you do something, and maybe you do it impulsively, and then you have to go back and rethink and think about doing something else. So I know it sounded all wonderful in the beginning, and I'm like, I want to keep it on a good spin here because it is a positive transit overall. But because of this back and forth, which Jupiter is doing for everybody, for you especially, it's about thinking about what decisions you're making because of these active, fifth house, ninth house, 10th house. And it could be around work as well, by the way, because the fifth house, the other thing about it is it's the eighth from the 10th. So the fifth house is about changes in your work. So you obviously are making changes in your work at this time as well, but it's also not clear about what changes to make. And the changes that you do make, you might have to go over again and remake. That's all I'm saying. So at the same time, I do think these are positive changes. Having said all of that, these are positive changes I think that are going to happen for you or that are going to be instigated by you, actually. So then I mentioned June is when Jupiter moves into Cancer, and Venus also moves into Cancer and conjoins Jupiter in June. That all sounds wonderful. I mean, it's like a lot of wonderful things for sure in June. I think it's a good summer for you in many ways, another sweet spot. Maybe except for the exact day of Jupiter and Venus conjunct, which is the 9th of June. Apart from that, I would circle that as a sweet spot as well as May, June, sweet spots in the year for sure. July then is a bit of a trigger because after Mars is finished in Aries, it goes into Taurus and conjoins Uranus and then squares Ketu, the south node in your 10th. This is a trigger for something to happen or for you to do something quite abrupt. Be mindful of your relationship, I would say, in July and not doing too many extreme things. Do what you must, of course, but I would say that this is not the time to go do wild things. I would say, even though overall Uranus in your seventh house overall for the last year and for the next few years is about making changes in your relationship for sure. I mean, if you're not in a relationship, a partnership, this could be a time where you're thinking about that. But it's also, if you are in one, a time where changes are up. And I think you don't want to overdo it. I mean, it's going to be extreme as it is anyway. Mars Uranus in the seventh house Taurus, squaring the south node in July, especially exact on July 4th, is like, something big happening. And it could be again with your partner or any other. Just be mindful. It's not like you don't do anything, but it's just be mindful of what you're doing and not doing anything extreme. August, then we're back into eclipses. And this is where the sun moves into Jupiter's sign or Cancer, where Jupiter is, and then gets eclipsed by the end of Cancer, 25 degrees of Cancer. So even though the South Node is still in Leo, in that workspace, that action-orientated place, the sun itself is eclipsed in the ninth. Again, I said it already, I don't have to go over it again, but there's a lot of back and forth here in terms of what you're doing, the actions you take, and the decisions you make. And this in August, in a way, is one of those kind of opening a doorway into a kind of insight into what you could be doing in the future. So I do think there are changes afoot here by August eclipse. There's the solar eclipse on the 12th of August in Cancer, and then 2 weeks later on the 28th, there's a final eclipse in Aquarius to kind of wrap up some of these home issues, I would say. But again, they're so tied together anyway, because the things that you're changing in your work life are changing in your home life. It has to kind of be one and the same. They're opposite each other. So if you move home, it's going to move your work. Or if you change your work, you might have to move home. Or even if you don't move anywhere or change your job, they still have to change. Maybe you're working more from home, or maybe you have to go back to the office more, or whatever it might be. There are changes happening here, and this eclipse in August is showing those further changes. It could involve travel, it could involve further studies as well. That's ninth house. And fourth house also, by the way, includes study. So the two of them getting activated here in August, that might be you're looking ahead at a new study. Who knows? Maybe you're planning on going back to college in September. But whatever's happening, whatever you do, or if you travel or not, there are changes happening here to be mindful of in August for sure. So then getting into September, Mercury, oh, by the way, I meant to mention as well, Mercury's retrogrades. Mercury is retrograde, I mentioned, in the beginning of the year, end of February to end of March, in the eclipse sign, Aquarius. That's why February, March is complicated home life. And then February, March, April itself is complex. The next one then is in the very end of June into the end of July, where Mercury starts retrograde in your ninth house, but goes back to your eighth house, just as Mercury did previously. So here's now a whole kind of like trying to figure out the details about the decisions you're making and that you're making jointly with another person, whether your partner or whoever. Later on in the year, then, Mercury goes through and ends up in September in exaltation in Virgo. Very powerful month. Circle that one as a positive month, September, because of Mercury, but not because of Mars, because Mars is also going into Cancer, except for the fact that Mars is with Jupiter until the 31st of October. Jupiter moves through Cancer and therefore props up Mars. So it's not as a typical Mars in Cancer transit. It's not as negative. And anyway, I really don't see Mars in Cancer as negative for Scorpios because of the ninth house activation. This time it's certainly not because of Jupiter being there, which means this could be a very positive time for travel and or study. The only caveat here, the only thing to be mindful of is to not overdo it if you're traveling or studying. Maybe working hard and study and trying to do it all, and then also traveling. It might be too much and you might get burnt out. So that is one thing to be mindful of. Otherwise, I think it could be quite enjoyable. That's in September, but then things get very complicated. And I'm going to say mark the whole phase of October and November as, in a way, the most complex time of the year in many ways. Simply because we have not just one, but two retrogrades. We've got Mercury going retrograde. Its next retrograde is from the 24th of October to the 14th of November in Libra, in your 12th host sign, which is a bit sort of uncertain as to what's going on there. Financial issues, I think, with partner, with other people, your goals in general in life are not clear when it's in the 12th house retrograde. And then Venus is also retrograde in your 12th house, which is the partner. So there's likely in October, November, a lot of things to work out financially with you and your partner or with another entity or some other person, business or, personal. On top of all of that, in October, November, we then have this situation where Jupiter finishes out its transit in exaltation and moves into Leo, your 10th host sign, and then conjoins Ketu, your other ruler. And so by November, November is a real hot spot in the whole year in terms of all of these issues. While Venus moves back into Virgo briefly also into debilitation, where it briefly moved through in August, it's now going back. And now Jupiter is meeting with the South Node. This is the darkest time of the year, November, I think, in every which way. And I think until at least Mercury and Venus station direct by the 14th of November, it's going to feel quite bleak, I would say. And it might feel like all hope is lost. I would really be very patient with yourself in November, October into November. And at this same time, Mars is moving through Cancer the whole time. So Mars, when you need it most, is like in its weakest sign. And then Jupiter's taking that kind of the crutch away in a way, the help, the support, the buoyancy, moving into Leo, moving out of Cancer and leaving Mars behind from the 31st of October until the 14th of November, especially until those planets station. But really until the November 12th, when Mars is in Cancer. It then goes into Leo November 12th, crossing that divide between Cancer and Leo, then meets with Ketu. November 14th is like, just mark November 14th as the day to be very mindful of, because Mars conjunct Ketu, conjunct Cancer at the beginning of Leo in your 10th house. Mars aspecting Saturn, Neptune in your fifth house. There's something going on career-wise for you here, I would imagine, Scorpio, that is going to lead to big changes in November. But it's kind of leading up to this and away from this also, because subsequently, Ketu then by the end of November moves out of your 10th house into your ninth. Into the new year 27, Jupiter retrogrades, Mars retrogrades, go back from Leo into Cancer and all join again in Cancer in your ninth house. And this is the going back and trying to figure out what you decided and is this the best thing? And I need to kind of think about this more. Is it going back to studies and doing something different? Maybe. Is it traveling and doing something differently that way? Also, maybe. all of these are possible and in a way more positive ultimately. But because of this in and out, up and down and back and forth, working these things out, it's going to be quite a confused time, I would say. And that time, especially end of October, beginning of November, is the most complex, I would say, and the most important to be patient with. By the end of the year, then, very end of the year, it feels like everything's kind of hanging in the air, I would say, with Mars having entered its shadow zone in Leo. It has entered that shadow zone in Cancer, of course, moving into Leo, and then has to go back over all of that again in the beginning of 2027 from January to April. That everything is kind of hanging in the air, and things that you decided are not clear anymore. And you're not clear if you did the right thing, and is this the right thing now? And not sure about what to do moving forward. And it might feel quite frustrating. Therefore, I'm telling you all of this by the end of 2026, simply that you can arm yourself with that knowledge so that you don't have to get bogged down in it and use it instead to get clear. You know, action speaks louder than words, but action that is taken with awareness and mindfulness and, and being aware of the results of your action is more clear. This is why Jupiter and Mars coming together and Ketu is about, okay, what is no longer working? What do I have to get rid of? But what's left behind then? And what do I need to do now? And when I do this, what's the result of that? It's going to offer you so many great insights, but you do need to be mindful and slow down and pay attention to what you're doing. And then after all of this phase, of course, you'll be a lot clearer about what you're doing moving forward. And I do think it's going to change how you do things forevermore. It's a pivotal year, 2026, as you can tell. For you, I think it impacts, again, career in a big way. And that also impacts where your life is going in every which way. So that is 2026, Scorpio. Quite a year. I hope that's been of help in some way. As always, I wish you the very best. And until next time. Or Sagittarius rising and or moon sign or sun sign or whatever perspective you would like to look at these transits from the perspective of Sagittarius. We're going to focus on Jupiter more so, the ruler of Sagittarius, and other key transits throughout the year. So Jupiter is starting out the year in Gemini, your seventh host sign. It has been here for a while. It returned here by the end of 2025 and it continues into 26 until the 1st of June. And then from the 1st of June until the 31st of October, in a very sort of similar time frame to when it first whizzed through Gemini in 2025, it then whizzes through Cancer. And then by the end of the year, October 31st moves into Leo. But then in the following year, then it moves back into Cancer and then will stay there until the middle of the June of 2027. So really, for most of the year, June 26 to June 27, Jupiter is exalted in Cancer. So obviously, this is good news. Good news because Jupiter is your ruling planet and it's exalted. It's good news in so many ways. There are some caveats to mention, of course, as well. With any exalted planet comes a lot of caveats. But it is good news. And just in a general sense, I would say a kind of more sense of optimism and sort of unexpected changes that are more positive, let's say, because it is your eighth house after all. And, the thing about Sagittarius anyway is about keeping the faith, whatever's happening, and that understanding as well that there are things that are outside of our control and that is our egoic control and understanding that there's a deeper part of us that is in a way in control of everything. And I think that's what maybe the lesson of having your ruler exalted in the eighth house is about. And the fact that it's exalted in Cancer, which is a very deep kind of instinctual sign. It's not like rational like Gemini is, where you're trying to rationalize and figure things out and, over intellectualize potentially, which is not necessarily a good place to put Jupiter. Whereas in Cancer, there's just this deeper feeling, and that feeling is optimism. I mean, if you're feeling optimistic, more positive, that is itself going to go a ways further, a lot longer than you thinking positive thoughts. Thinking positive thoughts and trying to convince yourself that everything is going well is not as strong as the deeper undercurrent of feeling positive. Feeling is the key word. And also in terms of Jupiter in Cancer exalted, it's also about feeling your intuition. You know, an intuition isn't something you think. It's a feeling state. You sense it at least. So it's again a deeper layer than the mind, than Gemini. So I think overall this is a positive transit for you. But again, I think it will likely bring up changes and unexpected ones at that. But again, if you feel positive about them, it's likely because they are more positive changes. So that again is from June to October. You still have to get through Gemini for the first few months of the year, though, which at least until March 11th, when Jupiter stations, there might be some sort of backtracking and trying to figure things out and reviewing a lot in your life, especially in terms of where you want to be in life, because it's also your fourth lord, where you want to be positioned, literally, physically, even maybe where you live, but also within relationships and who you want to be with, who you want to relate to, how you want to relate to the world. The seventh house isn't just about relationships, by the way, it's also just about how you meet the world. So the fourth lord in the seventh house right now in Gemini, there might be a lot of thinking about things and trying to figure things out and offering you lots of choices, which is another side of Gemini. At least two choices with Gemini, but maybe many more. So once you get all of that out of the way in a way, and then again, it stations direct on March 11th, then there's a sense of moving things forward finally. And then again, like I said, by June 1st, it's going into exaltation where, again, more profound, optimistic, and positive, optimistic and positive changes occur in your life, more potentially. Now, again, the other caveats about this, again, with any exalted planet, because sometimes exalted planets can be just way too high and way too eager and too optimistic and too high in expectation, leading to this kind of sense of crash. And I do think that's going to be a big theme in the world, of course, in the coming year and a couple of years more, especially with Jupiter going in and out of Cancer. So it's a bit like a big high hopes and then dash, and then again high hopes and then dash. So you don't want to have too high an expectation. You have to also obviously think about the state of your own Jupiter, not just having Sagittarius prominent. What is Jupiter doing in your chart? Is it strong? Is it like neutral? Is it weak? Somebody with a weaker Jupiter is not going to be thinking as hopeful or positive about this. So you got to kind of think about, okay, I maybe need to kind of reach a middle ground here. I don't want to be too high. I don't want to be low either. I want to be in some sort of middle way with this. And that's the best place to be always with all the planets. Again, this is why exalted or debilitated planets tend towards more extremes. And then obviously also when then Jupiter goes retrograde back in 2027, back into the sign, which is maybe more for next year, but still it's worth mentioning now is that whatever high hopes you had initially in the summer of 2026, then that return to and wanting to go back to and recapture that perhaps in some other kind of way, because at that point, Jupiter will have already that meant with the South Node, which is going to finish out its transit in your ninth sign, which is very Jupiterian itself by the end of 2026. End of November, Ketu, the South Node, finishes in your ninth, goes into Cancer along with Jupiter. So it first meets with Jupiter in the ninth and then goes into your eighth house Cancer by the end of 2026. And then the beginning of 2027, Jupiter will rejoin it in your eighth house. So there's a lot in a way to kind of cut out there because of Ketu. And that might mean thinking about things differently, viewing your life differently. And in a way, 2026 leading to 27, and that more important in a way, even more important than exaltation in a way, Jupiter transit in Leo in your ninth sign, where it will then aspect your sign, is where you then get to this sense of, okay, and now I'm clear. I've gone through a lot of personal changes in the eighth house. I had big high hopes, but then, and then I had to cut these things out and I had to get clear about what is possible. And then when I knew what was possible, now I'm clear and I really know what I stand for and what I'm going to do. And so there's a clarity that is actually more likely, even more than this exaltation in a way, when Jupiter goes into Leo for you. So you'll get a sneak peek into that, as I mentioned, from October 31st until the beginning of 2027. when in January it moves back, goes retrograde, and then will return back into Cancer. So that's a kind of overview of Jupiter. I'll talk more about it though when it gets together with other planets throughout the year. Let's start the year with January, first of all, with all the planets gathered, having gathered now in your sign. So this is an important time, obviously, and more especially when Mercury moves in by the 29th of December, 2025. So we have a good start to the year, I think, for you personally, because Mercury in your sign means that Jupiter opposite is exchanging. So it's like Jupiter's coming back home and Mercury's going back home to Gemini. I do think this is a more positive start to 2026 for you, more over than any of the other signs. And so there are some caveats here, though, as well, of course, because then we have all these planets in combustion, including Mars and Venus, which are coming together by exact degree on the 9th of January in your sign, the late degrees of Sagittarius. So there's big high hopes again, and there's more positivity, but you have to get clear about things. When planets are combust, when we can't see them, we're not clear or as clear. And so because Mars is involved in this and Venus, and this is very much to do with the steps that it's going to take for you to get what you want, and what do you want actually, and what do you need to let go of? These are kind of questions that will be hanging in the air with these combustions. Then by mid-January, these planets file into Capricorn, and it's sort of like you got to hit the ground running at this point. And to think about, well, are your hopes and dreams too high? Because then they might come crashing down in Capricorn where it's just deemed unrealistic. Or is it achievable? And if it is, then it's just okay, let's get on with this. And that's the feel of Capricorn, which is a better way to approach this period. So from mid-January, the sun moves in also, your ninth lord, and all of this kind of long, hard road ahead opens up. But at least in another way, it's opening up. You can see what you have to do now, or you'll be able to, with time, be able to see more and more clearly what to do. Planets are still in combustion, Venus until the end of February, Mars until the end of March. So they're not visible as yet. And in that time also, as we move into February, we're then having planets move into Aquarius and then join the eclipse. The North Node Rahu is in your third house. We have an eclipse on February 17th, and it's just a few days before the exact conjunction of Saturn and Neptune in your fourth house. And altogether, this is quite uncertain, I would say. This eclipse period in February and into March. So we have the solar eclipse February 17th, lunar eclipse March 3rd, opposite with the South Node in your ninth house. Third and ninth house activations here in a strong way in February, March, where, whatever about your planning and whatever you have envisioned for yourself in 2026, then it's like, okay, testing your philosophies around this, testing your belief systems and your thinking and your ability to get up and go and do something. That's third house versus ninth house. So the emphasis, of course, is typically on the third house with the North Node, and especially for this solar eclipse in February. And then in February, Mercury also goes retrograde in your third house from the 26th of February until the 21st of March. So there's February, March is a huge period of adjustment and mental adjustment more than anything initially with the eclipse and Mercury retrograde. Third house is also about travels and thinking about startups and what you want to get going. And again, it's very much about initiatives and interaction and enjoyment in terms of the interaction. So travel is included in that as well, but it's kind of everyday traveling. It's not necessarily long distance traveling, which is ninth house opposite, but it can incorporate that as well because it is opposite. Typically, though, it is about just the everyday sort of coming and going. Even when you go traveling further afield, there is a lot more, in fact, coming and going. Like you don't travel on a long distance trip and then stay put in your hotel room for the whole trip. No, you actually move around a lot more than you would at home. That's why the third house and ninth house are opposite. So again, the nodes here and the eclipses in February, March, activating this in a strong way. Is it a good time to travel? Well, maybe. But of course, you need to be mindful more, especially with Mercury retrograde from the end of February until the end of March. And more especially maybe the end of February as it backs up and goes retrograde. So then into the end of March and then April, we got some interesting things going on. First of all, in March, we also have Mars moving in to your third house, which is also very active. It's also very active from the beginning of the year in your sign, then your second sign, and then moving into your third. So it's like Mars, Mars, Mars all the way here. but then it goes into Saturn sign and meets with Saturn and Neptune in your fourth house in April. That's a bit of a snag, I would say, to be mindful of. And that could be something around holidays as well if you are traveling, but also could be just simply at home, taking time out at home. And maybe some frustration, maybe even because of taking time out at home. Or if you have children, maybe there's some issues around them in April at home. There's some sort of block here that has to be overcome in April, essentially. And with Mars and Saturn coming together in your fourth house, April 19th is the exact conjunction. It could feel quite frustrating, I would say. Again, because Mars also represents your third house and your initiatives, and it's a bit sort of hampered in a way with, sorry, Saturn does, but Mars is hampering it. But then Saturn also hampers Mars, which is your plans, fifth lord. Again, if you have children, that would be a key point to make here. So then into the end of April, May, I think is the sweeter spot of the year in many ways. We got Venus in March exalted, which is great as well. But then in April, May, we've got end of April, more especially into May, Venus in Taurus in its own sign. And then we also have Mars going into its own sign, into your fifth sign by May as well. So we got Mars in Aries, we got Venus in Taurus, we got Mercury also going into Gemini. They're all in their own signs. So this is kind of like the best time of the year, I would say. May, around May, more especially, end of April, May into June even. And then into June, as I mentioned, Jupiter is returning to exaltation. So now we've got an exalted planet, your planet exalted. So that seems to me to be even more positive. And so it is a brief window in a way because the year starts out with a lot going on in February with the eclipse and the Mercury retrograde and all of that. And then the conjunctions, April. But then in May and June, like I said, there's these more positive transits going on to make full use of, if you're planning stuff, May, June. So then things get a bit hairy again in July, I would say, because then Mars meets with Uranus. So Mars has already met with Pluto, by the way, the beginning of the year from mid-January until the end of February. It's in exaltation, it's with Pluto, it's quite fiery. And then it meets with Rahu, the North Node, and then it meets with Saturn. And all of the beginning of the year is just kind of one thing after another, really, these major triggers. But then the ease kind of comes May, June, and then in July, again, another major trigger. And this is a month I would really highlight. This is the conjunction of Uranus and Mars on July 4th in your sixth house. And it's squaring the South Node in your ninth house. So a lot here that could be potentially triggered. Now, that could be a good thing as well, because maybe there's a clear out that you have to do, and maybe this is good time for clearing out. Could be a good time for overcoming some sort of problems in your life, getting rid of debts, maybe, um, just plans that you wish to make though, but then things that kind of have to be done and something has to be overcome here, I would say. You just don't want to overdo it, obviously, I would say at this time. Don't forget though that Jupiter is now from June 1st exalted, and in June also Venus joins Jupiter in the 8th. So there are some changes going on when you have these kind of activations, June, July, even though they're positive, I do think they're positive. There are some changes happening, adjustments that have to be made, So then we're getting into August and now we're getting into eclipses again. So as the sun moves around these signs also, July, August, into August, it moves into Leo. But before then, before mid-August, it actually is eclipsed in Cancer, even though the South Node is in Leo. And it's a strong eclipse at the very end of Cancer, where your ruler Jupiter is involved in the eighth house. And when you have an eclipse in your eighth house, with your ninth lord involved and the eighth lord eclipsing it, the moon, the eighth lord, is showing that there's some potential insights coming up here from your subconscious, but blocks that have to be addressed and changes that are happening that might seem completely out of your control. If you're traveling, just be mindful of it around the August period. The eclipse is on August 12th, the solar eclipse in Cancer. It is propped up by Jupiter for sure. I do think that's more positive. So again, this is alluding to this, positive change always. I think you have to think about with Jupiter exalted in your eighth house. But it is still change, big changes in August. Then 2 weeks later on August 28th, then you have the last eclipse in your third house. Just as we started the year in February with an eclipse in your third house, showing this kind of changes in your environment and your travel and day-to-day sort of engagements and all of that moving around and thinking about different things and initiatives and startups, all of that. Now we're having a last one in August, end of August. So there might be some things sort of resolving here, I would say, by the full moon and eclipse in August in Aquarius, your third house. So keep a real open mind in August as these changes morph and shift everything around. Then into September, another strong transit going on where Mercury goes into Virgo. Before this, it was a retrograde, by the way, just to mention that during this summer period, as again, as sweet as that might be, May, June, by the very end of June, then we have Mercury retrograde from June 30th until July 24th. And so during that Mars-Uranus conjunction and triggers, we have a Mercury retrograde from Cancer itself, where there's a lot of focus on, again, change in your life, to the seventh house of relationships and travel plans again. So there could be a lot of things, again, shifting around in the summer, then leading to some bigger changes in August where the eclipse is. Into September, as I mentioned, Mercury then makes its way to Virgo already, and it's very powerful in your 10th house. So professionally, I would say September is a very powerful time for you. And Venus has moved through here already in August. And so that's, in one way can be positive. It's still Venus in Virgo, though, where it's a bit picky and critical, but it's still Venus. But you do have to be mindful of one thing developing now in September, even as these planets move into their shadow, because in October, November, Venus and Mercury are both retrograde in Libra in your 11th house. And this is very much about your bigger ambitions in life and what you want to achieve. And Venus is actually going to return to Virgo, where it moved through in August during that eclipse period, and revisit all of these things in terms of your professional life, because Venus is very much about your profession or your day-to-day working profession anyway, your work life, your duties, as well as health issues and all of these things of sixth house. But the fact that it's going back from the 11th house position, its own sign, back to the 10th sign, where in Virgo it gets again very critical and picky. There's a lot to work out here in October, November. Venus is retrograde from the 3rd of October until the 14th of November, and Mercury is retrograde from the 24th of October to also the 14th of November. So by the 14th of November, both Venus and Mercury are stationing to go direct, and a lot of things will have worked out at this point, or you will have worked them out. And so it's all kind of coming clear by that point. But really, end of October, really all of October, I would say, and November, beginning of, is quite a complex time, I'm going to say. And that's likely in terms of your profession, your work, or anything you're doing, really, I would say, and what you want to get out of it. And with these planets retrograde in your 11th house, you might feel like you're not getting as much out of it for a while, at least. Then by the end of November, we've got things starting to smooth out, like I said, and in December, then Mars moves on, and then we're getting interesting dynamics going on here. End of November, Mars has moved through Cancer initially from the end of September, October, and November. Throughout this, again, quite a complex phase of Mercury and Venus retrograde. Mars's aspect from Cancer is not helping at all. So it could feel frustrating when you're wanting to do something and it's just not working out. Even though, again, Mars in a way is helped by Jupiter exalted. So again, Jupiter is helping out this whole time by expecting, even though these are changes that are happening and maybe frustrating at this time, there is still this positive outcome, I think, ultimately. But after all of that, then Mars goes into Leo, and this is the key thing. This is a major trigger for the year. So Mars goes into Leo and conjoins the South Node before it finishes out by the end of November. So there's a major trigger here in your ninth house in November. Would I travel with this? I mean, I don't know, to be honest. I do think that you have to be cautious in November, but I think we're all having to be cautious with what's going on because Jupiter is also crossing over from your eighth house to ninth house. So with Jupiter crossing over Mars and the South Node all meeting in your ninth house, this looks like some major transformation going on here, like a complete change of mind and a need to kind of completely cut something out and to rethink everything ultimately, subsequently, maybe more so. But in a way, November is kind of instigating that big change in you, big change in your whole world outlook, I would say. whatever's going on in the world, because I imagine that there's going to be a lot of things going on in the world that would, do that as well. But also it could be in your own life around what you just think is possible, and maybe you need to rethink that whole thing. Um, so that is November, and then finally in December, we have Mercury going into Scorpio. We have kind of things sort of like hanging in the air in a way in December because now Mars is going into its shadow, Jupiter into its shadow, the eclipse, I mean, coming up, or sorry, not the eclipse, the retrogrades coming up in the new year 2027 for both Mars and Jupiter, both moving back together into Cancer. And again, conjoining the South Node, which will, by the end of November, move into Cancer. Everything's kind of hanging in the air by the end of the year, I would say. And this whole kind of like sense of going back from the ninth to the eighth return you to some things that you have to change, like deep fundamental things about what you believe will have to be changed at this point, and of course will be changing because of the changes that are happening in your life. And it's through those changes, I would say, Sagittarius, and removing the blocks in a way to what is really blocking you is your ability to see clearly. And this might indeed be that kind of removal of those things that help you see clearly and plan ahead and think more positively. And it's really, I guess, such an important year for you, Sagittarius, where it's such a changing year. There's so many things happening, but in another way, it's going to be a profound inner shift that happens for you in a more positive way that helps you see things more clearly than ever, I would say. I mean, that is the potential on the table here by the end of the year. So I'll hold off talking about 2027 because that's a whole other ball game. Like I mentioned already, that it is going to return to Cancer and with Mars and Ketu and return to your eighth house. So the beginning of 2027, the first few months, in fact, until Jupiter again goes on and moves on back into Leo in June of 2027, there's a lot of things to shift around still before you get to that kind of more open, optimistic, faithful, more than optimistic, more faithful really place in 2027. There's a lot that has to change before then, in other words. So I hope that's been of help. As always, I wish you the very best for the year ahead now, and until next time. For Capricorn rising and or moon sign or sun sign or whatever sign you want to look at from the perspective of Capricorn, we're going to focus on Saturn. We're going to focus on the transit of Saturn and its conjunction with Neptune this year. It's a big year for Saturn and Neptune, and it doesn't come around very often. The last time we had this was 1989. So you might not have even had it in your lifetime. And if you had, you might not remember what was going on for you then. Certainly, this is a big one. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Saturn's transit throughout the year, its retrogrades and conjunctions and all of that. Lots of conjunctions to talk about, and then all the other major transits throughout the year, month by month. So first of all, just to mention, Saturn is coming together with Neptune by exact degree on February 20th, just 3 days after the annular solar eclipse in Aquarius, Saturn's other sign. So of course, Saturn rules your sign, but it also rules your second sign, which is to do with money, family, community, sense of belonging. Now, with Rahu, the North Node, creating an eclipse here in February by February 20 or 17th. And then again on the 20th, this Saturn Neptune conjunction in your third. There's a lot that is up in the air here in February. And so with Saturn Neptune alone, everything feels uncertain anyway, and everything feels like it's morphing and dissolving and morphing into something else. So that's not necessarily a bad thing because the positive side of that is that as things are morphing, you can in a way imagine it some other way. Whereas typically Saturn and Capricorn is quite in a way, structured, and there's nothing wrong with having a structure when we need structures for sure. But when we're too structured, in a way, it can't be something else. So I would say in a way that this positive side of it is that with things changing so much for you, I would say in 2026 and in the world in general, the potential here for creating more positive changes because things have to change anyway is there. The fact that it's doing so in your third house is about initiatives, and Saturn is said to do well in the third house simply because if you are just cool and detached enough to do what you need to do, Go where you need to go, meet with who you need to meet with. That's third house. It's like the everyday interactions that give your life that sense of busyness as well. And that's an important thing to think about and how you engage with people. And also in terms of your thinking process, how do you think? And thinking often occurs in the third house with other people. It's like an engagement and interaction and more, hopefully, or especially a listening to other people. That's third house. But it's also maybe writing and journaling and texting as well and all of those things. Third house is like the machines that we use in this day and age that help us process information. AI, you might say, comes under here as well. And again, the AI thing itself and its conjunction with Neptune, Saturn and Neptune, it kind of shows that uncertainty about where it's all heading. Again, in your context, it's very much about third house machines that run our life, you know, driving around, communicating with other people, traveling about and engaging with people and conversing and listening and thinking and processing information and all of these things. So there's a big focus here, obviously, with Saturn here, but it has been here for 2025. It's just going to intensify in 2026 with their conjunction. And again, the uncertainty, I think, can lead to a lot of creativity as well. And again, if there were ever a time, I think, to make some positive changes, I think 2026 is it for various reasons, but this is one of them. The downside of this, of course, is it's obvious that there could be this kind of, reckoning or this kind of realism that can creep in or realization of what's actually true that you didn't really maybe look at clearly before because of Neptune's kind of more diffuse, nebulous kind of quality where it's maybe not been as clear. You maybe didn't understand what you were being told, or you didn't understand what was going on between the two of you, or what's happening in this situation or that situation. And so it could kind of creep in as this sort of like, um, this creeping sort of sense of re slow dawning of this thing. And it can be a little bit depressing as well. But at the same time, it's better to be in the know. It's better to know what's actually going on between the two of you or in any given situation, what's real, than not be clear about what's real. So there are two sides to everything, and certainly in Pisces. But in Pisces, maybe there's even like that sense of that both are operating concurrently. It's like there's a bit of a slow dawning, a realization, a reality check that creeps in. But at the same time, there's this huge potential now because of that, because you're more clear about what's true. So it would be more clear in a way, I would say, from the middle of the year as Jupiter moves into exaltation again from June 1st. I'll get to that in a while, because then it will look at and bring more clarity to Saturn in Pisces. At the moment, the beginning of the year, there isn't as much clarity, I don't think. Now, third house is to do with, again, your everyday interactions. If you're, engaging with your neighbors a lot, if you're involved in kind of like community things, or if you're involved in groups, if you're involved with your siblings a lot as well, third house is siblings. Indeed, Saturn might show that you're not as involved, and this is maybe one of the issues. But however much you're involved, to whatever extent, I think always it's necessary to be mindful of how much you do anything with Saturn. And then when it goes retrograde, I'll give you the dates now, it's even more important because then when planets go retrograde, it tends to kind of put things off kilter for a while. And so Saturn goes retrograde from July 27th, and it will continue to retrograde until December 11th. So think July to December, the second half of the year, essentially. After the first half of the year, and I'm kind of gung-ho about moving forward and moving a lot and moving around a lot and engaging more, then there's this kind of whole review and reflection on that process and reviewing what happened and who you were talking with and what was going on. That's from July to December. So just to be mindful of that, I suppose. But at least at that point, Saturn is then pulling away from Neptune, and that can again bring more sense of clarity around what's true. And at that stage as well, as I mentioned from June, Jupiter would also be looking at Saturn from Cancer, from exaltation in your seventh house. So it just looks like the second half of 2026 for you, Capricorn, is a lot more positive in terms of engagement than the first half. The first half, maybe there's a lot of things that you're having to figure out, but it's maybe not clear until the second half. So that's the overall gist of Saturn. Let's go through month by month now. starting the year out with planets in combustion in Sagittarius in your 12th house. For you, I think it's always important to recognize your nature, Capricorn, which is not, in a way, New Year's resolutions. It's, let's say, mid-January resolves. Let's put it that way. Because New Year's resolutions are for the Sagittarian folk, where they're like, very gung-ho and fired up about doing something new or not doing something in January. By mid-January, everybody kind of is a bit deflated by that as planets move into Capricorn, but you're kind of then fired up by that. What fires you up essentially, Capricorn, is the long term, the bigger goal. You're not really fired up about all these big, fanciful ideas in a way, as you are, or as much as you are in terms of, okay, give me a task, give me a structure, a system I can work with, and I'm going to follow it, and I'm going to do it, as long as is needed. Now, you have to be mindful of the other side of that, where you're doing something to the point where it's no longer actually even appropriate, but that's a whole other. By mid-January, as planets move into your sign, the Sun, Mars, Venus, Mercury, all moving in, all in combustion, not visible because of the brightness of the sun. We don't see them. They're not visible in the night sky, and they're rising with the sun, and so they're behind the sun, so you can't see them. So when you can't see these planets, you're not maybe clear about certain things, and at the same time, you're all fired up about them. So whether it's about your plans for the future in general, whether it's about your ambitions in life and work and all of these things and what you want to do in life and where your life is going, none of this isn't necessarily very clear unless you tune in, because that's what combust planets really suggest. It's about not looking outwardly for the answers, but looking internally for them, because they're stronger in a way. Internal significations come out, whereas their external significations are weakened. So again, you might feel like angry, even if you're trying to push ahead some sort of agenda here, if it's not clearly working out the way you think it should. So it's kind of like an internal process. And then you add in Pluto, which is going to conjoin all of these planets in Capricorn in your sign. And then it's unearthing some other things, like some subconscious blocks that you're having as well around these things. So all of that is to kind of be excavated and removed in a way if it's necessary, and then just at least shining a light on it, I would say, from mid-January and until February, really. And then into February, then we're getting into eclipse season, because then we have the north node of the moon, Rahu, in Aquarius. And then planets, including the sun, move into Aquarius. So therefore, the sun is eclipsed. And there is an eclipse on February 17th, right before that Saturn-Neptune conjunction. This is like a major transition point, I would say, by the end of February. And then 2 weeks later, on March 3rd, there's an eclipse with the south node Ketu in your eighth house. So this second eighth house axis of the nodes isn't necessarily the easiest one to adjust to, because it's like it seems more, let's say, fated, out of control in a way, out of your control. Everything's in control in another way, but at the same time, the second and eighth, which are very much to do with like family, which you cannot control. You're born into a certain family, and there's nothing you can do about that. Or even just financial things, things that seem a bit more important as well, by the way. You throw in the mix, into the mix, the nodes of the moon, the eclipses, the uncertainty that they bring up, the changes that are happening here, and it just feels a bit more unsteady. And so again, maybe it's financially, maybe it's in terms of family, maybe it's a community group that you're belonging to that, has to change. Like this sense of belonging is a key one with the eclipse in your second house. And a sense of value and self-worth and being seen through others' eyes as valuable is another key one, I would say. And again, with the eclipse and the Saturn Neptune thing going on at the same time at the end of February, there's not a lot of clarity going on. It will come out, of course, it will be clear eventually, but not initially. And then by March 3rd, there's a sort of resolution there with the lunar eclipse in your eighth house, but also a need to make some changes, or maybe unexpected changes naturally happening at that point. So that's February into March, where we're getting into kind of the sweeter spot of the year later on. Maybe March is quite a sweet spot as well, in a way, because Venus moves into Pisces, into exaltation. But I think May, June is probably a sweeter time in many other ways. But certainly March is one to make full use of this Venus exalted in your third house. For sure, that's in March. And then into April, we have, well, I want to mention as well in March, I don't want to like hammer on with the point, but this eclipse period in February and into March with Mars moving in here as well and conjoining the eclipse degree in March, despite Venus's exaltation, there might be some triggers here. Again, it could be financial, it could be familial, it could be in your environment in some way that kind of changes something very, typically stable that destabilizes everything. And just to be mindful of that, I would say, whether it's money issues or family issues or both, because they're so tied together, right? But then into April, as I mentioned, then we're getting into other territory completely. We also have a Mercury retrograde, by the way, in March, in your second house, in the sign of money, in the family house. So all of that, is, a time to be patient with the changes that are happening. So big changes right from the get-go, I would say, in 2026. March, February into March. Then into April, we have Mars go into Pisces. And this is where now things can really kick off in April because Mars is now being, meeting with Saturn, your ruler, in your third house. So all of the themes I mentioned about this kind of moving about and interacting and changing and thinking about all these different things that are happening in your life and not being clear about it, now Mars is getting in on the picture. So this is likely in April to create bigger changes and maybe some frustrations as well, especially during their exact conjunction, which is April 19th. So be very mindful around that date. Despite the fact that April 19th is positive in another way where the sun and moon are both exalted, Mars and Saturn are both exactly conjoined in your third house. So yeah, what could I say about that? Just be mindful when you're moving about, traveling about, engaging with other people. Like that could easily turn into an argument or some situation. Somebody, it could be a friend circle, it could be something at home, it could be like with a sibling, like with family members, whatever, whoever it is, there's some major trigger here in April. I would say. At the same time, by the end of April, at that same time on April 19th, on that exact conjunction of Mars and Saturn, again, a very tense time, Venus goes into Taurus, so that's very positive. So overall, by the end of April into May, this is the major sweet spot in 2026 to take full advantage of the Venus in Taurus. And then later on in May, also we have Mars move into Aries, its own sign. And then at the very end of May, Mercury moves into Gemini, its own sign. So really, May is like the major sweet spot. It's typically the sweet spot in a given year anyway, but this one even more so, I would say, especially with all the other things that are happening either side of it. And I'm going to talk about what's happening now soon after in July, but February, March into April is quite complex for sure. End of April into May is the sweeter spot, and then into June, July, more changes happening again into August with more eclipses in August. So then into June, we have the big change, as I mentioned. Jupiter is moving into Cancer again. So therefore, again, Jupiter is in Gemini until June 1st. It returned here by the end of 2025 to work some details out. And with Jupiter in your sixth house until June 1st, there's a lot of details to work out. There's a lot of things that you're trying to figure out. And that's again incorporated into the whole moving about and changing things and interacting with different people and trying to figure out what's important to you, who's important to you. So having worked all of that out, and more especially after March 11th, when Jupiter starts to move forward, there might be this sense of moving all of these things forward now. But by June 1st, then Jupiter goes into exaltation. This is a lot more positive for you, I'm going to say, really for the second half of the year then, because Jupiter moves into Cancer from June 1st until October 31st. And although it's whizzing through Cancer as it did in Gemini previous year, which means it's going to return here as well, by the way, into 2027 until June of 2027. So for most of the year, though, from June 26 until June 27, Jupiter is exalted in your seventh house, aspecting your ruler in your third house. This to me, and therefore it's also aspecting your 11th house. It's such a more positive social time, I would say, for you from June 2026 onwards, in a nutshell. So much more positive, just you feeling positive about yourself anyway, feeling positive about who you're engaging with. And that is going to have a knock-on effect for you personally with Jupiter aspecting your sign. I do think there's a lot of positivity here. Now, we have to be mindful of, and a special caveat to throw in here always with exalted planets is that sometimes we can have so many high expectations about things whether about people or plans that we have. And we have to just keep a kind of, that in balance, that we don't want to like have too many big expectations because when things happen and they don't happen as we imagined, sometimes it can be a letdown. At any rate, it is a very positive thing to have this kind of conjunction or this aspect in transit. So that's from June. And then also it's met with Venus as well in June. And so Venus and Jupiter together in your seventh house. I mean, all of this looks really positive. Again, a sweet spot in the year, end of April, May, June. Then we get into some changes again, some maybe more volatile changes, and maybe for you personally, more surprising changes, and also I think more positive. And that's when we have, first of all, Uranus moving through your fifth house, which is in a way challenging you to think differently about what you're creating in your life. What are you making happen, the decisions you're making, and Uranus can sometimes upend things and in a way you might not be conscious of the need there because Uranus is not a visible planet. But when it is conjoined by Mars on July 4th, it previously was conjoined Venus, which by the end of April into May, end of April more especially, but now in July with Mars, there definitely seems to be like things changing in a bigger way in July for you in terms of what you're planning for your future. Now, if you have children, that also ties in with them. So they could be going through major changes or you're instigating changes for them. And there could be a lot of things going on in terms of your plans for the future at this point. And so again, it's not a bad thing. It's quite an abrupt thing, maybe even, where there's a big change happening at this time in July. At the same time, Mercury is going to go retrograde during this from the very end of June until the 24th of July. We have Mercury retrograde from Gemini initially, or sorry, from Cancer initially, going back to Gemini. It starts out the year, remember, retrograde during the eclipse period in February, March. In the eclipse sign, Aquarius, it then retrogrades in your sixth house, and the final one will be in your 10th house. So this is very much about a review on what you're doing professionally and the resources that are required in whatever you're doing, whether it's professionally or not, because the 10th house isn't just about profession, it's also about just action, anything you're doing, anything you're planning to do. So second, sixth, 10th house Mercury retrogrades in 2026 Capricorn is a very practical year in many ways of rethinking everything that you're doing, essentially. But the one in July, retrograding back into your sixth house, is very much the day-to-day stuff. And together with the Mars-Uranus conjunction in your fifth, it's kind of like, I would say, an abrupt change that just changes your routine, I would say. And again, I think it could be positive, but you just have to be open to the change in July. Then into August, again, more change, right? You might say, well, that's life, isn't it? Life is change. And if you stayed the same, you wouldn't be alive. So, but when we have eclipses, the changes seem more extreme. They seem bigger. They aren't always like obvious changes. Sometimes they're very deep psychological changes. They are eclipses after all. They are not physical planets or, you know, physical things always. They're sometimes just psychological in nature. But the eclipses in August, I think, will have a big say in major things in your life, including your social life and relationship. So, of course, it is because the eclipse itself on August 12th, the solar eclipse, is in your seventh house, Cancer. So, even though the south node is in your eighth house, the sun hasn't made it there yet. So, it's close enough though, because the south node Ketu is almost finished up by the end of the year, end of November. And in August, they're on the cusp. So, sun at the end of Cancer, Jupiter's there also in your seventh house, August 12th eclipse, major shift going on there within your relationship dynamics, which have been really brewing for a while. Obviously, as you can tell from this year, there's a lot of change happening in your social sphere. So this is kind of like, again, now another kind of evolution that's happening in your social life in August. Then 2 weeks later on August 28th, then you have the lunar eclipse in your second house. Again, returning to the themes of second house belonging and family and roots and money and all of that. Maybe to resolve some of those finally, because there's been a lot of eclipses going on here in Aquarius in the last couple of years at this point. But by the end of August, those things might have been worked out, whether again, financial or family or whatever. So that's August. Again, big changes going on in August. Venus is also going through Virgo in August, which is a bit of a downer in one way, but because it's in your ninth house, it could be more uplifting for you than most other signs, I would say. And Venus is such a powerful planet for you anyway. But there's something to flag here already as we're getting into the autumn, because in the autumn, and more especially the late autumn, end of October into November, there's a lot of complex transits going on, a lot of review, into the end of the year. Now, this is typically the case anyway when you see retrogrades and when you see so much change going on in any one given year, that there has to be this period where you're trying to kind of adapt to all of the things that have happened. And that's really what October, November brings. But before then, we'll get to September. In September, Mercury makes its way all the way to Virgo. So now it's a very powerful time with Mercury exalted in its own sign, Virgo, in your ninth house, more positive for sure. All of these planets, including Venus in September, or sorry, more July into August, as it meets with the South Node, then August for Mercury, all meeting with the South Node in your eighth house. That itself shows more change within a year and a month, more especially August of the eclipses, with lots of change. Into September, there's a lot of things then that you can work out and plan ahead because Mercury is so powerful, exalted in your ninth. As you do that, as Venus has already moved through here, be mindful now because into October, they'll both retrograde. So Mercury goes retrograde first on October 3rd in Libra. Then Mercury goes retrograde on October 24th in Libra, and they both move back. And actually, Venus moves all the way back to Virgo. And they all move back and they both station together on November 14th. So there's a lot by the end of October into the beginning of November, more especially, and you might say all of October into the beginning of November, that you're reviewing a lot of things that you were doing throughout the year that must be done now, thinking about your plans and what you're doing overall. And, yeah, it's quite a complex time, I would say. Mercury retrograde on its own, but Mercury and Venus together retrograde in the same sign, in your 10th sign. Really think twice about whatever you're doing, I would say, in October, November. And at the same time, by the end of October, by the way, October, and from the end of September, October, we have Mars moving through Cancer, aspecting Venus and Mercury. That itself just adds in a way to the complexity because there's some sort of relational stuff going on here now as well that are getting triggered, changes that have already got triggered here, and then Mars coming in to kind of force them through in a way, maybe make some things happen. But then again, it's aspect onto Venus and Mercury retrograde in your 10th house, a whole reflection review on things. And Mars is a bit sort of like ill-timed in a way. If you're trying to push some agenda through, or somebody else, indeed, might be trying to push some agenda through where there's this impatience that could develop here. And then Mars meets with the South Node in November as it moves into Leo. So by the end of November, we've got this conjunction of not just Mars and the South Node, but also Jupiter, which is finished in Cancer. All three, Mars, Ketu, Jupiter, meeting in your eighth house, which is the house of change anyway. And again, Mercury and Venus both retrograde until the middle of November. November is such a complex month because of all of this. Major triggers and changes that are going on by November. The fact that it's just a first trigger of actually, a long drawn out trigger is another thing to draw your attention to because whatever changes are instigated here, unexpected developments that happen in November, that kind of leads into further changes down the line and into 2027 for the first few months of the year, where all these planets go backwards. South Node is the first to go back into Cancer by the end of November, but then it's also joined by Jupiter and Mars in the new year, 2027. And they all come together again in Cancer in your seventh house. So whatever changes are going on within your relationship dynamics and your maybe intimate relationships more so, or just even professional relationships and all of those things that you're having to work out professionally and maybe even financially with somebody else, whether professional or personal. There's a lot that you're having to kind of go back and forth over, I would say, at this point. So despite that, though, I do think that ultimately, all of these are positive in the long run. It's just it might feel a bit uncertain in the short run, especially again, like I said, by the end of the year, October, November. Then into December, then finishing out the year, a year with lots going on. It might feel like it's kind of everything is left hanging, like a kind of I'm liking this to a sort of, one of those series you might watch on Netflix where it's like full on, and then they end the series with a cliffhanger. And then it's kind of like you're just left hanging and you're like, okay, no resolution at all. And then you're wondering, how is this all going to play out? And you have to wait to the next series. And that's maybe what the end of 2026 is going to feel like. Mercury goes into Scorpio in December. We've got Mars hanging around in Leo in a square, again, conjunct Ketu. And then, it's in its shadow phase now because it has to go back to Cancer, remember, in the new year, 2027. Likewise for Jupiter, which is hanging around Leo, going back in the new year. So everything just seems to be hanging and you're left hanging in some way around some issue, whether it's a relationship issue, a financial issue, or just generally a sense of clarity around what you're doing moving forward. Um, so to be mindful of that, I suppose, more especially by the end of the year, and to keep an open mind into the new year, 2027, as everything starts to work its way out. And again, ultimately, I do think that this is more positive with Jupiter returning to exaltation in your seventh house. So whatever snags that had to be worked out, I do think this is going to benefit your relationship in some way or other, and generally how you're relating to others and how that has a positive impact on you. I really do. So, Capricorn, that's quite a year. I hope that's been of help. As always, I wish you the very best for the year ahead now, and until next time. For Aquarius, rising and or moon sign or sun sign, from whatever perspective you're looking at Aquarius, we're going to focus on its rulers, Saturn and the North Node, Rahu. We'll also focus on each month by month, and look at the key themes that are going on and triggers, transits throughout the year. So first of all, to mention that, maybe a reminder that the North Node of the Moon Rahu is continuing to transit your sign in 2026. It's been there already for most of 25, and it continues until the end of 26. By the end of November, it moves out. This obviously is quite transformative for you, I would say, very personally, whether it's your rising sign, moon sign, whatever sign. Mostly rising sign, I would say, moon sign. Anything else you've got here, planets here, obviously we'll go through some changes, but people generally feel the rising and moon sign more as a personal change. So if that's the case, you're going through lots of change. And the fact that it rules your sign, though, is positive because it means that you're up for the change. It means that you're willing for it. And that's part of your nature anyway, Aquarius. You do want to change. You do want to progress in life. You want to evolve. And Rahu in Aquarius is more evolved. The downside, of course, there's always an upside and downside, two sides to the coin always with any transit. But one of the downsides, apart from being more evolved and changing and progressing and innovating, is feeling like you're not doing enough, feeling like you aren't enough, actually, that you're always looking for more. And in a way, that kind of, in a way, blocks you from progressing. Because like if you always have to stop and question what you're doing, you don't do anything. And at the same time, you don't want to go on the other extreme, and Rahu can certainly swing wildly from one to the other. You don't want to be extremely just moving forward without thinking, like with just absolute wild abandon either. You have to think about the consequences of your actions, and that is where Saturn comes in, because Saturn is also your ruler. You can't really forget about Saturn. If it were just Rahu, then it would be anarchy. If it were just Saturn, then it would be Capricorn. And you're not Capricorn, you're Aquarius, you're an innovator, you're a change maker, you're a shapeshifter. So you need to, in a way, find ways to balance out these two indications of innovation and change and progress and steadiness. So I kind of think the best way to do that is to kind of progress in a steady manner, in a very consistent manner, keep moving forward. I'm not saying don't look back, but certainly Rahu is always looking forward and Saturn quite often looking back. I would say more especially to always be more present, because if you're always thinking ahead and you're always thinking about the consequences of what you're doing, that's Rahu and that's Saturn, then when are you present in any of that equation? It's, never is the answer. So obviously, I think it's more beneficial to develop practices and ways of being that is more present and grounded in the moment while also progressing and considering the consequences of your actions. And so with Saturn in Pisces conjunct Neptune, which is your other ruler, it is kind of adding to the sort of change that you're going through and maybe the change that you're going through in terms of how you belong, or even thinking about where you belong, or how valued you are, and how much you value yourself, how other people value you, and that is more especially more typically expressed through money, in the bank in a way. Your valuables, your fixed assets is the second house. Your family, the family that you value. It could be, if it's not blood family, blood relatives, then it could be like a community you belong to and feel like belonging. But essentially, because Saturn is conjunct Neptune, which is exact in February, by the way, February 20th, when there's an eclipse in your sign, that's a huge time of change, obviously, by the end of February, where you're going through such it's a morphing into somebody new, I would say. And then by doing so, I think that will lend itself to you reevaluating your whole sense of self and where you belong in the world and what you're doing and how you see yourself and how you see yourself through others' eyes in a kind of community setting as well, I would say, or some sort of family dynamic is also maybe. So as you can see here, there's a lot that you're personally going through in 2026, as you have been in 25, and in a way it intensifies in 2026. Again, it's not a bad thing. It's necessary thing. You don't always have Rahu, your ruler, moving through your sign while Saturn is in your second sign. But these are very close, intimate signs, houses in your chart. So very much the sense of self and self-worth and belonging and how that reflects in the world around you in terms of even your physical self that's going through changes. And then also, your resources that you have access to. Such a powerful time in so many ways, but it can also maybe feel like a very uncertain time because of this many changes that you're going through. And again, maybe more especially to think about that end of February period where the eclipse happens in your sign, with that solar eclipse on February 17th, and then 3 days later on February 20th, the exact conjunction of Saturn and Neptune. It's like everything's up in the air, everything's uncertain. But again, the positive spin on that is, well, if everything is changing, why not change it to the way you want to change it, or see your life completely differently? But it is all changing. So let's go through the year then month by month. That's the kind of overall overarching theme, I would say, for you in 2026. In January, we start the year out with a lot of planets gathered in Sagittarius in your 11th house in a very fiery, combustible state. Mars, Venus, Mercury all moving in here with the sun. And it's kind of like starting the year out with this kind of big, grand idea or ambition and goal. That's what New Year's resolutions are about anyway, but this is certainly one of those years where it's all fired up. The problem is, of course, it's all fired up with nowhere to go or no clear direction, where Mars is exalted but not visible later on in the month as well. And so, although there's a lot of fiery and power and energy here, it's like it's not directed anywhere because they're combust. You can't see Venus, you can't see Mars, you can't see Mercury. When you can't see planets, you don't know where to put the energy, where to put the focus. So, with all of this ambition and not being clear about where to put it or what you're actually aiming at, I would say this is a bit of a confused time in many ways, adding to the complexities of this January, February period anyway. Then into mid-January, though, they all go into Capricorn. Now they're still combust, they're still not visible. Venus doesn't reappear until the end of February and Mars not till the end of March. So again, while they're not visible and while we're having the eclipse in February as well and the Saturn-Neptune conjunction and these planets filing into your 12th house, I don't think February is clear at all. And so I'm saying that deliberately. So I want you to be mindful of being patient with yourself in this process. Because in another way, planets that are hidden by the rays of the sun, as it were, also conjunct Pluto, by the way, in Capricorn, and then also in your 12th house, which itself is hidden. All of these things kind of get hidden below the surface and out of view. But at the same time, there is something happening. There's something deeper happening, maybe subconsciously happening. And it's like you might feel like outwardly nothing's happening, or I'm not doing anything, or I don't know what to do. But the thing is, there is a lot happening. And that's what I would say about this period in February, more especially. And because there's so much happening, I would say it's best to kind of just let the things happen as they must and let it morph and dissolve and morph into something else again and dissolve and then morph again into something else. Let it all do its thing. And then as you come out the other end, by March 3rd, we have then the other eclipse to sort of resolve some of these issues in your seventh house with the South Node Ketu. And so that 2 week window from February 17th until March 3rd, it's typically not the time to be like rushing into anything, even if you feel the urgency to do some major things. It's a time to go within and to morph and change who you see yourself as and how you engage with the world for sure, but just maybe not plan to do too many things at the same time. As this is happening and there's so much focus on you in a way, and there needs to be a focus on you. You're going through so much change. You just have to also think about how that impacts other people and more especially your partner, because if you're going through so much, like they may feel rejected in some way. They may feel like you're not giving them as much attention. And indeed, you cannot give them as much attention when you're going through a lot of personal changes. You have to recognize that. But with Ketu in the seventh house and that eclipse on the 3rd of March, just to be mindful, I suppose, at that time. Maybe you do need to cut some people out, though. That's the thing to think about. Because again, if you're going through very personal changes, maybe some people just don't align with that person you're becoming now. So that's February into March. March, Venus goes into exaltation in Pisces. It has been in your sign in February, which is also quite wonderful, despite all the changes that you're going through. And then goes into exaltation, which is also quite wonderful in March. It is also conjunct Mars and Neptune, though. And so, again, I'm thinking about this Saturn and Neptune. I'm thinking of Saturn and Neptune in a sense as this kind of upper and downer, where you have like, take a stimulant that's, maybe Neptune, and then you take a downer like alcohol, that's Saturn, where, when you take them both together, uppers and downers together, that just, I don't know what that does to you, but it just feels like it's a bit up and down and all over the place. So with Venus coming in here, it could smooth out that in a sense as well in March. So it is somewhat a sweet spot in the year. I want to highlight some sweet spots. I don't want to just talk about the more intense transits, but again, certainly February is intense and lots of changes happening for you personally. But March is a somewhat sweet spot, even though there's still things hanging around, and more especially because Mercury is retrograde in Aquarius in your sign. That's like really hanging around. So again, I just do want to highlight some of the sweeter things that are happening, like with a Venus exalted in your second sign. So it could be that there's some wonderful things happening in your community, in your family, financially, feeling safe and secure in some way that way. But then you're also going through a lot of review about what's going on for you personally with the North Node, again, the eclipse, and also now Mercury retrograde in February and into March. Mercury's retrograde from the end of February into the end of March. So March is a bit of a mixed bag as we're coming out of that complex February period. Then into April, again, it might be somewhat complex because in March also we have Mars going, by the end of February into March, all March, we have Mars in your sign also, triggering that eclipse again. So again, March is an after effect really, but quite a big after effect, like a major jolt after the fact. But then into April, Mars goes into Pisces and now conjoins Saturn, your other ruler. So it's almost like the big changes in February into March leading to April lead to this kind of like stalemate or something that has to kind of slow you down to kind of think about how much you're progressing here and maybe how much you're overdoing the changes. Again, February, March, having so much change going on. So then April might slow you down some way, in a way, but then in another way, Mars conjunct Saturn is trying to like egg you on and push you on. But Mars in Pisces conjunct Saturn and Neptune doesn't know how to push forward in a way because it doesn't have a direction. It doesn't know clear direction. So I would say just be patient with April in that sense. And bear with me now because I know it sounds like all of these months are intense, but they are. They absolutely are. February, March into April are all intense months because of these conjunctions. And then once we're on the other side of this, by May, June, that's what the sweeter spot in the year for sure. So in May, then we have great things happening because we've got Mars going into Aries, its own sign. We've got Venus in its own sign, Taurus. And we've got Gemini being activated by Mercury by the very end of May. So that these planets are all in their own signs. And so you're feeling more fired up and feeling good as well at the same time and feeling creative. And there's a lot going on in May, I think, as I would say is the sweetest spot of the year for you. And so maybe even end of April into May and then even into June. Then as we get into June, I want to highlight Jupiter's transition because Jupiter starts out the year as it ended 2025 in Gemini. But then it goes into Cancer, into exaltation by the 1st of June until the 31st of October. This is a very different situation here between the two. And with Jupiter in Cancer in exaltation really for most of the following year until June 2027, although there's a bit of back and forth going on at the end of the year into the new year 2027, it is overall more positive, but it's only positive when you make the changes that are necessary. That's essentially Jupiter exalted in your sixth house. Sixth house is very much about the things that you need to do to improve your life, the day-to-day stuff. Sometimes there may be more, monotonous everyday stuff as well, like the health stuff, the daily routines, the work stuff, the scheduling, all of these things. But Jupiter moving back in here is suggesting that that can improve your health and your well-being and your sense of cohesion and ordering and organizing your life. Before any of that, though, Jupiter continues in your fifth house in Gemini. The upside of that, of course, is that it's a lot more creative time, I would say. And then it's met with Venus as well in May, and that's another positive thing into June. And there's a lot of creativity going on, I would say. It's just the downside of that is there's too many things to think about. The mind might get really kind of frazzled thinking about this, that, and the other, and you might not really know what to really focus on and what decision to make. Because even though the fifth house is very much about Jupiter, and Jupiter in the fifth house is typically good at being clear about decision making, Gemini is not. It's just all over the place. It's just scattered because there's so many options, so many things to think about. So that's at least in a way a better transition by June, moving into exaltation, where it's not just thinking about, it's feeling about something. It's instinctual. It's like, what do I need? What do I feel I need here? Even like in terms of what do I feel I need nutritionally, as a good example for you, because Jupiter rules your second house, where that might not be clear for you right now with Saturn. But with Jupiter moving into the sixth house, aspecting your second house and Saturn, then it might become more clear by just feeling it out, like intuitively knowing what you need to do for yourself to be well, whether it's diet, whether it's exercise, whether whatever daily practice you need to do. So I do think it would benefit you ultimately, is what I'm saying, but it might not be just plain sailing. You have to actually make some improvements. Venus also joins Jupiter in June, and their exact conjunctions on June 9th, I believe. But And that's not a bad thing, by the way. That can be quite enjoyable in many ways, having them both together. But when they're exactly together, June 9th, it might be a time, just a day to be mindful of. Because it kind of like pits two things against each other where you're trying to just enjoy yourself, but then you maybe need to do something else you need to do, something like that. So that's June. And again, into the end of October with Jupiter moving through Cancer, I think a more positive thing overall. Then I want to talk about July, which is another sort of red flag day or red flag month. And that's on July 4th, more specifically. And that's when Mars moves into Taurus and then conjoins Uranus by degree. So July 4th is definitely a trigger, something changing here in the home environment, perhaps. I do think it's a more positive trigger, though. Um, it's aspect to your seventh house, though, as well, in the South Node. There could be something going on privately for you, like at home and with your partner at that time to be mindful of. Around July 4th, especially, just be mindful of triggers there. There's some changes happening in your home environment, quite obviously, with Uranus now in your fourth house. And I was about to say settling into your fourth house, but there's no settling down with Uranus in your fourth house. It usually brings lots of change. And so with Mars triggering it now in July, that might kind of ramp up that change. Now, that could be just you making alterations at home. You don't have to change your home, of course, but it is likely change. I do think positive change overall, though. So then into August, we're getting into more change territory because now we're talking about the eclipses again. So now we have an eclipse by the 12th of August in Cancer, where Jupiter is in your sixth house. So this is now changes that have to be made in your everyday life, in all your routines. And this involves other people as well, your partner, maybe more especially your seventh lord. And to be mindful of, you know, eclipses not necessarily being that clear initially. And this is starting now with a South Node eclipse, by the way. So there's this kind of need to cut something out, I would say, by August more so for you to be well. And that's an ongoing theme, by the way, because it starts with this eclipse in August, but that will continue really for the next couple of years because by the end of November, Ketu will move in here for a year and a half until the very beginning of 2028, actually. So, or middle of 2028. So, a year and a half of like you cutting something out of your life that is creating a problem, I would say. So, in a way, Jupiter coming in here initially before Ketu comes in, and they both meet, by the way, by the end of the year in November, that could be some sort of like overdoing it as well to be mindful of in terms of your health and eating habits and all of that, or also even exercise. You want to think about what are you doing every day because then later on it'll become a case of cutting things out that are causing problems. So this eclipse in August, on August 12th, is one to be mindful of in terms of those themes. 2 weeks later, then August 28th, then the eclipse is in your sign again. And in a way, this is like wrapping a lot up because we started the year out with an eclipse in your sign in February. Now we're in August, the end of August, resolving a lot of these things with a full moon and eclipse in your sign by August 28th. So that could resolve a lot for you and the changes that you've been going through for quite a while now with these eclipses and transits in your sign for the last couple of years. And so just be open to that change by the end of August again. At the same time in August, Venus is in Virgo, and that could be itself, after meeting Ketu, and then Mercury is also going to meet. And then Mercury is also retrograde in July, end of June to end of July, during this whole phase as well, before August eclipses. Mercury is retrograding the air signs this year. So in February, March, it's in your sign, June, July, in your fifth sign, and then October, November in your ninth sign. So it's very much about what are you doing? What is your purpose? Rethinking about all of these things, reviewing where your life is going, what you're about, what do you stand for. So by the end then of the summer into September, then Mercury gets into a strong position in Virgo, exalted in your eighth house. And so you'll more likely be able to figure out the changes that have happened and continue to make and implement more changes that are more easily implemented in a way, or you're more clear about, or more able to schedule, I would say, into September. But it is also showing some changes that have to be made. And when we see what's happening subsequently in October, November, in a way, at the biggest time of change in the year, in another way, and you're thinking, God, is this just change upon change? Yes, this year is full of major changes and eclipses happen every year, but the kinds of astrology that happens in October, November does not happen every year. So I want to say that in October, we have both Venus and Mercury retrograde in Libra, your ninth house. This is a whole kind of reflection review on where your life is going and what you're about. Like it could also be to do with study, travel, and just your sense of, purpose and direction and, making decisions with clarity, which is not necessarily forthcoming with the retrogrades. So Venus retrogrades from October 3rd until November 14th. Mercury retrogrades from October 24th also to November 14th. So by November 14th, they're both starting to move forward again, and that clarity can return. And Venus actually moves back signs as well. It moves back into Virgo, where Mercury remains in Libra, figuring out all of these things. So it's a kind of, in a way, complex time in many ways, but more especially because of what's happening with Jupiter, which by the end of October moves from Cancer into Leo and then conjoins Ketu at a time when Mars is moving through Cancer in August and into September. Sorry, August, end of September into October into November. And then as Mars moves through Cancer, although it's initially propped up by Jupiter, Jupiter moves out and joins Ketu. And again, this Mercury and Venus retrograde October, November as Jupiter moves out, and then Mars moves through Cancer, and then Mars itself moves through Leo and then joins Jupiter and Ketu. There's some major trigger here in November, and it's kind of building to this August, September, October, November. And then by November, there's some major trigger going on here in your relationship. So be especially mindful of other people, not just your partner, not just, you know, a significant other, everybody you're dealing with at this time in November, and more especially the middle part of November. I would say all of November, really. And yeah, it's not a bad thing. It's just that it's likely to show a big change going on. And Ketu typically cuts something out, maybe cuts someone out, and maybe somebody needs to be cut out. Or again, maybe it's some habit that needs to be cut out because, or somebody enforcing that upon you, or you having to deal with that because of somebody else, thinking about somebody else. Because eventually, then, with Ketu moving back by the end of November into Cancer, Jupiter and Mars will both return to Cancer in the beginning of 2027. And then they all join again in Cancer this time. So it could be indeed that you're doing something for the sake of somebody else, that you're sacrificing for somebody else something, but that in a way it eventually, ultimately, will lead to something more beneficial for you. I mean, even like practically, like health-wise, I think this could benefit you in terms of your health. So lots to think about in October, November, in other words, lots of things that are then left hanging in a way in December where it feels a cliff edge, like a knife edge. It's like the end of a series where it to just leave it like a cliffhanger, and then you're waiting for the next series where it's not like started yet, and you're like we're all left hanging in a way. For you, I guess to think about, your plans by the end of the year as on hold in many ways for this adjustment that needs to be made in your day-to-day life and structure and how you're ordering things and improving yourself and life. And again, it's maybe having to sacrifice something for this. And that again bleeds into 2027 more so. That'll be a bigger theme going on in the beginning of the first few months, indeed, of 2027. But we won't get into that just yet. We'll do that for the next year. I wanted to just kind of give you a sense of the importance of the end of 2026 in a way, as a kind of prelude to 27 in that way. Now, every year is a prelude to the next in another way. No year exists in a vacuum, but in a way, this year, 2026, morphing into 2027 is a more important transition, I would say. So I just wanted to mention as well, by that end of the year, Saturn will be moving direct in December. And so at least, therefore, there's this sense of you moving forward in terms of having this kind of, you know, lots of things having changed throughout the year, obviously, major pivot points going on. And after October, November, especially then into December, as your ruler starts to move forward, at least there's this sense of slowly, at least over the winter, then December into the following year, you looking ahead, looking ahead and planning ahead and doing something. And that at least will bring more clarity. And Saturn at that point will be pulling away further and further away from Neptune and bringing more clarity about what needs to be done as well. So I do think ultimately you're benefiting from all of these changes personally, and your relationship will benefit from them also. And maybe your partner, your relationships with other people are part and parcel of that change you're going through and help you along the way. So, quite a year, Aquarius. It's definitely quite a year. I hope that has been of help. As always, I wish you the very best for the year ahead. And until next time. For Pisces rising and or moon sign or sun sign, from whatever perspective you're looking at the chart from Pisces, we're looking more especially at the ruler of Pisces, which is Jupiter, and its transit. It's a very important transit going on in 2026 into 2027, and how that is bringing a new lease of life in many ways to you, Pisces. This has been a while in the making, I would say. This has been a long time coming. Now, you might say generally this is up and down, like this waxing and waning of planets, like the moon anyway. And that since 2020, when the moon went, or when Jupiter went into its weakest position, like that was the waning phase and the dark phase of it. And now we're at the peak phase of it, like the full moon in a way, with Jupiter moving into Cancer, the moon sign. So overall, I would say this is a more positive transit. I mean, there's no two ways about it. Whatever about like the big language we might use around this, and it depends on individual charts where how strong Jupiter is and what else is going on. Typically, when your ruling planet is exalted, that's a good thing. More especially when it's exalted in your fifth house, which is now not only exalted by sign, but it's comfortable and very conducive to the house. The house being the fifth house of planning and making clear decisions, and the way that you make clear decisions and plan and how that all comes together, and looking forward with more optimism and faith and hope. And, it just all looks so positive. Now, it doesn't mean that there aren't issues here and caveats to throw in there, of course, because there are. When planets are exalted, they're just high expectations, and I don't want to add to those high expectations in one way, but in another way, if because I'm sure you do sense this in yourself. If you're a Pisces rising moon sign, especially, you're going to feel this. You're absolutely going to feel this with Jupiter exalted aspecting, looking back at your sign. The caveat is, again, maybe just overblowing it and kind of biting off more than you can chew, or just thinking like big, 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 and like having high expectations and high ideals, being so idealistic that nothing that you dream of is likely to land. You have to be very mindful of doing that, obviously. At the same time, because Saturn, I would say there's the other side of that, because Saturn is moving through your sign, which is in a way a caveat, but also a mitigating factor. Because it's a caveat because you can't think too big with Jupiter exalted now, therefore, with Saturn in your sign, kind of pinning you down or holding you down or slowing you down. But at the same time, that's also a mitigating factor because it won't allow you to get out of hand. I think of the analogy of the balloon that I keep using for this, but Jupiter is like a big balloon, and you can't have a balloon without weights, which is what Saturn is. And so combined, when you have a good, mix of both, you have the inflated balloon, you have some ideas of what you want to achieve in life or what you want to do in your life moving forward. But you also have the weights, the gravitas, the gravity to pull you down, to kind of keep you in the atmosphere, and not drift off into the stratosphere with your big ideas. This is this combination. So that's the overall theme in 2026, but it doesn't actually kick in until June. Because here's the other thing to mention is that Jupiter is starting out the year in Gemini, actually, as it ended 2025, continues this backwards motion through Gemini until March 11th. Until March 11th, at least, there might be this kind of review, reflection on things that you're doing, the finer print, the details, and you might get bogged down in all of that. And typically, though, even though Jupiter is well placed in the fourth to enjoy your home life and some quiet time, it's also, again, maybe offering up a lot of options that you're maybe not clear about and you're trying to make a decision. So the decision, in a way, isn't coming straight away. The decision comes later when Jupiter goes into your fifth sign in June. So be patient with that, I would say, initially, and more especially before March 11th. After March 11th, then Jupiter goes direct. And so you get a sense of things moving forward. And then by June 1st, it then goes into exaltation in Cancer. And again, looks onto your sign where Saturn is. And again, decisions are likely more easy to come by at that point. And decisions are just easier to come by when you consider Jupiter's strength in Cancer as opposed to Gemini. Gemini being about the intellect and, the analysis and the debate and the conjecture and all of these kind of choices that you're offered. And it's very hard to make a decision when there are too many things to decide between. And Gemini is only interested in decisions or in choices. It's not actually interested in making a decision, really, because then there's no debate. Gemini likes a debate. Whereas Cancer, it's not about thinking, it's about feeling, it's about sensing, it's about intuiting, it's instinctual. And so that's where Jupiter comes into its own in a way where there's this sense of what is the right thing to do here, what's the right thing to decide. That's what's going to kick in more so after June 1st when Jupiter returns here. So you got to give it a few days though after June 1st because it's going to take a while to clear the sign, but it definitely will be in June. Venus is also going into Cancer in June, by the way, and joining Jupiter. So that's a whole other. So it's like making decisions at that point. So that's the kind of overall thing. The Saturn thing, though, is there. Before we get into month by month, I just want to mention again, it's really important to mention this Saturn transit because without this Saturn transit, again, I think your ideas would be so lofty that they would never land. But with the Saturn transit, you also need to be mindful of being too down on yourself, being too like focused on your shortcomings or too, you know, negative about something. Saturn essentially is about your like give and take. It's like what you want to get out of. whatever you're doing, and then also what you need to sacrifice. That's the 11th and 12th Lord. So you got to think about, in a way, what needs to go, what do I need to end for me to start anew? Saturn's transiting your first house, so it's very much about new beginnings for you. And with Saturn in the first house, it's not at all a clear new beginning. So that's again a big caveat here because despite Jupiter's strength and sort of buoyancy propping you up, you still have to regard the reality of situations in your life, of personal things, of personal shortcomings maybe, or things that just didn't work out, or things you have to say goodbye to, or people even you have to say goodbye to. Um, Maybe it's a social group, maybe it's somebody in your life in some other way, but whatever it is or whoever it is, this need to kind of address some shortcoming or some limit or some restrictive factor, some restraint in some way. But again, I do think I keep flip-flopping, of course, with this because it's important to recognize both sides always, is that that can actually be the impetus to make this other thing happen. If you didn't have restraint, in other words, if you didn't have a focal point, all of these big ideas, which is never amount to anything, you need to kind of have some choices removed from the equation so that you can focus on whatever is left. And I think that's the best of these two together here in a trine to each other. Now, the other thing to say here is that Saturn is conjoined Neptune for especially the first few weeks and exact by the 20th of February. This is itself uncertain because you're trying to figure out, well, what do I need to gear myself towards and what do I need to get rid of? What do I need to finish? And Neptune is making that very opaque and unclear. It's just very diffused with Neptune, where it's just this kind of blurry image of what you're doing, what are your goals in life, and what do you need to do, essentially. Saturn is very much a planet of doing, and it's not clear in what it's doing, and it's very hard to then implement structures in what you're doing for yourself or others. And so that's one thing to be mindful of, I would say, in February more especially. And so as we go through the year now, month by month, I'm going to really flag February into March as a key time of transition and change going on for you personally. Actually, into April also, with planets filing into your sign. So let's start with January first of all, though, because January starts with planets having moved into Sagittarius, so your 10th whole sign in combustion. We got Venus, Mars, Sun, Mercury moving in as well, all of them coming close to the sun and exactly conjoin the sun when we have Mars and Venus exactly conjoined. That's a very powerful combination, really heated combination as well, though. In your 10th sign of action and career and work and objectives in terms of what you're doing in the world at large. With Jupiter opposite also your ruler in Gemini, again, that's a positive ultimately because there's an exchange going on between Jupiter and Mercury. So there is this sense of, I think, of being able to get more of a balance right when you work and home life. Maybe there's some thing that you have to juggle though as well. But again, because these planets are combust and not visible, in other words, they're hidden by the sun, they're getting close to the sun, so we don't see them. They don't come out in our night sky or early morning or evening skies. Then you cannot be clear about what you're doing either. So you're all fired up, but then again, not maybe clear about what to do. That's the issue around the beginning of the year, January and February, leading really into March. So all fired up, not really sure what to do. And Venus won't return to the skies until end of February, Mars not till the end of March. So just be mindful of that and be patient with whatever it is you're doing. And then as these planets by mid-January file into Capricorn, they have the Sun, we have Mars, Venus, Mercury, all meeting with Pluto as well. There's this kind of deeper hidden aspect that needs to be uncovered while also not being very clear, unless again you're looking within and finding out, okay, well, what do I want to do and what am I going to get out of this anyway? 11th house is very much about your bigger ambitions in life and why you would do anything. That's how the 10th house bleeds into the 11th house. But with all these conjunctions and combustions and all of that, again, it's not 100% clear. And now in February, we're also adding in an eclipse. So by the end of February, just before that Saturn-Neptune conjunction on the 20th, we have a solar eclipse on the 17th of February in your 12th house with the North Node Rahu, aspecting, in a way, overshadowing Saturn in your sign. And this is likely to, again, maybe expose some things or show some things or give you insights, but it's also likely to block some things and create some, you know, a lack of clarity in some way. Now, even though Jupiter is in an aspect in Gemini to this eclipse, which is more positive and bringing more clarity and discernment, it still is some sort of some element not clear, I would say, around this eclipse by the end of February. So with that 2 week eclipse window from February 17th until March 3rd, we have then a full moon lunar eclipse on March 3rd in your sixth house. Then it's maybe a time you can start resolving some of these issues and changing up some things in your day-to-day life because of some insight that you had about what no longer works in your life, I would say, for that eclipse in February. Then in March, from the end of February into March, we have Mercury retrograde for the first retrograde of the year in the eclipse sign in Aquarius, your 12th sign. That's not at all clear. And whether it's around the home life situation or relationship issues, whatever it is, or just generally just the details of what you're doing or what you're planning in this time, end of February to March with the Mercury retrograde in your 12th is not clear at all. Combined with the eclipse, this is the time I would say to be very patient. End of February, end of March, all that period. At the same time, in March, there is a kind of sweet spot here because Venus moves into your sign, into Pisces, exalted. So now we're having an exalted planet for the first time in the year, and it feels good, typically. Now, it doesn't mean that it's not going to bring change because Venus is that for you. It's the third and eighth lord. And the fact that it's conjunct Saturn and Neptune in March, that's the ongoing morphing that's happening. It's like you're shape shifting at this point, but it still is likely to feel good in some way. I mean, you still have Venus exalted, so it has to be positive in some way, even if it also challenges you to change in ways maybe that you're not even planning really at this point. That's March. Then we're getting into April and things getting ironed out and all of that. But then Mars also moves into your sign in April. Now, in April, Mars moving into your sign conjoins Saturn and Neptune, where after having triggered the eclipses, after starting out the year in a very powerful position, though combust, into April, it's now reappearing in our sky. So you may be more clear about what actions to take, what to plan. But now it's conjunct Saturn in your sign. And the exact conjunction is April 19th. And that's again, red flag in the year, I would say, to be mindful of and maybe overdoing it and kind of push pull that could happen and you might even feel it physically. So just go easy, I would say, in April, especially around the 19th of April. At the same time, it's such a positive time because the 19th of April is when the sun and moon are both exalted. So it's a very auspicious day otherwise. Again, you just have to be mindful, I would say, about that Mars, Saturn push-pull and Neptune thrown into the mix, maybe making things a bit, again, diffuse and not at all clear. So there's definitely some uncertainty about how to direct this energy. And yet there is energy. There definitely is energy. You just need to be able to negotiate with it and kind of know when to push, know when to stop, kind of thing. Then at the end of April into May, we're heading into, I think, the sweeter time of the year in many ways because we've got Mars moving into Aries. Venus is in Taurus, its own sign, end of April, May. Then by the very end of May, we have Gemini move into Gemini. It will retrograde later on in July, but in May, end of May, June. This is, again, I think the sweeter spot of the year because you've got all these planets in their own signs. And then into June, as I mentioned, you've got Jupiter move into exaltation, aspecting your sign. Some powerful transits May, June. And I think this is the thing in the year to circle these months, May, June, as the more positive parts of the year. March again was somewhat, except for the Mercury retrograde with Venus in your sign, but I think May, June more so. And so if you're planning events and you want to enjoy things, this is the kind of time generally, I would say, to do those things. I mean, it generally is anyway, any given year. May is the sweet spot anyway, but this year, with everything else that's going on either side of it, and there's a lot going on either side of these months, it's really important to extract as much enjoyment out of them as possible. So as I mentioned, then June, Jupiter goes into Cancer. Venus also goes into Cancer at that point, and they conjoin on June 9th. That itself is a bit of another issue, but at least they're both, in a way, enjoyable planets, you might say. But it definitely is some sort of taking some initiative and making a decision around this time in June, I would say. There might be some issues around it, of course, but ultimately, you will be clear about what needs to be done here. Now, I mean, ultimately, in terms of the longer picture, Jupiter is going to do this in and out by the end of 2026 into 27. So I'll get to that now, which suggests that there is some going back over a decision that you are making in the summer of 2026. So we'll talk about that in a minute. But it's still important to make a decision to really feel it out in at this point from June. Then in July, we have another trigger, a major trigger, and I would say not necessarily a bad thing, but it's certainly one that could alter things in a big way, and that is Mars conjunct Uranus. So Mars has gone through Aries and May, June, and then into July is triggering this Uranus in Taurus in your third sign. Now, Mars in Taurus can be good for many things in terms of taking the initiative, but conjunct Uranus, it's like it's on steroids. It's a bit too much, I would say, July 4th, especially to be mindful of whatever actions you're taking at the time, be mindful of travel, all of these things. It's a bit too full on, really. It could be enjoyable, like I said. Um, that's July. And then also we have a Mercury retrograde in July where it starts in Cancer and then goes back through Gemini. So yeah, it could be a travel holiday phase. Many people do in July, but there definitely is some major fireworks going on in July. So then in August, we have more change because now we're having eclipses again. The sun is going to reach Cancer, where Jupiter is, and then by the end of Cancer, will be eclipsed even though Ketu is still in the sixth house, your day-to-day life being altered by the South Node, that's an ongoing story through the end of the year in 2026. There still is an eclipse in your fifth house, so this is now altering your decision. There's some maybe change in what you've decided or what you are deciding or what you'll decide on from here on out. So August 12th is the solar eclipse in your fifth house. I do think it's a more positive decision that you'll make, even if it is a kind of like surprise to yourself, even, or there's some turnaround, or there's some sort of some revelation about something that alters your decision, maybe about something. If you have children, it's around them. If you don't, whether you do or you don't, it's also maybe around your plans in general. And then 2 weeks later, we have the last eclipse in Aquarius on August 28th with the North Node here, kind of wrapping up, maybe resolving some of the issues and ending something. So, when you think about the fifth house anyway, it's very much about starting something new. And in order to do that, you have to also finish something with the 12th house activation in August. So that's something to be mindful of. At the time as well, Venus is in Virgo opposite. So that could be quite enjoyable in many ways as well, even though it is Virgo. You don't want to get too picky about things, I would say. But still, I think August, despite its complexities with the eclipses, I think there are some enjoyments there too. And I think for you, Pisces, thinking about that in terms of both eclipse months, February and August, there are some positive things going on as well around that. And that's maybe a theme to think about for yourself all year. Big changes, big adjustments, but also in a way positive. Then we're getting into, in a way, I think what is the most complicated time of 2026, October, November. But before then, in September, we have Mercury move into Virgo, into exaltation, a very powerful position in your seventh house. So this is wonderful because after all of the changes of the eclipses, then it's like, okay, I need to figure things out here in September. September is typically a good month for planning. I really see it as a better new year in a way than January in many ways, where it's the start of the academic year, of course, anyway, but Mercury in Virgo is very good at being efficient and doing the necessary and planning and scheduling and all of that. So it's really good for that, September. But then we're heading into a kind of complex situation in October because both Mercury and Venus go retrograde in October in Libra, your eighth house. Eighth house being the house of change. Venus is retrograde from the 3rd of October until the 14th of November. Mercury is retrograde from the 24th of October until also the 14th of November. And by the 14th of November, a lot of the issues will have been worked out, of course. But October, November has a lot of things you have to kind of figure out. And with that eighth house activation, lots of changes that need to be figured out that maybe aren't as clear from the get-go. Venus actually does move back into your seventh house where it began its transit in August. So there's some returning to some relationship issue here, perhaps some negotiation around the table, figuring things out about these plans that you're making, perhaps whether in your family or whatever. But there certainly is this back and forth that has to go on in October, November. And that's why November, more especially, October and November, is a complex time. November is more complex because Jupiter itself will move into Leo by the 31st of October into November and then conjoin the South Node, which by the end of November finishes in the sign and moves into Cancer. So this crossing over of Jupiter into Leo and the South Node into Cancer, and as they meet, and they both meet with Mars, which is also moving through Cancer from the end of September, October into November, all three of them coming together, Jupiter, South Node, Mars, in your sixth house, to me suggests that there's some things you have to work out. Like there's a problem to be figured out. There's a decision that's made initially and it was clear initially. And now it's like an issue that you have to figure out. And maybe it's just that you have to figure out the steps because you know what you need to do. You've decided this thing. But again, by the end of the year, October, November, then you have to actually do it. Into November, more especially, that might be a tricky thing, trickier than October, November. End of November, more especially. And then it's kind of all kind of left hanging in the air by December. And the year, in a way, finishes out with this kind of, first of all, Jupiter retrograde by the middle of December. Then it will eventually move back signs as well into the following year, along with Mars. And they all meet again together in your fifth house in the beginning of 2027. That's a whole going back and thinking again about what decision you initially made and maybe having to change that decision. Now, that's, I know, going way ahead into 2027. But if you think about that now from the beginning, even the beginning of 2026 into the middle, and certainly by the end of 26, as being set up for that, then I'm not saying you shouldn't make a decision initially, but just be open-minded about whatever decision it is you make. Because again, it feels like it's all left hanging by the end of the year in December 2026. And yeah, that is the year. It's definitely a more positive year for you overall, though. And then Jupiter will return even in the following year to exaltation. And even if you have to go back over your decision and make another decision, maybe a more clear decision, it's still ultimately more positive for you. Even if there's a bit of back and forth, I do think this is more positive for you in every which way. This is also not just positive for you personally, it's also in terms of what you're doing in the world. And that could also mean in terms of professionally. And the fifth house is very much about changes in your profession, by the way. So it could also lead into that. So it's maybe not just about maybe your children, maybe your creative output, your planning ahead, you're speculating even financially. It's also professionally a time to make changes. But the changes you initially make in 2026, I think require a review in 27 that maybe lead to some other decision or the change that happens. But either way, they are either of them, one leads to the other, they are both leading to a better situation, ultimately. So keep that in mind, Pisces, for 2026. I hope that's been of help. It's quite a year, I'm going to say. But I think for you, more especially, moreover than probably a lot of the other signs, I think it's a more positive year. So I hope that's been of help. And as always, I wish you the very best for the year ahead. And until next time.